Motorsport Park at the Bend. Matty Kavanagh, we are here for round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. It's an incredible place to be.
It is absolutely incredible. 4.95 kilometres, 18 corners. They're really going to have to wrestle these TO2 muscle cars around here this weekend because it's a massive endurance race.
It's going to be awesome. Let's check out a hot lap of this 4.95 kilometre circuit. Unfortunately not. We are running into an incredible amount of rain. Like, we're about to see the safety car pick up our first race. Let's go up to commentary. Jamie McCarthy.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, we've got a wonderful lineup here this weekend at the Shell V Power Motorsport Park at Tailem Bend in South Australia. Beautiful sunny conditions. It is a little bit cloudy in places, but the biggest drama here throughout the weekend so far has been just how strong the wind is here at Tailem Bend. Gusting 50, 60 plus kilometres an hour from Friday here yesterday, and it was actually affecting these cars coming off the end of the pit wall here on the main straight. And then over the backside of the circuit, on the run sort of through 4, 5, 6, on the approach to 7, on the right-hand side of the car as they're turning left, the wind gusts were actually moving the cars around. So for a few of these drivers, they were a little bit uncomfortable with the conditions yesterday. Wind-wise, I think today it is pretty similar. From here on the main straight, it's pretty much blowing and gusting straight across the race circuit from the pit garages area. So this is the first race of the weekend. This is driver 1, so 2 qualifying sessions here yesterday. And Tom Haynes in the number 30 machine, the DiPrinzio concreting Mustang, was outstanding in qualifying. I watched him in practice earlier on in the day, and notably for me, he was very, very quick through the last sequence of corners from 17 to 18 and onto the front straight. Very, very aggressive with his approach to the last corner, which sets up that run along this very, very long front straight at the bend. And you can just see with that camera shot there, that is the effect that the wind is having here at Tailem Bend this weekend. So definitely a concern. It's the same for everyone as this fantastic lineup working their way around towards the grid for a race start and race number 1 for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. I've got Matt Kavanagh coming up into commentary very, very shortly down off pit lane. He'll be with us very, very soon as we're on board with the Hi-Tec Super Series Hyundai i30 safety car. That is Tom Haynes, the first car in the queue. Very, very impressive in qualifying, and he put that car on pole for the first race. Second qualifying session for the second race coming up a little bit later on in the day. That was actually set by Jared Hughes in the number 118 Camaro. A very, very good lap likewise, and some very, very competitive drivers teaming up with some of our regulars with the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec. Matty Kavanagh, welcome back to the commentary box. A wee journey for you up off pit lane, because I think we're, 3 stories up?
I'm still catching my breath. I've come all the way from the far end, and we had to run up here, but I'm pretty excited here, obviously, to get the TO2 muscle cars out on track.
How's the wind, my friend?
Mate, it is windy out there.
Yeah.
So
as bad as yesterday?
As bad as yesterday in parts. There's moments where the wind dies off, so we'll see how the drivers sort of deal with that as well with the cars, because they spoke about it coming off the end of the main straight here. As you've got the wall, once you come out from that wall, you really feel the wind on the car.
Number 50 Camaro, we just saw a shot of that, and that was Paul Hadley. There is the Graham Cheney, number 51 machine. Cheney second in the points going into the round here at Tailem Bend. Cheney sharing that car with Zach Bates. The cool thing about the Cheney combination is young Tyler Cheney's racing with Jared Hughes. Jared qualified on pole. Here is the grid lineup for the first race, with Tom Haynes off the pole in the Ford Mustang. It'll be Josh Haynes starting out of P2 in his Mustang, Brad Gartner. Then we go back to Cheney, Graham Cheney in the PhD transport machine, Tyler Cheney, the Bates, Nicholas and Sam. I'm pretty sure Nicholas is starting that one. And we've got Des Collier with a very, very good qualifying effort in the TFH Mustang to be up inside the first 4 rows. And he is sharing that car with Elliot Barber this weekend. So these are the primary drivers, the A drivers in the cars. So you'll have Tyler Cheney in the 118, Graham Cheney sitting alongside Dad, Tyler actually out-qualified him, which was huge as we get the start, and they are charging down towards turn 1. We are 5 and 6 wide. How cool is that shot? On the approach, under brakes down to this very, very tricky first turn at the bend and the international circuit layout. Hayman forces the issue down the inside of Haynes, and that may open up the door for Brad Gartner to slot potentially into second, and there's already some moves early on in this race, Matt.
Yeah, it was a big move. It wasn't under brakes in turn number 1. We'll have to watch them though as we move further down the pack. It's going to be about conserving your vehicle though over this endurance. We saw it last year when we did the endurance round. Big shout out to AC Delco for the tag team endurance here this weekend. Of course, we've got $5,000 in tools up for grabs in that final race tomorrow. So that's going to be superb to watch out throughout the entire weekend. Look at Tom Hayman though. He was the quick gun yesterday and look at him get away.
Gartner did get that jump to second on Haynes. Haynes just got hung out a little bit to dry. He sort of tried to live out there through that first complex through 1 and 2, and Gartner slipped up the inside. That is the championship chase. And then you've got Graham Cheney in the 4th position, 1, 2 and 3 in the top 4 already here for race number 1.
We've got Mark Crutcher. He does some amazing things, Mark Crutcher, I think, in the background of number 4. Let's see if he can just keep his composure, because we talk about only 10 laps in this race. It doesn't seem like a long amount, but when we're talking nearly 5 kilometres a lap, it's a 50-kilometre race.
It's one of the longest circuits I've commentated on for a long, long time, my friend, and it is an amazing, amazing facility. Hayman still on this first lap. So we've been looking at lap times throughout the weekend so far in the 155s. Hayman qualified at a 54.7, so I don't know that we'll see that in race pace, especially with the wind. But expect to see those lap times probably in the 55s and 56s. Michael Coulter just dropped the wheel off. And this massive, massive circuit, this will be the last 2 corners setting up that run onto the main straight to complete lap number 1. And Matt, it is a long, long way around on a lap here at the bend as Hayman goes, completes the first lap from the rolling start and leads this one. And this race over 10 laps.
It's not just a long lap, it's also a lot of corners involved in this. Like, we've really only got one major straight between 18 and turn 1. I mean, the rest of it, it's always coming into a corner, setting yourself up and down the gears. There's going to be a lot of mechanics going on in the car as well, so a lot of wear and tear throughout this. We might see a bit of a game coming out there from Josh Haynes, because it's tyres again. Limited amount of tyres for a single driver, as well as the enduro guys. We see a little bit of dust come up there. Hopefully that
was off Gartner.
Off. Yeah,
we're on board with Gartner, so out
Haynes
the rear
lurking.
window. Haynes, he might have just got in a little bit deep through, I think, into turn number 6, but Gartner holds on to that position. That's one of the areas of the track where drivers are being caught out with those wind gusts, and it is at turn 6. The right-hand side of the car is getting unloaded with these wind gusts, and a lot of drivers have been missing their braking marking points into that centre section of the race circuit. Still on board here, the Hi-Tec Oils number 22 at Brad Gartner, 3rd in the championship going into the round. There's Tyler Cheney, paired up this weekend with Jared Hughes.
Hayden Jackson just in front of there as well. Now, he's looking for a big weekend in the 81, the big Dodge, because he's had unfortunate luck throughout the first 3 rounds of racing as well. So we're hoping that this weekend will be a bit of a turnaround for him and put a big smile on his face.
Jackson's already made a gain, so he started out at 10. On the opening lap, he was one of those drivers that actually got deep into 6 with those battles, and I thought he'd lost some positions, but he's actually got a pretty good start as we're back on board with Gartner, and Haynes has picked him off. Haynes back into the 2nd position in the Herzog Steel 37. This is championship stuff. These two are fighting it out, and Cheney's not too far behind them in the number 51.
And we've got to separate this round this weekend and talk about it, don't we? Because there's a championship at play and an endurance race, and they're kind of 2 separate things for these drivers at the moment. They're fighting for that $20,000 prize money put up by TFH Hire and, of course, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. But really, we see Josh Haynes isn't involved in that. It's all about championship for him, but Brad Gartner has to try and catch up in the championship a bit, being in 3rd place. Also, he's going for that big prize money at the end of the weekend.
On board with Josh Thomas. Oh, he locked the rears up and just got it turned. I was seeing that about to spear into the side of Hayden Jackson's door as Hayden just locked up the rears as well onto the next corner. So some of these drivers are right on the edge in the early stage of this race. Hayman fastest on track at a 56.69. He was a 2.5 quicker than Haynes and Gartner, who were tying each other up, battling for that 2nd and 3rd position in this first race. Really early in the weekend to be fighting and letting Hayman get away. pretty much exactly what Dylan Thomas and Tim Brook did at Darwin last year when we had the first ever enduro round for the TFH TA2 muscle car series.
Well, there's a couple of things there. Tom Hayman's not going for the tag team enduro. He's a solo racer this weekend. Also, he's not in the championship fight. So if you're looking at Haynes and Gartner, it's probably a good idea just to keep that battle between you at the moment.
There is that element
Michael Corder, great to welcome him back there in the Terps Tippers Mustang as well this weekend. We haven't seen him for a couple of rounds. Obviously, he's had some health issues there, but great to see him back behind the wheel and have the family back here at the track.
He is in the 12th position with Des Collier just up ahead in the 63 now. Off the qualifying, Collier's lost a couple of positions in the opening few laps here. Hayman's gone purple in the first sector. He's gone purple in the second sector. He is about to go faster again. So comfortably the fastest on the racetrack. Cheney back there in fourth was faster than Gartner and Haynes on the previous lap, but they were tying each other up battling for that second position. So first, second and third in the championship, a second, third and fourth on track early in the first race here at the Bend.
And have a look at this. Jackson slowly catching up there to Nick Bates just in front of the very clean Mustang. He might be able to get there, but he's got to watch out because Thomas, Cheney and Hollinger are right behind. Now, Tyler Cheney, we've seen him drop back a little bit off the start. Remembering, he comes from a lot of Excel racing. He's been doing Toyota 86. Did really well in qualifying, but you're out there by yourself in a really big car. Now, all of a sudden, you're on the left-hand side of the vehicle as well. You've got lots of cars around, a lot bigger than what he's used to racing. So this is a big weekend for him.
Yeah, Tyler did a very, very good job in that car. Talking to Jared Hughes last night, they weren't entirely happy with the car after the practice sessions. Found something with the car that they really did improve on for quality, and he's qualified for P1 and in the second driver's race a little bit later on board with Josh Thomas. We saw a big moment from the TFH hire driver as he launches down the inside of Jackson and rotates, and Tyler Cheney's gone with him on board with Josh Thomas. So Cheney's involved, I think just the two of them, and very, very lucky. I don't think he got Hayden Jackson.
Well, I think Jackson's gone back as well.
Jackson has gone back, so he may have gone off to the right of shot.
It'd be interesting to see that from a different point of view, to see exactly what's happened there. Was there a car that got unloaded on its own and everyone's just tried to avoid contact possibly? Really hard to tell from that inboard because, as they downshift, they can lock those, they can over-rev those engines, they can lock those back wheels up.
Hayman's slowing.
And here we go.
Hayman's slowing. So Haynes has gone by through to the lead. Hayman is slowing out of the race lead.
And this is unfortunate because we saw this happen at Queensland Raceway last round, didn't we, with mechanical issues on the car. He thought he'd overcome them. He was our Kubota Pole Award winner yesterday, the fastest car out on track overall, and unfortunately it looks like that lead is going to diminish quite a bit, and he's going to take a little excursion down pit lane. We'll have to try and see exactly what's going on with that car. Let's have a look at the replay though.
Yeah, definitely slowing for Hayman. Here is the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Yeah, okay, he definitely got Hayden. So turn 6 is one of the notable places around the racetrack that was identified in the driver's briefing for the weekend, that you've got to get it done and get it done right down there. If the car ahead of you has got rotation and getting turned in and you've overcommitted, that's exactly what's going to happen. So that probably won't be a good deal for Josh Thomas, but hey, not for us to call it, and that's the only sort of view that we saw. But definitely Hayden Jackson was compromised as the Princio concreting Mustang
is this going to be yellow? We're going to get a safety car out of this. This will be the question. We're just under halfway through this first race of the weekend here for the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars, framed by Hi-Tec steel framing.
It may be one of the many crossover zones. There are so many different circuit layouts with this massive Bend facility. The big GT circuit, which we're not using this weekend, is 7.7 kilometres long. It is massive. But at 4.9 on the international circuit that we're using now, other than probably Bathurst, it might be sort of the longest track, definitely that we run throughout the season, but it's certainly up there with track length, and just an amazing, amazing facility. When we arrived here yesterday and went out to the top floor of the balcony, we all sort of walked out and had this moment, because that was the effect this place has on you when you see it for the first time.
Yeah, very impressive facility here at the Bend, and of course it's only just over an hour out of Adelaide, so it's not too far out of town either to come and enjoy a big weekend out here. Have a look at this. So we've got some of the more experienced racers out there in the 69. Anthony 10K gets around. Now the boys this weekend combined combined years, combined enthusiasm and experience, 131 years in that car.
I'm glad you put that one out there because I wasn't going to say that. But yeah, look,
I believe
two fantastic runners. And Russell Wright is just about as fast as he ever has been. Thomas there on the outside of 10, Kate, the 69 and the 169. Josh Thomas is really living on the edge as Haynes is your race leader, and we do have that safety car, Matt. So the Hyundai i30 is on the racetrack. So this will close everything up at about half race distance for race number 1. And you can see and hear how windy it is here at Tailem Bend. Down onto pit lane with Melinda Price.
Paul, the bad luck continues. Brilliant qualifying for Tom, but what's happening now?
We've got a box full of neutrals, can't select any gears, so unfortunately, race done.
Well, hopefully you can get the car back on track and make up the positions again.
Yeah, we'll give it a crack. Yeah, it's a shame we've had a fast car, so done a lot of work before this round, but unfortunately, it happens again.
Well, we saw at QR that he's not bad at the last charging from the back of the grid, so we look forward to watching that.
Yeah, no, he'll have a good crack. So he loves coming from the back. So we'll get it fixed up and get it tuned, and hopefully we can get it to the front.
Thank you.
No worries at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can hear just a little bit of that disappointment in his dad's voice, can't you? That's unfortunate for him because, yeah, we talk about Queensland Raceway, had a lot of unfortunate luck there mechanically. I don't think they did anything to do with the gearbox there, so it's like the bad luck's going through the car.
Oh, man, look, Hayman's been so fast. You know, he's been running with the National Series. He ran with us at Sydney last year and was super, super impressive in that race car. And then at QR, again, was very, very fast. So a mechanical issue, as was explained there, a box full of neutrals. So they'll go back into the shed, get it sorted, and we'll look forward to Tom charging back through the field for the balance of the weekend. And again, like QR, he'll be up for that Hypercoil Hard Charger Award, hopefully, if we can get him sort of towards the head of the field.
Now, he's not racing. He doesn't have an endurance co-driver as well. So the next race will give them a bit more time to try and prep that car for this afternoon, which is going to be interesting. Also, taking this into account, he's only used 5 laps out of his tyres instead of 10. So,
yeah, so that
towards the back end tomorrow.
That became a gain for him at QR as well. And then I think he got caught up in someone else's deal. So here's the Thomas, Jackson, Tyler Cheney incident. So we were on
how much
board.
contact was actually made there.
Not a lot.
Like it might have just been trying to avoid each other. There might be some slight contact at some point.
Here's the onboard that we saw first time, and it just looked like Josh had got in there, and it's locked up the rears because you'll hear it. This is the approach to 6 coming up now. So he's done the dive, and you can hear the lock up and the chatter. Like it's just locked it up.
You almost feel like if you have a look, Jackson's seen him come down the dive down the inside, and that may have sort of...
He may have opened the wheel up a little
car,
bit just to avoid more than what he got, but he was certainly delayed. Hayden's actually back in 15th currently on this safety car.
We saw it yesterday in practice too. That's probably, coming off in the grass isn't so bad, but where we seem to go into the gravel traps, they do a lot of splitter damage to that front aero on the car, and you see on the bumper.
Yeah, are huge.
And we basically were chewing through spares out there, really. There was so many getting replaced yesterday. One stage after one practice session, 5 were getting done.
Josh Haynes went off in P1, still topped the session, but went off and did quite a bit of damage to the front of the number 37 machine. Back down onto pit lane, and welcome to Adelaide, all the way from Western Australia, J-Rod Jared McLean.
Thanks, Jamie. Just down here in the Herzog Steel pits, and of course Haynes front of the pack behind this safety car. There was an audible sigh of relief as we heard that there were issues down in the TFH camp. He was quick out there, Hayman, very, very fast, getting away from the competition, but now the ball firmly in the Mustangs' court.
Well, yes. What can the man of steel do? Can he stay out the front, the Herzog Steel entry? I mean, he's going to have his wits about him because Brad Gartner, he's got Brooke in his background. Brooksy's, you know, when it comes to strategy, he's our endurance winner from last year when he teamed up out there, obviously with Dylan Thomas. So he's got the strategy behind him. Will Tim go, you know what, second's not bad at this point? Like, we're still in the championship run, but we've got to conserve tyres.
I would be.
Brad Gartner, though, he's got his family this weekend. You remember, this is his local track.
Yeah, home state for Brad Gartner, of course, and he's on the comeback after that big crash at the opening round in Sydney where he made huge gains at Morgan Park and was really the class of the field. Haynes came back at QR and sort of turned that round, and it was Haynes sort of back in that leading area where we know he's so super fast, and he was confident, he wasn't rattled. He's had a tough start to the weekend because he had that off in P1 that we talked about. And then in the second practice session, they actually had a rear end failure, which is really, really unusual, and replaced the crown wheel and pinion, and that actually missed P3.
But lock up there for Brad Gartner.
Gartner again. Whereabouts? Turn 6.
I saw him coming out of 5, though. He was really wrestling with that car. It slid out, which is what they do on those big tyres. Is that Domain Ramsey?
Ramsey just had a big moment under brakes. The 2 of the TFH cars were just in behind him. Domain had a couple of goes at getting that stopped and getting it turned into turn number 6. And as we've already said, and I guarantee we're going to continue to say it throughout the weekend, that is going to be one of the crucial parts of this racetrack, especially with the wind gusts catching the cars out and trying to get the thing stopped and turned in to what is a very, very relatively tight corner. They're down to first gear. They're down to first gear at 3 different parts of this racetrack around here. And the other thing that I couldn't get used to is how much undulation there is around this motor racing circuit. I thought it was relatively flat.
And if you have a look, you go off camber on some of them, then you come in camber on the others. So it's really how you're going to set the car up this weekend. Are you going to set up for a particular part of the track where you're super fast and wrestle with it the rest, or you're going to set up a very average race car where it's, pretty good everywhere?
So lap number 7. So Haynes is still trying very, very hard. That car had a big wiggle under brakes at turn number 17. So this is the approach onto the main straight. So we talk about Darwin last year with how long the main straight is at Darwin. This one is super long as well, but the approach speed through the final corner is so much faster, and that translates to the other end and getting the thing stopped. So it's a much faster approach than Darwin, and again, one of the most crucial and the biggest opportunities to make the pass, especially if you don't get a good run out of that last corner.
We'll have a look at these two. The top 3, obviously the top 3 in this race at the moment. Brad Gartner just trying to get past Graham Cheney when it comes to the championship points, and if he keeps having these runs this weekend, he might be able to succeed in that. But Josh Haynes has that little bit of a lead. They've really focused in on the championship now. This weekend was meant to have Nathan Hearn alongside, but made that late decision to go, you know what, it's all about championship at this round.
Look who's 4th. Nicholas Bates. First time, I think, back this season in his Ford Mustang, sharing the car with his young son, Sam, who's really been impressive so far this weekend. Nicholas Bates, back with us. He's already into the 4th position. And Mark Crutcher back in 5th. There's some big battles going on right through this field. From sort of 8th back. Domain Ramsey in the 8th position. And we're back down onto pit lane.
And unfortunately, gearbox troubles. Man, it must be a tough way to start this weekend.
Yeah, obviously the car was really fast at the start of the race. We managed to pull a gap, but no, just a few issues. I'd like to say it was my fault, but don't really know where it came from at this stage. So we'll have a look into the data and see what happened.
All right, best of luck.
Cheers, mate.
I love the fact he's very honest about that, doesn't quite know, because you can really push the limits of these cars, because they're fairly agricultural in the background. Really, they're designed to be coming into racing, getting through there. They don't have the big I suppose bulletproof drive lines that we see. You've really got to drive these cars, and that's what it's about, using the driver ability to get through. So they know when they downshift too quickly and over rev them and things like that, they know they've made a mistake. He doesn't know where that's come from.
Haynes is on a bit of a charge here, Matt, because he's just gone purple in the second sector and set the fastest lap of the race at a 56.47. So that's at the completion of lap 8. So he's got a very, very good race car at the moment.
Well, he's looking in those mirrors, and there's this big Hi-Tec Oils 22 right everywhere. What's this? Lots of stuff. Oh, no, that looks like Greg King has come off.
Greg King. So he's paired with our now former commentator, Matt McKeldin. So Keen's had a little bit of an issue. I spoke to Greg yesterday. He was really struggling with this place. Like 18 corners, there's a lot to get your head around. And a few of the newer guys in the category and some of the sprint car boys were saying, like, 3 or 4 laps in, they're getting to a corner and going, where am I? They're trying to figure out what part of the racetrack they're on, because it is so big and there's so many corners to what they've been used to. Like at Queensland Raceway at the previous round, there's 6.
Yeah. And you look at some of the other tracks you go to, we've gone to them year after year after year. They're like second homes to them almost, so they can do it with their eyes shut. Domain Ramsey doing a nice job. Now, Nathan Hearn's actually in his pit this weekend, and I've seen them doing a lot of videos where they're looking over the car and he's talking them through the corner. So he's really improving throughout this series as well, Domain Ramsey, taking on the challenge of the TOT muscle cars, coming off obviously a lot of sprint car and late model racing. So
he should be 8. He's actually just really disappeared. Improving. He's just disappeared down the timing order, but yeah, that's definitely not correct, but because he's ahead of Tyler Cheney. and that'll be the 63 of Des Collier. So Elliot Barber, who's normally our series DSO and races with the National Trans Ams, he got asked by the TFH team to come in and pair with Des this weekend. He went, yeah, look, that's a cool deal. So we've got Dean Canto as the DSO this weekend, a name that will be very, very familiar to Australian motor racing people. As Collier had a little hard look.
At a moment.
I think that was just a different line from Domain. I thought initially Domain may have just missed the breaking point, but like Domain Ramsey, his first season in circuit racing out of sprint cars and late models, he is inside the top 10 here at the Bend in his first season. John Hollinger in 6, also doing a very, very good job.
Have a look at Mark Crutcher on the back of Nick Bates now, the number 4. Crutcher Development's entry just in the background there, currently sitting in 5th position, but he might get a 4th in these final in the final lap here, of course, as we are nearly come to the conclusion of this race. They've only got themselves about 16 more corners to get through, and I think Brad Gartner has just let a little bit of a gap open up to Josh Haynes. That might be a little bit of breathing space for the 37 man of steel.
Josh has got 2.5 tenths on him in outright lap speed, so that lap at the completion of 8 was pretty impressive at a 56.47. So Brad's just sort of maybe thrown the surrender flag out a little bit just to conserve and not force the issue again very, very early in the weekend. There is a lot of motor racing to get through for these cars here at the Bend as part of this, the second ever enduro that we've had. So effectively, we're pretty much almost doing 2 race meetings over the period of this weekend.
Yeah, we did some of the MASH yesterday. I think just in racing alone, if you've got a co-driver, it's just over 400 kilometres of racing this weekend. Taking a practice and qualifying, you're doing about 500 kilometres of racing on the car this weekend, which is, that's a big endurance. A lot of racing to be done in one weekend.
So looking at the sector splits, Hayman's actually still fastest in the first sector. Haynes dominant in the second sector. Gartner's been best in the last sector. Now that's probably more of a handling sector over the backside of the circuit on the run down to the front straight. But take nothing away from Josh Haynes. Made the decision to not have Nathan Hearn pair with him this weekend after some dramas yesterday. Really thinking about the championship and the points. And the other factor that came into it, Matt, talking to Josh's dad, was the fact that Nathan had little or no seat time yesterday. So at the same time, Nathan's also engineering and helping out at least 3 or 4 other cars, notably Domain Ramsey and Danny Reedy. So it actually took a little bit of pressure off Nathan to not have that decision to have to make, and it was sort of taken away from him. But take nothing away from Josh Haynes. He will take out our first race here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, Tailem Bend, South Australia, for the TFH Hire.
Oh, have a look at Crutcher. Can he get there at the end? He's having a real go here.
On Bates.
Oh, he's not going to get there. That is close. That is less than 0.2 of a second over the finish line. Wow, that was close.
Welcome back, Nicholas Bates. That was impressive. 2 of our Serco Masters
John Holland
drivers
doing a nice job in the 23, and Michael Coulter, great to see him back in 7th position in this race with some big names.
Coulter was back in about 12th, so he's definitely made some gains. I think Domain Ramsey would be behind him in the 8th position ahead of Collier. So some good racing right through this field. Hayden Jackson managed to get back up to 11th. He was as far back as 15th after that contact, that issue between himself, Josh Thomas, and also, unfortunately, Tyler Cheney was involved in that as well. On board here with Mark Crutcher. He'll be pretty happy with his start. And Jordan Cox, who he's paired up with, we know he's fast.
Well, last year they were teamed up together. We know how fast he was there. And unfortunately, they had that incident on the main straight, didn't they? Which we never saw coming. So they got pushed back a bit. Now, question is, what is that on the windscreen? Is that a bit of precipitation falling from the sky? Do we have a bit of wet weather out there?
I was just about to say, boy, is Mark Crutcher's windscreen really dirty, but he's actually got the windscreen wipers going, and there is a little bit of precipitation.
Yeah,
precipitation.
You have a look at, well, we don't like to say the R word sometimes, but we saw some great wet weather racing at Morgan Park, didn't we? And that was a bit of an equaliser for Brad Gartner, who did really well in wet weather conditions. So this may play out over the weekend. But I don't think the rain's going to hang around. It's going to be a very brief moment.
The forecast 3 days ago actually was for a little bit of rain to come through. Not very much, but the wind, as we've been saying, has been the biggest factor, and I don't think that's going to go away. So Josh Haynes takes the opening victory ahead of Brad Gardner and Graham Cheney in 3rd. There's our top 3 in the championship. Nicholas Bates in 4th, followed by Mark Crutcher. John Hollinger, great effort. Michael Coulter, Des Collier, Tyler Cheney, and Domain Ramsey completes your top 10.
Yeah, fantastic racing. I think Domain Ramsey really starting to get to grips with the TO2 muscle car there and just doing the right things, you know, taking the chances where he has to. Apart from that, you just need to make those laps happen. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils highlights. It was a fantastic start. Tom Haynes showing he was very, very quick off the line. Josh Haynes pushing him all the way into that turn number 1. Have a look at Nick Bates, set himself up on the outside too there. We thought he might come across. They were five of them within 2 rows as they went into turn number 1. Mark Crutcher managed to get through at the moment. Tom Haynes took the lead. It wasn't long though, and we saw a nice little battle for second position between Brad Gartner and Josh Haynes. Now, Josh Haynes dropped back to 3rd initially. Brad Gartner, we thought he might have held on to it, but Josh Haynes pushed really early to fight for that position back. Graham Cheney then ended up slotting back into 4th position. Then there was this moment here. We're not quite sure how this all unfolded. Hayden Jackson, we saw Josh Thomas come down the inside, had a little bit of a dive. I don't know if there was really contact made. They have a look on board here. You can see he really gears down. You hear the tyres chatter as they lock up in the background. Tyler Cheney nowhere to go in the background. I think there was only a tiny bit of contact made throughout. So we're not anticipating damage on the vehicles from that. Unfortunately, they put him a long way back down the grid. And here we go. The race, we had a safety car come out after that too as well. Well, Tom Haynes actually went off with some gearbox issues. So he went off and retired, got a safety car. The restart here, Josh Haynes, well, he started to push then, didn't we? Saw a couple of really fast laps out of him just to open the gap up on Brad Gardner and really secure the win in this race number 1.
Ramsey made late contact with Des Collier into the last corner just before that. But yeah, Josh Haynes, well, that's how he needed to do it because he's had a really troubled start to the weekend. We know Josh is fast. He's leading the championship. And he goes out there and takes the win. And look, I don't know that he would have had anything for Hayman with the gap that he had early, but you know that's a moot point now because Hayman did not finish out of the race lead, unfortunately.
Well, it's an exciting race already here. It's the start of the weekend for the AC Delco Tag Team Enduros happened. Of course, that was our race number 1, our A drivers really when it comes to the TFH Hire TO2 muscle cars framed by Hi-Tec steel framing. They'll get the cars in the pits. They've got themselves a little bit of time to turn around. It's really only about an hour and a half. So they've got a little bit of work to do, especially those co-drivers here. Looking after his championship, though, Josh Haynes, solo driver now this weekend as Nathan Hearn has dropped out of the race there and doing what he has to. Remembering he's been runner-up twice in this championship. Just some really tough people. So he's looking after that. Let's head down to pit lane, though, with Mel and our race winner.
Josh, fantastic start to the weekend.
Yeah, very good start. Had a nice start, actually, to start the race. Got down to turn 1 and got it kind of somewhat around the outside, but then I was a bit disadvantaged going into the second turn. So, yeah, good race. Unfortunate what happened to Tommy there, so I don't know what happened. But, yeah, really good to start the weekend off with a win, and, yeah, hopefully we can keep that going.
Were there a few drops of rain by the end of that race there?
Yeah, literally the last lap, I was like, ooh, it's spinning on the windscreen. That can make it a bit interesting. So, yeah, no, it was a really good race. Herzog Steel Mustang's a weapon, and, yeah, the whole team at Waltech's done an awesome job.
Well, your winning streak continues.
Hopefully, we'll see if we can keep it going.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It's a big smile there, isn't it, from Josh Haynes? Be happy to get that one under the belt. His dad there to congratulate him. They've been very busy yesterday. That practice day
weren't as
really
happy,
go
they weren't
the way
as
they
happy
want.
as that last night when I spoke to them. Put it that way.
Is that a bit of reward, do you think, possibly?
Oh, look, absolutely. And look, I've got to know Josh a little bit more over the last sort of 12 months as being a part of the series, and you know when he's on top of his game and he's confident, he's happy, he's outgoing. If he can get it, if he gets his head down a little bit, there's a lot of work to sort of get him back up. And we sort of saw that earlier on in Morgan Park where things didn't quite go to plan. He maintained the championship lead, but that shrunk considerably with Cheney and Gartner both making big gains. So we've got the Formula RX8s back with us in a pretty strong lineup here again this weekend, Matt. So this is the qualifying session for the Formula RX8s. I think we've got, it'd be at least 20 cars.
Yeah, I think there's 21 cars coming for this weekend for the TFH Hire Formula RX8s, and it's been a really strong field throughout this year as well. They followed us to every round. They're doing all 6 rounds, and this is how close the championship is when we talk about qualifying. Rob Bowden and Brock Payne on equal points coming into this round. So Rob Bowden's been super consistent. He's had a couple of race wins, especially at round number 1 where he won race 3 and 4, but he's pretty much had a podium nearly in every race, Rob Bowden. So there's only been one race where he's missed out on a podium throughout, hence why he is at the top. Brock Payne, well, he was really quick in round number 1, and he's had a couple of races here and there, but last round at Queensland Raceway, 4 races, 4 wins, did a massive impressive job. He was a number 1 qualifier as well, which means they equalise on points. Now, Rob Bowden, Well, he had a big night last night because yesterday in practice, do you
want to embellish that?
They actually blew a motor up. So they were on the hunt for a brand new motor, and a big shout out there. They borrowed it from Will Harris's car, and the TFH guys who sponsor Brock Payne actually lent them the engine hoist to put that in last night. So,
cool.
So this is a bit of a test run for him in qualifying too. Rob obviously doesn't come over to the bend really. He's got a BMW, used to race in Super TT, and come over here in the RX-8 this season. He's doing a fantastic job, and a big shout out to them for getting that car back out on track, because we want to see this championship fight between these two, because it's been so impressive. Jeff Connell is in third position in the championship. He's about 30 points behind, so we'll see how he goes this weekend, but it's qualifying at the moment. Connell's, we're really just out there getting those first laps in at the moment. Now, Ivan Partagiato is out there at the moment. He will be starting actually rear of grid because they've brand new car. They've been doing some minor changes, some testing. Picked up a little bit of a penalty yesterday, and so they've just said, yep, we're going to cop that, and we're going to start from rear of grid this weekend as well for the first start of the race. So he's out, but brand new car for him. He had a hire car at the start of this season. He was one of these guys come from sim racing, got into a little bit of circuit racing, hired a car, which is a fantastic thing that the Formula RX-8s actually do. You can get out there and lease a vehicle. Now they've built their own. This is his home track. This is his home state. He's so pumped up to be here this weekend. I can't wait to see the smile on his face if he can work his way through that field.
And he's carrying it on board as well. So after my shocking horror show with pronunciation at Queensland Raceway, Ivan Bantigiato now just rolls off the tongue because I've been practicing.
He's such a lovely guy too. They've just got so much energy down there in the pits, don't they?
He came up and saw us a little bit earlier on this morning about something. I think it was along the lines of having to start at the rear and all that sort of stuff. And I went, good morning, Ivan Bantigiato. And he actually applauded.
Oh, there's some really quick kids out there as well. So we'll have to, Ayrton Philippi as well, who's out there. He's a young fella out of Victoria, does a lot of the work on the car himself, and his family just pretty much do everything and himself to get to these race meets and get the cars around. So entering the Formula RX-8 category this year out of go-karting and places like that. So we'll wait and see. A really young talent. It's really funny. We've got some guys in their 70s in this field, and we've got some guys who are 17.
It's another feeder category out of karts that is a wonderful fit. So you've got the RX-8s, we've got the Legends as part of this as well, and you know we've had Formula V and things like that. So if you want to go the tin top route, this is a fantastic category. We've had the Excels racing with us, of course, and they've got classes all over Australia. And the RX-8s are represented across a few states as well, and this Formula RX-8 series is continuing to grow. And look, they've been talking about taking applications and getting a grid filled already for 2025. That's how far ahead the team are planning and expecting some very, very big grids.
I think they've been to every auction and just keep buying them, because every time they build them, they move them onto a racer. So like, as quick as they can build them, they find people to put in those seats. So it's an ever-growing category, and it's fantastic to have them here as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series as well. Look at that, Brock Payne leading us up in the TFH Hire RX-8, 2-minute 15.81. That is super quick around here at the moment, because the fastest we see after that is Brad Harris with a 2:17.24.
Oh, Payne's just dropped the wheel off. That was at 17, so just shows you how big this place is. So that's the go-kart track, the go-kart facility over the back of the circuit, where they've got the rental karts and that. And I'm not too sure if it's a national spec go-kart track, but it's one of the biggest rental kart tracks that I've seen. One of, I think, 5 or 6 different layouts, and then there's some mini layouts within those layouts here at the bend. So I don't actually know 100% how many track configurations there are, but it is just the most amazing facility. And I'm going to apologise now if I talk about it all throughout the weekend, but you literally walk into this place, racetrack aside, just walking through the foyer blows your mind.
It's an incredible facility, and it really does take your breath away if you're a motorsporting fanatic or a fan.
Oh, there are some serious
away.
motor vehicles down in the foyer here. You get the cafe, we've got the Ridges Hotel, of course. It is just a wonderful facility. Plus, you've got one of the state-of-the-art drag racing circuits, drag strips anywhere in the world, right next door. The Bend Dragway.
Really is a motorsporting mecca, isn't it? As we've got just under 7 minutes remaining in this qualifying session for the TFH Hire RX-8s, and Brock Payne, well, he's not doing it from the last lap. We saw him drop a wheel, but he's still out there 2 seconds, well, 1.5 seconds over his closest rival, Brad Harris, who has done a fair bit of work around here in a TCR car. So
and he's not doing that with a tow.
No.
Well, actually, that's the 23.
That'll be
is
Shaw.
Jackson Shaw.
Yeah.
So Diesel Thomas not racing this weekend. He's back up in Brisbane, his birthday weekend, so he decided to stay back and celebrate his birthday.
You've got to celebrate with motor racing, don't you?
The rest of the TFH team's here.
It's a busy pits down there.
So I don't know who he's having his birthday with because the rest of the family's down here.
You got all the TA2 cars down there, the RX8 cars. They are busy in the pits down there at the moment. That team, as they work tirelessly. Now, I'm just having a look at here. Rob Bowden's in 4th position at the moment, slowly working his way through now. Like we said, an engine change overnight. Hopefully that's all gone really well for him because he's fighting in the championship, and Payne's been super quick. Wasn't 100% when we spoke to him yesterday. He's coming off a bit of a illness, like you said, a bit of the flu. So we'll see how he goes this weekend. It's not affecting him in qualifying. It'll be whether we get into 8-lap races a bit later on and just the distance out there, whether it takes a bit of a toll on him.
Such a long way around this place. There's some more rain out
that's a
there,
lot of rain.
But it's only on part of the circuit by the looks of it. So definitely there's a shower over so that's the far end of the circuit at 17. And
now these are a treaded slick on these cars.
Yeah, it's not so much of a drama.
You're not going to change in between, but it will slow them down. So those guys that went out and ran a blistering time in qualifying
ain't going to go do that now.
I got an advantage now. It's 5 minutes. I mean, they're 2 minutes 15 to get around. Even if you're crossing the start-finish line now, you're only going to get about 3 laps in. Let's head down to pit lane, though, with Mel Price.
Brett, Brock's doing a terrific job. He's had a fantastic year so far and he's out there leading the way in this qualifying session. Happy days?
Yeah, look, Brock's an amazing young talent. I mean, he's two seconds nearly clear of second place, so anything he sort of puts his mind to, he does very well.
I see a few sprinkles out there. What's he like in the wet?
Look, the Bend's an amazing track. It's the best facility in Australia by far. It's got accommodation, the restaurants. Obviously, the pits are amazing, the facilities are amazing, so we love coming here.
A big presence again for the TFH team this weekend. You mustn't know where to look sometimes.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of a logistic nightmare, but I've got a really good crew and a very good staff, so I just get told what plane to hop on and where we're racing next.
Fantastic, thank you.
You're welcome.
He just loves motor racing, doesn't he?
He's just going to be the busiest car owner in Australia. And look, there's not too many race cars around in different categories, whether it be speedway or circuit racing, even karting, where the TFH brand isn't on. So look, there's the go-karts in the background. So there's a few folks here already having a little bit of fun over there. That's going to be fun if it keeps raining.
It's really hard, isn't it? Because we've got sun coming out of one part of the track and there, and there's still a bit of rain on the camera, but it looks like it's stopped out there where we could see it before, so it's going to come in these sporadic showers.
Yeah, it almost looks like a bit of a half and half deal, and I'm used to seeing this in New Zealand. Of all places, I've seen this at Pukekohe Park Raceway, which was only a couple of kilometres long, if that, and the lap times for a supercar around there were in the sort of 53, 54s from memory, and I've been there and half of the circuit was being absolutely plummeted on, and the other end of the circuit was perfectly dry, and on a circuit that's that small.
Well, I think this one, our track we got today is almost over 2 states. So you probably could be, it's not surprising there with the amount of track we've got out there, this layout today. I mean, they're going to be doing a lot of wheel work in these cars as well, because we mentioned it before, is you don't get a big break except for that main straight. Everywhere else, there's a couple of sections between 12 and 13 where you probably get a chance to have a breath. 16 to 17, you can probably steady yourself for a moment there.
But you've got flow out of 15 to 16 on the approach to 17, so you're actually almost arcing over to 17 in there. So one of the coolest things I heard Fabian Coulthard talk about, and this relates to Highlands Motorsport Park back in New Zealand, where I think a lot of the elements of this racetrack may have been sort of modelled off that, with Tony Quinn's facility as one of the RX8s definitely slowing there, is the fact that Fabian's comment about Highlands was you're always in a corner. You're always in a corner.
That was Ed Philippi just there in the background there. I think he might have made a mistake on that lap and resetting himself. Brock Payne now into the pits. He's got a clear 1.42 second advantage when it comes to qualifying. And look at that, 20 seconds left. There ain't going to be too many people go to the start-finish line. And
that's Michael Harder's asking him, is it worth going back out? And I think Brock's basically just shook his head.
Well,
nah.
You're going to go out and get the checkered flag. You're not going to get another running lap. He is definitely comfortable there. So they'll be talking about some strategies and maybe some setup in the car, what he's happy with, what he's not. But
Michael's a very, very accomplished speedway racer. Very, very good in his own right in a midget race car, or speed cars as you call them here in Australia.
It'll be interesting how he goes to Rob Bowden, who's currently in 4th position in qualifying. As the checkered flag comes out, he's out there on track. He might be able to improve in that time as he goes around, but Rob showed he's really good when it comes to racing. He hasn't always been up there and get the #1 qualifier spots, but he always fights it out and has a real racecraft about him, so we'll see how he goes. The confidence might have been zapped a little bit with that engine change when you get somewhere that you haven't been before with the car and you've got to do that work overnight, but hopefully you'll shake that.
The only major difference, Matt, with that, because I mean the engines are pretty much straight out of a road car. You can probably blueprint them and just tidy things up, but they're very, very strict on the rules and things like that. So the only downside to what's gone into Bowden's car is maybe how many kilometres are on it. So, you know, was it in need of a rebuild? So that's probably the only thing. But like, he's done a pretty good job to still be in the first side, the first 2 rows, going into the first race a little bit later on today. So still a very, very good effort. But how's Harrison, P2? Very, very good effort from the youngster.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job. Connell, who's 3rd in the championship at the moment, Jeff, he's a 2:17.56, so he's just behind him by 0.3 of a second there. And Rob Bowden looks like he's in the background, coming and taking the checkered flag in this qualifying session here for the TFH Hire Formula RX8s. And we do have all the same names up the top. Rob Bowden, look at that impressive
Bowden
time.
just threw a 16 right at the end.
Yes.
Okay, well, yeah, it's not a bad engine they put in it.
Which we didn't know with that little bit of rain coming over whether it would affect. So maybe, like you say, it's just a brisk shower that's come over, dried out already.
The wind has dried it out really, really quick. So okay, so there's still some speed out there, and Brock was was it over 2 seconds?
1.4.
1.4. So Bowden's closed that up to 0.88. So
he's taken 0.6 of a second out of that, pretty much.
But he wasn't fastest in any of the splits. Harris is actually fastest in the first sector, Payne topping sector 2 and sector 3 here at the bend. So that's a really good effort from Bowden, literally on the checkered flag.
Yeah, right on the checkered flag. So yeah, that's going to give him some confidence. And these two are leading the championship. They're going to start on the front row of the grid. Remember, RX8 is a standing start as well.
The only standing
start in the entire field here this weekend of all of our cars here. Look, we've got some fantastic things coming in this weekend from the Hi-Tec All Super Series. For the first time ever, we're going to see the Hyper Racer X1s come out as part of the Australian Driver Championship.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
They are Hayabusa-powered, like little Formula 1 cars, aren't they, as they get around?
Where's Terry Lewis going?
I don't know. I think he might have had a moment there. Has he pulled off with mechanical issues, possibly?
I'm just trying to figure out where he is, because it is such a big motor racing circuit, and you and I have both spoken about it this weekend, trying to get a reference as to which corner a lot of these guys are on and where they're at. So that must be to the inside of the track, maybe on the run 15, 16, 17?
I think it's down there.
Or is that
15?
Because is that the bend bridge on the front straight or not?
That'll be, yeah, I think,
might be 14,
you might be right,
15.
14, yeah.
Okay.
These are cool, though. These are very cool when we have a look at these HyperX racing cars that are coming out. Like I just said before, Hayabusa engines in them, basically what you grab off a road bike, and they're incredible cars. I'm going to hand over...
Basically what comes off a road bike.
Yeah.
Probably, arguably, 180 mile an hour road bike. Yeah, they're weapons in their own right, but you put them into one of these cars, so they're 1340cc. We're going to have Dan McCarthy jump in with me and help us out with this. Dan's been involved out of Winton with AASA and doing some of the track commentary there, and funnily enough, he's got a very, very good surname too. Just happens to be another McCarthy. So we'll get Dan in on the cans and have a chat about these cars, because it's the first time that I have seen these cars in the flesh. I've had a little bit to do with the Hyper products over the years, where they had these fantastic little simulators, which I'm pretty sure are still available, and been involved with some of the shop setups with multiple simulators. You can go and race each other and have a little bit of fun. The race team I worked with in New Zealand had a couple of them as part of our corporate setup. And then we actually also ran the Hyper road race kit on our Rotax road race carts over there in New Zealand, won a couple of national championships, and the road race bodywork that John Crook developed for those was second to none. It was an outstanding product. So this is the qualifying results for Formula RX8. Brock Payne with the #1 position from Rod Bowden. Brad Harris in P3 was second up until literally the last 30 seconds. Jeff Connell in fourth, ahead of Jackson Shaw, Ayrton Philippi, Justin Lewis, Terry Lewis, who stopped right at the end, Thomas Derwin, and Ivan Vantagiato, leading your top 10 for Formula RX8 qualifying. So, Dan McCarthy, welcome into commentary. As I said, it's the first time I've seen these HyperX cars. A fantastic category with lots of cars, which is good to watch. And I've been watching them in practice throughout the weekend so far. Man, do they sound like a real race car. Like, sometimes the Hayabusas with the muffler systems and that on them can be a little bit restricted and they don't sound as good, but in these open wheel cars, they sound superb.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me. Yes, I completely echo those words. That's what a lot of people say to me when they first hear them. These sound like proper race cars, and proper race cars they absolutely are. Got a good field of them here this weekend, 15 in total. First time on the Hi-Tec Alls Super Series bill, and first time here as well at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. So lots of firsts for the category this weekend.
Who do we watch out for?
Well, the championship leader at the moment is the man in the number 26 machine, right at the bottom of that list, Damon Sterling, leading the championship at the moment and is the reigning champion. Another one to look for is Dean Crook as well. He's a former champion and missed out on the series by just a single point last year. There's a couple of other notable names out there. Brad Vaughan, a Super 2 Series driver.
That's where I know the name from.
Yes.
So that is the same Brad Vaughan. Yep, so Brad's got a lot of racing experience. So he races in this category. Did I read somewhere that some of the supercar guys have also had a run? Did Cam Waters have a run in one of these cars?
That's right, yeah. When the series was first launched, absolutely, yeah. Cam Waters did have a go in one of these machines and absolutely loved it. So, yeah, and a bit of a connection there, of course, with Brad Vaughan being the Tickford Super 2 driver, so a connection there between the two of them.
So the thing that gets me with these cars, as diminutive as they look, they only weigh 400 kg, so power to weight must be just outstanding. 500
horsepower per tonne is the answer. Very,
wow.
Very close to. So it's incredible that they absolutely fly. You'll notice out the slower corners, not that there's too many on this Shell V-Power Motorsport Park layout, pretty fast-flowing circuit, but out of the slower corners they accelerate like nothing you've ever seen.
Would they be relatively flat on the run through the middle, 3, 4 and 5, and obviously they've got to get stopped at 6. They would just about, with the wings and slicks, they would just about be flat through that sequence.
They told me they are, which I can't quite comprehend, frankly, to think that they are flat through that section. Of course, I can't think of anything else that would be flat through that section of the racetrack. They absolutely grip through there.
I've heard there's a Ligier prototype somewhere on site here that has the capability of going flat through that part of the section. I'm still trying to find Encanto and go and find out where that car is, because apparently it's a pretty wild piece of kit. So all of these cars run on the Hankook C92 soft compound slick tyre. Gearing wise, do they have the ability to change gearing from some of the smaller tracks like Winton to here?
It's pretty standard how it's all set up. So in terms of what you can tweak, there's not really too much you can, and that's just try and keep it level playing field across all of the competitors out there on the race circuit.
So the other thing that comes to mind too, with when it was announced that these cars were going to run as part of the Hi-Tec Super Series, obviously based out of Victoria, they are actually contending for the Australian Drivers' Championship with this category.
Yeah, that's new for this year. The Australian Drivers' Championship is now affiliated with this series, which is great to see, and it just shows what a great quality series this is turning into. There's so many young hotshots coming through this race series. It's proving to be a real proving ground now, and the name, as you say, it dates back to the 1950s with the Lex Davison, Stan Jones and the like, racing around some historic circuits such as Sandown and the like back in the 50s. So it really does have history, the Australian Drivers' Championship, and great to see it aligned with this series in 2024.
So just looking through some of the times from yesterday in practice, I think some of the drivers are down into the 153. So we've got 154.4 by the number 34, Lucas Stasi Racing. So he's fastest at the moment. Dean Crook in P2. I think Dean is a former Australia karting champion. John's son, of course. John's name is synonymous with the Hyper brand, and he's been around in motorsport for a long, long time. Was a former HDT Holder dealer team co-driver, so has contested Bathurst and various supercar races previously as well. I think he's had done a lot of open wheel experience. I think John's name popped up in either Formula 2 or Formula 3, sort of in the early days as well. And as I said, Dan, we've had a little bit to do with John's products over in New Zealand with the simulators, and then his fantastic kart road racing body. So not for sprint racing, for the big motor racing circuits like this, where they race karts on, so you need a little bit more aero and that to get them through the year. And the package that we had with our kart over there was just, it was second to none.
Well, big send up the inside there from Stasi, who is purple in the first two sectors, but unfortunately has caught some slower traffic. Bradley Smith out there on the circuit, trying to set the best lap he possibly can. He himself is on 2 PB laps, but Stasi with 2 purple sectors caught up to the traffic, and this lap is effectively done. So he'll have to regroup, try and find his own piece of real estate. Maybe he'll try and tow Smith down the straight and take that place on the racetrack behind Damon Sterling in the number 26 machine. Could go to the top, purple in sector number 1. What I found with this category over the time, well spotted there, Claver going to the top of the timesheets in the number 32 machine. But the point I was going to make is the way these tyres work, the laps just seem to get quicker and quicker and quicker throughout the session. That's the same in qualifying and in the races as well. They just get quicker as the race progresses.
So they're quite a durable tyre, obviously. So Claver's gone into the 53s with a 53.9. Now, we talked about earlier on with the TA2s getting moved around with the breeze here. These must be a little bit of a handful, I'm thinking, with the wings and slicks and being so light. I'm sorry if I keep harking back to New Zealand, but I remember a round of the Toyota Racing Series down at Teretonga and Invercargill, where the wind was blowing harder than it is here this weekend straight across the track, and the little TRS cars were getting blown over a full car width by the time. So they got up the end of the pit wall, where they had some protection, straight into that side-on wind gust and getting blown over a full car width. It was just ridiculous. Going to cross back down onto pit lane. Who have we got?
Down here with Wayne Sterling. Your son's doing a pretty cracking job out there. He's leading this session. He's leading the championship. He won last year.
Yeah, we've had a pretty good weekend so far. It's a much longer track than we've ever been to before. But Damon, he's really enjoying it.
First time to Tailem Bend?
Yeah, first time. Mainly we've been to Winton and Calder. But very exciting to be here.
Well, it's great to have you as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series now. You must be looking forward to the rest of the year.
Yeah, we're pretty excited. We're going to, I think, one raceway at the end of the year. So a few new tracks this year that we've never been to before.
Well, a couple of race wins tomorrow would make a nice Father's Day gift, wouldn't it?
Oh, I didn't think of Father's Day. That would be lovely.
Thank you.
Melinda Price, of course, our own Melinda, who's formerly raced V8 supercars, amongst other things, XLs more recently, and has also been racing currently in the Radicals. So she'd have a little bit of this sort of style and experience. We might have to find a seat for Mel.
Yes, I think she'd thoroughly enjoy herself out there in these machines, as you say. The Radicals similar in pace, that's for certain.
Lucas Stasi's just gone fastest. We saw on the graphic there the first 2 sectors were purple. Well, he managed to get the third one purple as well, and he's just bombed in a 52.53. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm not too sure if any of these drivers got into the 52s yesterday. They would have started this qualifying session on a fresh, brand new tyre, I would think.
These tyres are, as we spoke about before, incredibly durable. So they really only have 3 sets per season. So,
oh, wow. Seriously?
Yes, correct. So there's a couple I've spoken to that are running new tyres this weekend. Nico French is one of them. Currently sits in position number 3. So it's pretty strategic in how you play that as well. When do you throw the new tyres on?
So from a cost-effectiveness point of view, that's definitely a plus for looking at this category. There is the X-Racer number 26 of Sterling. So currently P2, Stasi's gone purple, first 2 sectors again. First 2 sectors again. Now the 3rd sector currently headed by the 6 of Hayden Crossland. So Hayden's in the 5th position right now. So he might look to jump up the order. He's just gone purple in the 1st sector. Starzy, purple in the 2nd sector. Sterling's just gone purple in the 1st. So they're all starting to drop some times in that in now. That's a cool part of the race circuit. Just the elevation changes, the camber changes. I love the way that these cars look. They look really, really aggressive and very, very different. And they have a massive wing package considering how small the cars are and relatively. Starzy's just gone 51.8. 51.81, and he's fastest in sectors 2 and 3. Sterling's still fastest in the 1st, so he's PB'd the 2nd one. So Sterling's on a lap here now just to complete the 3rd sector.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying out there at the moment. What can he do, the series leader?
If you can find out, Dan, I'd love to know what they're doing in a straight line, speed-wise. Like, I'm going to guess 250-ish.
I'll tell you what, it's less than yesterday. Yesterday was a strong crosswind. Today, down the pit straight, a very, very strong headwind. So that will play a factor in terms of braking points. These guys will be braking so much later than they were yesterday, for sure. Sterling has gone across the line, moves up to position number 2, but still 0.7 of a second away from Starzy's best time of the session so far. And Hayden Crossland has moved into position number 3. He took his maiden win in the series last time out at Winton.
Brad Vaughan's just gone purple in the 1st sector in the number 77 machine as we are watching Brendan Davey in the 24. So Vaughan, fastest in the 1st sector, has gone 44.18 to be purple. So look for the 77 if he can go on with sectors 2 and 3. Sterling's just PB'd 3 sectors and he was on a 52.4. That does not look good. And I'm going to say that's not a brake lock-up because he's on the grass.
No, that's the 74 machine of Smith. So something is let go at the rear end of that machine. He's done really well there. Pulled it to the inside of the race circuit, out of harm's way. That's great heads-up thinking from Smith. But sadly, his session has come to an early end. He's in position number 7 at the moment. And just to say it, gets knocked back by Dean Crook to position number 8. So he's right in the mid-pack there. But with the time ticking away, checker flag is just flying. Vaughan moves up to position number 3.
So he topped the 1st sector and PB'd 2 and 3, so he couldn't quite get the second half of the laps that are completed there. So he does go to P3 though. So Starzy, Sterling, Vaughan, Crossland, Nico French, Claver, Dean Crook up to 7th. He was back in about a 10th or 11th a lap or so ago. So he's done his best lap on his last one at the completion of lap 5. Yeah, there's some stuff to work on for us for the weekend. I want to know what top speeds they've been doing here at the Bend. So Lucas Starzy will be on pole for race number 1 with the 24 Australian Drivers' Championship with his wonderful Hyper Racer X1s. Damon Sterling from 2, Brad Vaughan qualifying 3rd, and he did it right at the end of qualifying. Hayden Crossland, Nico French, Luke Claver, Dean Crook, Bradley Smith, Hamish Layton and Brenton Davies. Bradley Smith might have a little bit of work to do to get to the grid for race number 1 with a mechanical issue towards the end of that qualifying series. I'm really looking forward to bringing these cars and calling these cars throughout the rest of the weekend because they look like a lot of fun.
Yeah, they certainly do, that's for sure. The top 4 within a second. It was really, really tight late on in that session. Shout out to Brad Vaughan on debut in the series, qualifying in position number 3. It's a very good job from him. And Nico French inside the top 5 as well. So there's a few stories there. Dean Crook, he's a little bit further down than what you'd expect in position number 7. I'm sure he will march forwards in the first race, which is not too far away at all, only about 45 minutes before race number 1. So hopefully what's gone wrong with the Smith machine can be rectified in that time, and we can see that car back out there on the race circuit. But recovery team are down there, and that machine will be towed back to the pit lane. But as I say, a really short turnaround for their first race of the weekend in around about 45 minutes time. looks like the weather, which was threatening, particularly in that RX-8, the Formula RX-8 session, appears to have dispersed for now. Depends what direction you look at. If you look at the commentary box window, it looks fine. Nice blue skies, a few patchy clouds. But if you look out the other direction over the paddock, it is very, very dark.
Yeah, no, the same thing happened yesterday. And talking about the wind, I thought it was pretty much coming straight across the track. I don't know what direction that's from, because I'm directionally challenged, especially when I'm inland in places I've never been to before. However, talking to some of the teams down in pit lanes, and they've been shielding themselves from the weather as well with the wind, like to the point of closing the garage doors down in the pits, because it's like a windsock through those garages with it coming straight through. So for a period there, the gusts were through the pit garages, but then it would change direction with a different gust and either be downwind or upwind from the main straight. So it continues to be really, really tricky for a lot of these different categories, and I would say this style of car would probably be the one that would be affected by the wind more than anything else.
Yeah, I agree there. Or maybe the Legend cars, they're pretty...
Oh, yeah, well, the Legends don't weigh a lot either, and similar power plants to these cars. Looking forward to seeing the Legends a little bit later on. So we've got Australian TT coming out very, very shortly for their qualifying session, followed by the Legend Cars Australia with a very, very good field. And then, as you said, Dan, not a very big turnaround. The Australian Drivers' Championship HyperX ones will be on track for their first race over 10 laps at about 11:40 this morning. And then we'll be into the lunch break, and we'll continue on with our live television broadcast here with the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, Tailem Bend in South Australia. So I had the opportunity, I've only been here once, Dan, a couple of years ago. Actually went through to a little place called Keith south of here for a round of the Australian Jet Sprint Championships as we look at some of the teams working on down there in the pits. That's John Hollinger, the 39 there, Dean Lindstrom, former V8 touring car racer. Our own Melinda Price actually raced with Dean at Bathurst.
There you go.
Back in the early 2000s, I believe. All right, so we've got an opportunity now to actually have a look at the racetrack with an onboard hot lap with the Hi-Tec Oils Camaro Brad Gartner. Hot lap of the Bend, South Australia.
How you going, guys?
Josh
Haynes here, driver of the number 37 TA2 Herzog Steel Mustang. We're here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and I'm going to take you for a lap. Coming down the straight here, grab fourth gear, lay it on the brakes as low as you can. Down the gears into second gear, get it turned in. Don't sacrifice too much turn here. Get ready for turn 2. Down into first here for turn 3. Try and focus on getting a nice exit. Grab second, look out for this car on the left. Grab third, this is a fast sweeper through here. Run it right out to the wide. Nice under brakes, pull it up here for this tight corner. It's pretty tricky because it's off camber. Down to first gear, try again, get a nice exit. Up through the gears. This third gear change is pretty tricky. Through the sweeper here. Nice big slide. Watch out for this exit curb here. Bring it back to the right, get ready for this next section of corners. Nice big slide here, probably not too quick. Up through the gears again, grab third. This one's pretty cool because it's a pretty nice cambered corner. Blind exit, so really tricky to get your exit right. Pull this up nicely, don't sacrifice too much of your corner entry. Come down here, again look out for this bit of traffic. Up to third, nice exit. Come down to the second last corner here. Down through the gears, get it pulled up, really tricky one, so easy to overshoot. Up to second, and then really focus on getting a nice exit onto the main straight. Thanks so much for taking a lap around Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in the Herzog Steel Mustang. Have a good weekend.
Now, to me, that brings a whole new perspective to this place, because there are parts of this racetrack where you have to be ultra committed, because there's so many blind elements through the centre of this racetrack where you've got to know where your line is, otherwise you'll end up out in the scenery. So that's really cool watching that onboard to sort of experience that. So I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more of that at the weekend as the Australian Super TTs are out on the racetrack, Dan.
Yes, absolutely, out there for qualifying. But yeah, going to your point, turn 13, the blind right-hander towards the end of the laps, the prime example of that. You've got to know where the exit of the corner is and sort of hope it's still there, really, because it's so blind when you come over that rise. You just got to feel your way around there. And that's where doing laps around this circuit, the more laps you do, the more confident you become with that. And the faster you become, it's a bit like a street circuit in that sense. You see, at street circuits, people have to work up to those really fast laps. Bathurst, a great example of that. And the Bend is also like that. You see that the guys that have been here a lot do have an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing that comes into it here too is you don't necessarily know what racetrack we're going to run on year to year. So the National Trans Ams were here a couple of months ago. They raced on the West Circuit, which is a little bit smaller, and in some cases some of the drivers actually prefer it. With this GT layout, again, it rewards full commitment, but maybe not as many passing opportunities on this layout for, say, TA2, but if you make a mistake, the guy behind you is definitely going to get rewarded. So it looks like with that on board from Josh, and he was working pretty hard there at a couple of places, had a little lock up there at one stage and had to get the car turned in. But over the backside, so from the run to 6, which we've already seen on the coverage this morning, catching a few out, 7, 8, 9, 10 to 11, which is like almost like a 3 or 4 sort of apex turn-in right-hander, where you're having multiple goes at getting it turned in right on the limit of adhesion, is a really cool part of the racetrack. All right, so with our Australian Super TTs, these guys have been travelling with us throughout the year. We've seen them already at the first 3 rounds at Sydney Motorsport Park, Morgan Park, up in my territory up in Queensland, and of course Queensland Raceway, which for me is a really easy race to get to because I'm literally 12 minutes down the road from QR, so that's my home track there. So Super TT, there's 3 classes. It's basically 2 litre, 3 litre, and the V8 powered stuff. There's turbocharging in there with things like that. So it's not too technical. It's pretty much rung what you brung. We're a little bit down on numbers this weekend, unfortunately, but we do have some very, very good cars. So look for the likes of Corey Gillette to be up there. We got young Blake Tracy running in his car, the car that his dad usually races. This is Michael Ricketts. Now, Michael raced with us all of last year and travelled some ridiculous amount of kilometres around Australia. He even came up to Darwin and raced with us with the inaugural Enduro with the TA2. So it was a ridiculous amount of kilometres that Michael chased all over Australia to come and race with the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, and that's a really cool sounding little Nissan.
It is. It's very much not a standard Pulsar, let's put it that way. It's been very much improved. But where there's a race meeting, Michael Ricketts is normally there. He did the endurance races, the AASA run endurance races, the Winton 300 most recently with Josh Haynes. So that they.
I saw the Haynes name on the race car yesterday. I did wonder that. Okay,
yes.
So Michael's home track would be Winton?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's a racetrack that I haven't been to before. That will be the venue for our next round of the championship, which I'm really looking forward to on the 4th and 6th of October. So I'm looking forward to getting to Winter, and I've never been there and never commentated there. So there's another one like this weekend I'm going to add to my commentary list.
It is, as the name suggests, the nation's action track. It does produce really good racing, quite different to this circuit. It's quite a tight technical circuit, whereas this is very much fast and flowing. You couldn't find 2 more different circuits, really, permanent circuits anyway, within this country. As we look at the Nissan 370Z, the 101 machine of Bell out there on the circuit, and he appears to be closing in ever so slightly on Ricketts. Will he be held up here into turn number 17? A really deceiving corner, this one. In the braking zone, it rises back up again, so you can brake a bit later than what you think. However, it's tighter than 90 degrees. It's a really tricky corner, and over the years we've seen many incidents down there with failed racing manoeuvres. As he comes onto the straight, he'll pull over to the right-hand side and attempt what should you'd think be an easy move on a Pulsar, but as we say, that thing's packing a punch.
Yeah, it's definitely got some horsepower. There's the turbocharged Falcon of Brent Edwards. I think Brent's leading the championship, but he's certainly there or thereabouts. He's been there or thereabouts for all of the Super TTs over the last 18 months. Currently P3, so Blake Tracy's out in front in his dad's LS-powered BMW, and we were commentating Blake in Excels last year, so it is actually Corey Gillette that's leading the championship, and Brent Edwards in second. Dan Natoli not here this weekend. So Dan, I spoke to him last weekend at Queensland Raceway where the Queensland production cars raced. Unfortunately, Dan had some mechanical dramas, but he led Super TT after the first round at Sydney Motorsport Park, then went on to race from memory at Queensland Raceway because he was leading. But from last weekend at QR, the Queensland Production Racing Series goes to Morgan Park at Warwick next weekend, so it was just too tight a time frame to go QR, South Australia, back to Morgan Park out in Warwick in Queensland, so they decided not to contest this weekend. So there is Gillette. So that's another LS powered machine. Is that it's an S13?
Yes.
Sylvia?
Yep, correct.
More used to seeing this type of car, or that was definitely a lockup. Definitely a lockup. Used to more seeing that sort of style of car as a drift platform.
Yes, that's a good point, but it was certainly not oversteering around turn 17, locked up, understeering, missed the apex. It would have cost him a bit of time as he comes across the line. Still fastest in the final sector, and as we saw there,
he's gone faster again. He's actually he's gone purple, and gone 2 minutes flat. Oh, Blake Tracy's just gone 2 minutes flat. He's actually in behind him, so yeah, Gillette, a 2:04.88. Tracy's just smashed a 2:00.89. So the last time I commentated Blake, he was in an XL.
Yes, yeah, that's where I'm familiar with watching him as well. But in this category this weekend, and taking to it like a duck to water. It was a tricky day for him though yesterday. He was fastest in practice, but he only took part in 2 sessions. Unfortunately, an alternator issue.
That's what it was. I saw the front off the car this morning. I wondered if they'd had a little drama. I didn't know if they'd actually gone off. So there is Blake Tracy. So this is an LS-powered BMW, still running the independent rear suspension and a sequential gearbox. It's a cool-sounding race car. We saw that run with us last year in the Hi-Tec Super Series with Blake's dad. As Gillette continues on in the 27, we just saw a shot there of the 77 Commodore of Colin Bow. Mary Bow Realty Racing Commodore. Our little Lotus. That is... Where's our little Lotus? Trying to think who that was. I think that was David Bunton in the 178. So David runs in the over 2 litre category on slick. So you've got a combination of treaded tyres, slick tyres, under 2 litre, over 2 litre, pretty much across those categories to explain sort of how it goes on there with the Super TT class. So they'll be racing with us throughout the weekend. This is the qualifying session for them. There is Bunton in the 178 Golf Lotus. Had some mechanical dramas the last couple of times we've seen this car run, so I'm sure David will be looking forward to sort of getting through a cruisy weekend with not too many dramas. It's a quick little car. Currently in P5, he's just PB'd the first sector, so he's in the 2:13.9s. Tracy's just improved again. He went purple, and went 1:59.20. So that's only 4 seconds odd slower than the TA2s around here. So it's not lacking for power. And he's using a lot of exit oversteer on that shot. That was cool. And we know young Blake is very, very fast. He's certainly featured in the XL racing, which is so very, very competitive around Australia.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it is. Whether that you race in Queensland, South Australia, Victoria, there's an XL series everywhere, and they are all as competitive as each other. But Edwards has moved up to second. Gillett has improved on his previous lap. There's only a 10th between second and third at the moment, so very tight there. And also pretty tight between Bell and Ricketts, 4th and 5th, and also Bunton as well. There's only a second separating those 3, so it's pretty tight in the fight for second and the fight for 4th position. But there's no doubt about the person out front. It's Tracy, who's just gone purple again in sector number 1. He's coming into turn number 13 now, swings it in around the right hand. Oh, runs wide.
Oh, very wide.
very lucky to not put more wheels over the grass there, but that certainly would have cost some time. You can see 3/10 down now compared to what he did last time through, so 6/10 overall. He was up 3/10 in Sector 1, he's now down 3/10, so around just over half a second loss there with that mistake.
So when he drop off, that would have been 13?
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, okay, so that short run from 12 over the backside of the circuit. You can hear that's not a BMW power plant, that's definitely an LS Chev. So Blake Tracy, he's really working this little race car over at the moment. So he's running in the over 2 litre slick category as the checkered flag comes out, and he should be fastest. And he actually did go faster again, Dan. He's gone 58.52.
Spent a lot of time in that final sector to end up 6/10 faster than what he did, so his margin now over 5 seconds to the rest of the field, but it's so tight still between Edwards and Gillett, but on their final laps neither of them are improving. Gillett's already crossed the line in third, so no improvement there, so that hands Edwards second position a front row start.
So Blake Tracy tops qualifying for the Australian Super TTs by a whopping 5 seconds over Brent Edwards in the turbocharged Falcon 6. Corey Gillett in third in the LS Silvia ahead of Ryan Bell, Michael Ricketts. Not too much between Ricketts and David Bunton in the Little Lotus in sixth, with Colin Bow in seventh in the Holden Commodore.
Good little session, that one. Lots of action. There's
what's up next. Legends. Love our legends. So their qualifying session is up next, and then we'll be into the first of our races with the Australian Drivers' Championship off the back of this one. 15-minute qualifying session for the legends.
Legend by name, legend by nature, these little cars, aren't they? As they get out there, over 20 cars competing this weekend. They followed us throughout the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series as well. What I really love about these cars, Jamie, is they can basically get into an altercation, spin out, and only lose about 2 positions and keep racing. We saw some of the fantastic stuff they did in the wet at Morgan Park at round 2 as well. Corners are our friend as a viewer because we know there's going to be lots of overtaking. The biggest thing I think for them is, we saw it with the hyper races too, they're really struggling with the headwind down the end. They struggle to get that into top gear just purely. I think these are going to be the same. Not a big horsepower car, so the headwind's going to affect them down the straight. We're not going to see as much slipstreaming as we have before, and where they're getting the toe down the main straight, but lots of corners to get around. A big tyre on these little legend cars, and we'll have to wait and see how that plays out.
Well, you talk about a headwind, Matt. I'm watching the flags outside our window, and they are pretty much rotating 180 degrees. So it goes from straight across the track, actually ends up with a little bit of a tailwind occasionally and a headwind. So the gusts are continuously changing direction, which makes it even more difficult. So did I see a number 68 CXC Legend out there?
You did.
It is Mr. Dylan Thomas.
That's a familiar livery, isn't it, for you?
Now, last time we spoke to Dylan, he was trying to do every round in a different category. Unfortunately, he couldn't do QR. I bumped into him downstairs here in the foyer briefly. I said, mate, you didn't get the call up to jump into a TA2, and he said, no, not initially. I did get a late call up, but yeah, it's sort of too late to get into the deal. And so Dylan's going to go out there and play with the legend cars, and Dylan, of course, with the TA2s, is the reigning Australian TA2 champion, and not the defending, but the reigning endurance champion from probably just on a year ago up at Darwin.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, he was looking at leasing one of these cars and possibly buying one next year, Dylan. Apparently the opportunity came up with someone else that was waiting on one. Wasn't quite ready to take ownership of that, so it was good time for Dylan. He said, you know what, if I can't get a lease car for this round, well, let's get it early. We're going to get it this year and get out there. So he'll be behind the wheel of his own car this weekend, which will be good to see Dylan Thomas, see how he compares it. We saw him race the Formula Ford up there in Morgan Park as well. So he's done such a range of driving.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know, there's nothing he can't win in at the moment. It's all about how he goes on the day. But it'll be a bit of familiarisation, I'm sure, with those big sidewall tyres that they've got on these things. It'll be very similar to a TA2 muscle car in terms of how they move around on the tyre. Just a little bit less power, a little bit less weight, and they can go about 4 wide, 5 wide down the straight here.
Keep going here. How wide is this place? I'm looking forward to 7 or 8 wide down into turn number 1.
What did we see at Sydney Motorsport Park? They were 4 wide going into turn number 1. That left-hander.
I spoke to series boss Tony Ward, who's the importer of Legends into Australia, just before we went to air, I believe Tony's going to come in and help me with commentary for the rest of the weekend, Matt. And Tony's got some good and bad problems, which will continue on very, very shortly, because we've got Jared wanting to talk down on pit lane. J-Rod?
Down here with Corey Gillett and a new PB here at the Bend.
Yeah, mate, we got it at 103.8. I think that's good enough for third. So, should have some fun out there on the top, I reckon.
Tell me, how much track time have you had here at this place?
Mate, other than yesterday, I think we've been here 6 years ago with Thundersports, and just any opportunity to get back here, we're bloody into it, yeah.
How are you feeling out there in the Nissan? Obviously comfortable, but this track, it throws curveballs, doesn't it?
Absolutely, mate. You get bloody lost out there. Look at it, I'm bloody sweating like a... I don't know, let's not say that. But yeah, it's hard work in there, and I'm having a bloody ball, though, yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to race one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, me too. Thanks.
Thanks, Jared.
He's a hard-working man, Corey Gillett, too, because he's also the president of the Albury Car Club over there.
Oh, okay.
So when he's not in behind the wheel, he's running the club as well. So, like, racing is his life. What I really love, the wife and kids are there every round.
That's cool.
It's just it's a bit of a deal, isn't it? The family go together.
Oh, absolutely. With motor racing, absolutely goes to work. And so coming back to talking to Tony Ward, he's got a good and a bad problem at the moment. Such is the demand for these cars in Australia, he can't order enough out of the Americans at the moment, because there's a bit of a queue for Italy, for France, for Great Britain, for other parts of the world. So it can take at the moment up to 6 months to get these cars in the country. So that's proving to be a little bit problematic for him. But as soon as he's got that going, he's actually ordered another 8 cars off the back of that, sort of planning for the future. Back down onto pit lane with Melinda Price.
Okay, so Tim, a crew member for Dylan Thomas, he's gone from TA2 champion to his first race in Legends today.
Yeah, it's a great little category. He's looking to improve his times here and looking forward to starting next year afresh and doing the whole Legends series.
So what's his feedback so far on the obviously 2 vastly different cars? What does he think?
He's enjoying it. It's a good car to get his head around. It's something different to race, which is what he loves. He loves obviously challenging himself, which is good. So yeah, it's just a nice little car to play around with, really.
So sort of midfield around P6, you said yesterday in practice. I imagine his competitive streak will be wanting to position himself a bit further forward today.
Yeah, definitely. We're definitely pretty excited that we got P6 yesterday in practice. Top 10's always pretty good, so coming into a new category, we definitely felt pretty good with ourselves to be in that top 10. You're probably looking for the same thing today with qualifying.
I mean, the TA2s are always exciting to watch, but these guys are 5 cars wide the whole way round at Queensland Raceway. Something different for him?
Yeah, he's going to love it. He loves close quarter racing and loves getting amongst it, which is really good.
Fantastic. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
I wonder if his drafting style, Matt's going to be the same as a Formula V, because that's going to be very, very different. Certainly very, very different. 27 entries here this weekend, Matt.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? And we're waiting on cars to arrive. That is the scary part. Lockie Ward, who's been super fast this year, I believe he'd be leading the championship too, Lockie, with the amount of wins he's had.
He didn't race with it Queensland Raceway. He went on holiday to Bali.
So, but he took out the first 2 rounds pretty much. He won those 2 rounds. He's in a borrowed car this weekend as well, because his new car hasn't arrived. So even the boss's son can't get a car to race. He's had to borrow one of someone who couldn't make it here this weekend either. So there's a few of these cars getting around. Ryan Pring, though, he's the man sitting up the top of the championship at the moment with my numbers. And look, young gun, he's won an Australian championship before. So much like some other categories, they have their own Australian championship round, which is separate to the series. He's won one of those. He's, 19? He is not... It's not through wealth of experience. He's just very talented behind the wheel.
You know what's more important? Back on the green wheels.
Yes, I know. They told me that's the first comment I got this weekend. We're going to make it easy for you. We're painting the wheels again.
It's really easy to pick up the car because it's on the green wheels, obviously. So, yeah, huge lineup here. Who's just gone fastest? Dylan Thomas with a 2:16.52 straight out of the box. But Robert Hogan's on a purple and Pring's on a purple in the second sector. And how do you go? How
with that as a rookie? Like, because there's got to be a rookie award, doesn't Dylan Thomas has come in?
Pring's just gone fastest. For a moment there, the 95 was actually fastest. Aidan Williams was quickest for about 15 seconds. Pring with a 2:15.19. And I reckon these times and this chart in front of us is going to change regularly.
Yeah, Riley Skinner is another young gun out there. And this is, again, across
Young
this,
Riley was fast at QR.
Across this field, there is 16-year-olds all the way up, to people a bit more mature in life, if we want to keep it nice out there. Vast experience across there, coming from different racing backgrounds as well. But again, another feeder category, because these young guns are coming out of go-karts into these cars. So it's that progression as they go through their motorsport career.
And there's a couple of different variations you can do with these cars. If you want to do the dirt route, well, you can go and race these on some of the speedway tracks around Australia. They've been pretty strong up in Queensland over the years. And if you want to do the tar seal thing, well, then you come and join us here with the Hi-Tec Super Series and come and be a part of this fantastic program. And so Pring currently fastest, although he did look like he just pulled the pin on that lap and moved over, so maybe just regrouping to get on top of the tyre. Robert Hogan's gone P2. He's now gone fastest in the first sector on the next lap, so the gap just 0.09 of a second, a tenth covering the top three, as we're on board here with, I believe that's Ben Goodrich in the 2.
I don't know.
No,
it's got yellow on the outside. I'm going to say it's a CXC legend car. We just put CXC on everything, really. It's got to have a car in every category here.
The blue and the yellow we're looking for. So, so Dylan Thomas carrying an onboard camera. So, Dylan's dropped down to 7th. I think he's just regrouped. Oh, little moment out of the last corner.
That's a standard moment for a legend car. It's not a little moment.
How long is this run on the main straight? They're tucked up right against the fence to try and minimise that wind. And right about here, you can see a little move there is probably more Dylan trying to clear the pit lane, but they can actually run over that blend line off the end of the main straight there and then down under brakes. That is a long way with the cars turning on a lot further back on this racetrack.
They're really going to have to tuck up against that wall to try and minimise that wind that's coming across and get as much speed as possible. Lachlan Ward, well, there he goes. First one into the 214s out there at the moment, and these little powerhouses, these pocket rockets as they get around. And he's got himself almost half a second over Ryan Pring, who's been pretty quick compared to the rest of the field. Skinner, the young gun, in 5. Now, that's we saw him come out at Morgan Park. Unfortunately, wasn't a great weekend for him. Got a brand new car for round number 3 at QR. Going through the motions of a new car, you've always got a few things to iron out. So watch for that young fella to come through the pack. Looks like he's quite talented. He's got a Lachlan Ward in his back pocket who's been doing a lot of driver training with him. And the comment between those two a bit earlier in the weekend was, I think I'm teaching him too well because he's putting a fair bit of pressure on me at the moment.
Robert Hogan's just gone fastest in the first sector again, a 51.41, which is a tenth quicker than Ward, although Pring's just gone 51.41. He's now fastest to the first sector. So Robert Hogan in P4 on a run, Pring back on a run. He sort of put his fast lap in, and then I saw him move over and let a couple through, so he's just taken some temperature out of the tyre on that previous lap, and he's got going forward again, maybe looking for a little bit of a draft, maybe. 48 out there on track, that is Alan Bird, the overweight Checkmate mobile caravan weighing machine. There's a mouthful for a sponsor. So Pring purple in the first sector. Much time have you got left in this session? About 3 minutes left to go in this qualifying session.
It's really going to, those people halfway through are going to get a chance to finish this lap and do one more, really. You're not going to get too much more out of that with a 2 minute, probably about a 2 minutes 16 or 17 being the average lap out there as we hear those tyres really protest as Dylan Thomas pushes the absolute limits of them on this legend car. Look at him go there in the 68.
PB, but didn't improve from position 8, so he's actually lost another spot. So he's gone green, PB, second, third sectors. So he was down on the first sector that time. Ryan Pring still fastest in the first sector. Ward is fastest, 2:14.74. Pring 2:15.15, 0.4 of a second. There is the fastest qualifier at the moment. We're not used to seeing Lachlan in that car.
No. It's a very different look. Like I say, borrowed car this weekend, and it doesn't matter who you know. You got to wait for your car to arrive from overseas. So he's really chomping at the bit to get that brand new car out there and get it set up. But I think they like to move him on to the people that come through. Lockie Ward does a lot of other racing as well, as he's had his career in Legends at a very young age and done quite successful at it as well.
Aidan Williams doing a good job. They're currently in P3. So Ryan Pring purple in the first sector, but that first sector hasn't changed for about the last minute and a half. So I'm not too sure what's going on there with the timing at the moment, but it's still Ward, Pring, Williams 1, 2 and 3. 48 of Alan Bird.
Yeah, good to see the South Aussie who's here, all thanks to Overweight, Checkmate, Mobile Caravan Weighing, Wollongong Auto Parts, Geckos and Bold Trailer and Caravan Repair Centre.
So he's currently 26. The number 2, Josh Hurrigan, he's in the pit, so he's had an issue because he hasn't actually got a lap bank. So,
and look how long he's been in there for,
and he's
over
been
5
in the pit
minutes.
for 5 minutes, so he must have had a drama. Okay, Melville's just gone purple in the first sector. So Pring, Pring's just disappeared off the timing chart, so I'm not too sure where he is. So let's keep an eye on the number 81 of Scott at Melville, who's gone purple in the first sector. He's gone 51.22, so he's gone a 2 tenths faster than just about everyone else who was in the 51.4s.
Here we go.
30 seconds left in the session.
There's not going to be a lot of them. They're going to get one more lap, and these guys across the start-finish line in time. I'm not sure whether Bird is going to pull in on this one. It looks like he was slowing down a little bit, but another opportunity here for these couple that go over. Scotty Melville.
Just PB, the second sector, so he's definitely on for a lap that should improve, but the checkered flag is 10 seconds away. So these drivers will have an opportunity to get one more in. Dylan Thomas chased by your current pole seater Lachlan Ward at the moment, but this will be their checkered flag lap. So it's Ward 2:14.74. Pring's just been rolling around.
Look at Ward here, trying to get the draft on Dylan Thomas as well. Look how much he's starting to close that gap up over the back. Not sure whether he really wants to have a dive at this point. A brake lock up there from Dylan Thomas.
Left front, and that just opened up the opportunity for Lachlan to slide his way through the centre.
And there you go, look at that, fastest first sector now.
He's purpled that.
That was Pring's before, and look what he's taken off that.
51.0, he's just absolutely dropped 2 tenths on everyone for the first sector.
Has that draft made a big effect?
It must have, because he's just thrown 2 tenths quicker than anybody else. So look to improve here on a 2:14.7, and at the moment there's a few PBs going out there, but no purples other than Lachlan Ward to the first sector. So he's on his last lap now. Last corner coming up. No, that's through the infield. So there's the first time I've got confused. That looked like the run to turn 18, so that'll be 13.
Now he hasn't purple sectored in the second one. He's already got the fastest sector, but
only by a tenth.
Yes.
He's only down a tenth on his own PB through the centre sector. So the last one coming up now. So this is the approach to 17. Off there now. Wow, this is turn 18.
Look how much quicker he is in this lap. 4/10 of a second already.
So well and truly up. In fact, that's 17 there now. So that was 14.
Sitting on the edge of our seat, aren't we? Can he beat his time?
I'm trying to figure out where we are.
Oh, here we go on the main straight. He's gone wide up against the wall. Can he improve on a 2:14? He can. Yes, a 2:14.1. So it brings that down by 6/10 of a second there. Lachlan Ward in a borrowed car. Just having a look at Dylan Thomas. He still stays in 8th position that time with a 2:16.07 that last lap around there. Still a few cars in the background as they make their way over the finish line and grab the checkered flag in this qualifying session for the Legend Cars Australia.
That first race is just going to be manic, mate. 27 cars charging down to turn 1. I'm gonna say 7 wide.
I'm going to say 1, 6, 13 and probably 17 are going to be pretty good corners when we get around here in the Legend Cars and they start to get into their battle groups, as we like to call it, because you see them there might be a little group up here and then there's a little bit of a gap, and we're not talking a huge gap, and there'll be another 5 cars battling it out, and we'll have to watch that unfold throughout the weekend here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from wherever you are watching, either in Australia or around the world. Of course, you are in South Australia. We're only an hour out of Adelaide, so if you're living there, there's no reason you can't come out here for a Father's Day tomorrow either, because it's going to be a fantastic day of racing tomorrow to continue on with our AC Delco endurance tag team when it comes to the TA2 muscle cars as well, and that'll go down to the fight tomorrow because it's all about that final endurance race tomorrow for that $5,000 AC Delco tool pack. Of course, we've got the $20,000 for the weekend to see who gets the most points across the 2 driver combinations. And we saw it last year for the first time where we actually have driver changes down live in pit lane as well for the TA2s. And they're a left-hand drive car. It's a very small bit of fiberglass that opens up. It's not a full-size door like you see, so you've got to climb in and out. There's a little bit going on down there, and for those single drivers taking part in it, they've got to swap wheels over as well. So there is some things in there. But let's have a look at how the qualifying ended for the Legend Cars Australia. Lachlan Ward, your number 1 there in the 15. Ryan Pring in second. That's Aidan Williams. Robert Hogan, Riley Skinner in 5th. Ben Goodrich, Scotty Melville, Dylan Thomas back in 8th. Lincoln Pope 9th. And in 10th position there, we saw Reed go through. It's back to Bradley, Duckworth, Hayne, Martin, Hourigan, Morgan, Sendell, Tate, Spicer and Bond to round out your top 20. With 27 on the grid this weekend, Mark Duckworth came in 21st with Matty Bond, Greg King, Colin Murphy, Roy Hammond, Alan Byrne in 26th. Now Josh Hourigan, we didn't get a lap out of him, spent most of that time in the pit, so we think he went out, came back in the pit with an issue. So watch for him to come to the field, because we expect to see him a little bit further up the pointy end of the grid there with Josh. We're currently sitting about 19th in the championship, and he's only done 2 of those races, wasn't up in QR. So very confident driver, and he could change a few things up there. And we're on board with Dylan Thomas now as he gets his cool-down lap out at the moment in that little Legend car. You squeeze in there quite a bit, don't you? So if you're...
Well, I would.
Well, there are some. There's plenty of people in the field that are of average size.
I prefer generously proportioned, thank you.
Oh, yeah, we've seen them squeeze in there. There's a few names missing this weekend, actually. It's unfortunate. Nathan Preto, we've seen him pretty exciting throughout the Legend cars as well.
Missing, and we've still got 27.
They've still got 27. That's what I mean. Like, it's just they're everywhere around Australia.
So the 100 just on board in front of Dylan here. I haven't seen that car. So that's Roy Hammett. So it looks like he's joined us for the first time in a little while. So look out for the number 100 machine. Had him down here in my list as number 10, but there's 2 number 10s because Mark Duckworth's in the other number 10.
Oh, well, that's when you've got so many cars that racing
triple
across
numbers,
so many
that's a good thing.
Circuits. They're all together down there. I really like the Legend Cars Australia. You almost don't need to bring a pit crew, because if you all bring one pit crew, they all get in and help each other. It's a bit of a community down there. And I think what I do like is the parts trailer as well. We've basically got every nut and bolt that can, bend, break, or have any dramas with is there in the parts trailer. Have a look at the Bend, though. Fantastic facility out here at Tailem Bend, the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It's a huge complex.
How big is the go-kart track? Oh, Matt, we've got to go and have a crack at that.
That's this afternoon's mission, isn't it?
Oh, I'm thinking.
It's a commentator's challenge.
At the end of today, I reckon we've got to go and give it a stab, mate.
I think Mel's got an advantage. I don't like it. she might have done a few more laps in some cars than us, I think, possibly. As you can see, down in pit lane's quiet at the moment. The Australian Drivers' Championship and those hyper races are not too far away for their first race here of the weekend. How good is it to have them as part of the Hi-Tec or Super Series for the first time as well? Impressive little bit of kit, isn't it, as well, when you think about it? They've really tried to minimise the amount of spares you have to keep, trying to keep it some very close and economical racing, but they're fast.
Oh, super fast. Yeah, really impressive. I'm looking forward to this first race. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to it. So you can just see in that shot there, there's a little bit of cloud around. We've had a couple of little sprinkles of rain through so far this morning, but nothing too dramatic, and it certainly wasn't sort of showing up on the forecast as anything too dramatic. So the Hyper Racer X1s hit the race circuit for our first race of the weekend here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, Tailem Bend in South Australia. So the 34 of Lucas Starcy is your pole sitter. He will start up front as they line up behind the Hyundai i30N safety car. Dan McCarthy joining me back in commentary, and here is the grid for our first race. Lucas Starcy will start out of position 1, Damon Sterling from 2, Brad Vaughan on debut out of grid number 3 out of Super 2, Hayden Crossland from 4, Nico French from 5, go back to Luke Flavor, Dean Crook in 7th with a little bit of work to do, Bradley Smith, Hamish Layton and Brenton Davey in the top 10, Bastian Treptel, Josh Gardner, Raphael Thomas Kadar and Hardy Kuhn. For our 14 starters for race 1 for the 2024 Australian Drivers' Championship. So we've had a brief talk, Dan, about these fabulous little race cars. First time that I've seen them here for me, and the first time here ever at the Bend in South Australia. So looking forward to this one. What are you predicting here, my friend?
I'm expecting some pretty close racing in this one.
All right, down onto pit lane, and Mel Price, I could see you in one of these cars at some stage.
Oh yes, I can see a price on the window of most cars. Yes, but I did do that something similar a very, very long time ago. But right now, first race of the day coming up here with Ben, teaming with Nico French, starting P5 today. What's the expectation?
We are expecting a good result today. We're having a few mechanical issues that we're working through, but we have high hopes. He's doing really, really well. All of yesterday did excellent, and today he had great pace, just hit traffic towards the end there as he was just getting up there. So, yeah, really hoping for a great result today.
So what's the vibe in the pits with all of the guys? How are they enjoying the tail and bend track in these cars? Looks like heaps of fun.
We love it. We love it. This is fantastic. Aside from the wind, it is fantastic. Amazing facilities, really, one of the best we've ever been to, and yeah, really, really loving it so far.
Great news, thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Yeah, I actually saw Nico's car down in the garage there yesterday, and there was, let me put it this way, the way that one of the mechanics was hitting a part of the car with the hammer wasn't very subtle, so I'm not too sure what they were trying to change or fix, but they definitely did have some little gremlins down there in the pits. So looking forward to this one. There are going to be over 10 laps here at Tailem Bend. It'll be a side-by-side rolling start, Dan?
Yes, correct. Yep, side-by-side rolling start. So safety car will pull into the lane as it exits the final corner, and then these 14 machines will make 7 rows up, and we will await the start of the race. These things absolutely roar with their Suzuki Hayabusa engines. If you've not heard them roar to life on the start of a race, this is quite something as they come around the final corner. We are just moments away from the start. They'll be looking up at the lights. When they go out, we will be underway. Stasi in the yellow and black machine in pole.
A couple of the midfield guys were just laying back a little bit. They're probably too big a gap. The drivers behind probably weren't real happy with that as they charge down the main straight here at the bend, down into turn number 1. We're fanned out across the racetrack. I reckon that got to 5 wide. I'm going to go with that. They weren't exactly side by side, but it was a great front-on shot.
Certainly was. Sterling was shuffled back there, didn't make the greatest of starts, so he's been shuffled back to position number 3 behind Brad Vaughan as they're side by side further back into turn number 4. They'll swing it around here easily flat in these machines before they head into the hairpin. A good overtaking opportunity, 2 wheels through the grass there for Claver, that was in the number 32 machine. But we'll just about hold on to position.
Definitely do not want to do that here because you will go a long, long way off track. And if we've had a couple of little light sprinkles of rain, it'll be a little bit slipperier offline. But as we just saw there was still a lot of dust getting kicked up. You can see great rearward shot there. The big rear diffuser underneath these cars, which you don't normally see with an open wheel sort of wings and slick style car. So the aero on these cars is very, very trick, and obviously John Crook and his team have put a lot of thought into the engineering of these cool cars.
Yeah, like Formula One these days, ground effects is the theory to stop the aerodynamic wake in behind, and it means we can see what we are seeing now. The cars staying up close to each other around these fast corners here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, as I think that's 2 wheels through the grass for Nico French, who's got a bit of smoke coming out the tail of that car.
Just trailed a little bit of smoke on exit there. And so what you're saying with those rear diffusers, it helps actually clean up the air behind the cars. So because typically if you get into the tow with someone, and we've seen it with supercars, you're right up and behind them, it tends to get understeer with the following car. So they've tried to eliminate that with the aero package of these cars?
Yeah, exactly. All of the air is thrown underneath the machines, not over the top of the rear wing, which causes that aero effect. As French is, I think he's trying to defend the manoeuvre on the number 88 machine. Oh no, that's the place he's gained on Crook. So although there was smoke coming out the back of that machine late on the last lap, he's put the foot down and has moved up into position number 4, which is really good to see. He's had very little luck in recent times. When he hasn't had mechanical issues, he's found himself caught up in innocent first lap incidents as well. So I said last round at Winton, if you didn't have bad luck, you wouldn't have any luck at all.
So Bradley Smith did not take the start. So obviously the issue he had in qualifying was a lot worse than he intended, because he did not make the start for this first race. So hopefully we'll see Bradley back out for the rest of the weekend if they can get that back together. So Stasi is your race leader. fastest on track at the moment's actually Brad Vaughan in the 3rd position in the 77 machine. He's just gone purple in the first sector. So with these cars, so you've got the ability to be able to get a tow, so the drafting thing is definitely, it'd be a big thing here at the Bend, especially for this style of car, as opposed to, say, probably Winton, which is a lot smaller.
Yeah, absolutely. They've raced so far this year at Calder and at Winton, but yeah, this absolutely would have the biggest aero effect by quite some margin. And then they'll finish the year off at One Raceway, the revived circuit that closed, formerly known as Wakefield Park. Brilliant to have that back. Yeah, looking forward to getting there as well. Oh, that was a big wiggle for Crook. So Dean Crook trying very, very hard under brakes there to get ahead of Brad Vaughan, who's just up ahead. I think Brad ran a little bit wide out of the final corner as well. So Sterling now the fastest on track. He's just gone 53.1. Stasi in the lead with a 53.2. So the gap 1.2 seconds as we got some changes further back through the field. That was using as much racetrack as you possibly can, as the 12 of French went down the inside of, looks like the 6 of Crossland. No, that's Crook again.
Oh, it's Crook again.
Exchanged positions a couple of times since we last saw them. So French is back ahead once again and back into 4th position. All of this fighting, though, is allowing the car ahead of Brad Vaughan to break away. But Sterling set the fastest lap of the race last time through, a 1 minute 53.1. He was a near 1 second faster than the car ahead. 1/10 faster than the car ahead. So just edging ever so slightly closer to Stasi out in front. But we continue to focus on this enthralling battle for 4th position as they head down the hill, as we say, in these machines. Hard to comprehend, but flat out through those series of right-handers. I can't imagine a car would feel much better than what these do in the middle sector of this circuit. Phillip Island-esque is the middle sector here as they head up into the blind turn number 13 now. That camera angle really shows the elevation of that corner.
Yeah, that's way cool, way cool. So when you get to that point where you're flat, you've really got to rely on the aero and trust that the car's going to stick and get through there. And when you get to that point, and similar to a GT3 car, that French again with another puff of smoke. So it may be just a little leak somewhere. It's a little bit inconsistent, just another little puff there under brakes. It definitely wasn't a lockup, so he's got something going on, maybe with an oil line or something like that. Oh, it was Crook. He dropped the wheel off through the centre between 17 and 18. That'll probably hurt his exit speed on the run down the main straight. As Stasi continues to lead, we've still got 7 laps left to go here, and there's still just a 10th in it an outright lap speed, and Stasi's got a problem because Sterling just fired down the inside, and yeah, Stasi's definitely got an issue because he is slowing. I was just about to say the gap was definitely coming down from 1.2 seconds. Well, that's a moot point now because Stasi's got some form of mechanical issue, and there's a bit of smoke coming out of the back of the 34 machine.
Second race of the day, and second time the race leader has hit mechanical dramas when holding a comfortable lead. So we saw that in the TA2 series earlier on, and now we're seeing it again in the Hyper Racer X1 machines, the Australian Drivers' Championship. So Stasi plummeting down the order. Hopefully we can limp that back around, get it back in the pits, and potentially maybe fix it with 7 laps to go. But we'll having a look at the replay. You just see him pull over to one side. Something happened late on in that straight, some mechanical drama, and he's just pulled to one side, allows everybody through. But that is a real shame for the guy who, so far today, has been the dominant force.
That's almost caught Sterling out by a little bit of surprise because he was pretty deep on that turn, and like he's missed his turn-in point by probably a car length, gone, hang on, what's going on here? I've got the race lead. Stasi's going to stop on the outside of the circuit, so the 34 will go no further. We're also keeping an eye on the progress. Nico French there in the 3rd position in the 12 because he's been blowing a little bit of smoke throughout this race. Where that car's parked, I'm not 100% sure. Will it bring out the safety car? At the moment, not sure. Can't see exactly where it's parked up. So Sterling is your race leader, the championship leader. Going into the round, 243 points. Dean Crook in second on 221. Hayden Crossland third on 190 points going into this. And all of a sudden, Sterling, from being second, has now got a 3.16 second lead as French goes down the inside of Crossland, or does he?
Crossland's just swung it around the outside, so he's trying to hold it still around the outside. This will be an incredible move if he can make it. Sticky's gone around the outside on 2 of those first 3 corners, but now he's got the inside. He's got the correct line for the very, very fast turn number 5, and he makes it stick. Great move.
Got it done. That's a big effort, and that's that part of the track we've talked about, them going through flat. So good side-by-side racing from those two. I love the fact that these cars have got flashes of flame coming out the exhaust pipe on the change downs, which is really cool. Crossland's just gone fastest to the first sector, so he's definitely got some pace, and considering he was doing that around the outside, they go past the stranded Stasi, so that will be, I think, sort of 6, 7, 8 over the sort of through the middle part of the second over the back.
I think we might have gone safety car, judging by the speed.
Yeah, they've definitely pulled out. Definitely pulled out.
Timing in front of us, but they are definitely driving slowly and line of stern. And there's the safety car.
There is the Hyundai i30N on the blustery front straight here at the Bend in South Australia. And there is the reason. Out of the race lead, some form of mechanical drama. It just lost power, lost drive, down into turn number 1, handed the lead to Sterling. And he's unfortunately parked up the number 34 on the side of the racetrack and will go no further and brings out the safety car.
That's a shame, but couldn't leave that machine there. That was on a really fast part of the circuit. The what feels like the never-ending right-handers from 7 through to 10 that get tighter and tighter with every turn you make. It's quite deceiving as you head down the hill. As we see the...
That looked like a cool sequence in the T82 cars on board. In these cars, that would be a fantastic part of the racetrack, which pretty much you talk about the whole racetrack here at the Bend has been pretty cool. You got a little bit of time to have a rest down on the main straight. So Stasi went into the round 6th on points, just with, after this, 2 rounds left to go at Calder Park and 1 raceway. How do these cars go at Calder? I hadn't seen Calder until we did TA2 there towards the end of last season, actually the last round of the championship. And as fantastic a facility as it used to be, it's certainly a little bit tired, and I know that the family is trying to sort of get it back up, maybe not to where it was, but a lot better. But the circuit in places certainly very, very bumpy. How do these cars go around some of the places around the Calder Park?
Yeah, it's certainly bumpy for them. That there is no doubt, but they fly around there. The chicanes, they just nip through like they're not even there. The way they take them. So yeah, it's great to see that Calder Park is being revived and getting stronger by every week almost. Improvements being made around there, and great to see these guys going to be there later on this month, only a few weeks away, so quick turnaround for them before their next round at Calder Park Raceway, where they commenced the series earlier this year. Ricky Capo won that first round, a very established open wheel racer, Ricky Capo, and he sat in a cameo appearance in round number 1. And
it's funny you say that, Dan, because Ricky actually works here at the Bend.
He does now,
yes. The go-kart facility.
Yes. He was messaging me yesterday, actually, saying, "Oh, you should come down, have a go at the go-karts." It looks like there's plenty of people down there at the moment. He's a busy man.
We've got to go and have a crack. I've got to show Maddie, Cav, and Jared up. I think, as Maddie said, I think Melinda will kick our butts, but we'll give it a good crack. All right, so we are behind the Hyundai safety car currently. 3 laps remaining here for the Hyper Racer X1's 2024 Australian Drivers' Championship. So all of these cars running the 1340cc Hayabusa motorcycle engines, 6-speed sequential hand-shifted gearboxes. So just looking at some of the stats, and thanks to Nico, who is out there racing, who does a lot of the publicity for the series, we've got a wonderful rundown of everything about how these cars run and work and what's about them. There's actually 38 cars delivered or under construction here in Australia, 27 here in Australia, 10 in the USA, and a loan car out into the UK as of this year. So obviously looking at expanding with 10 cars in the US, you would expect that to continue to grow and be a series over there in the States.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking to John Crook, the founder really of this series yesterday, and he was saying exactly that. It'd be great to get a one-make series, just like we have here over in the States. And I don't think it'll be far off with 10 over there now. And then in very, very recent weeks, the one shipped over to the UK, that's pretty much only just arrived. So the UK has got some interest as well. As we see the safety car pulling away from the field, that says to me we're expecting a restart, and it'll be a 2-lap sprint to the finish with Damon Sterling out front, ahead of rookie Brad Vaughan. Hayden Crosland is a man in good form at the moment in position number 3. Took his maiden win in the series at the last round at Winton, and he's moved through this field after, I wouldn't say a bad qualifying, but he certainly moved forwards with some intent in this race. He's ahead of the fighting Nico French and Dean Crook. So lots of talking points already in this opening race. Look at how close Brad Vaughan is. He's parked under the rear wing of Sterling in front as he is about to put his foot down. There we go, the high booster engines roar.
Sterling was head down, right down. He was looking in that right side mirror as he led him down to the, and look at the big conga liners. They're all trying to follow each other and get into that draft. The leader's trying to break that draft. Vaughan got a fantastic restart, but I tell you what, I think Crossland got a better one, and it's Crossland in the race lead. So they've both managed to get around Sterling off that restart, who looked to have things under control.
Yeah, it looked as though Crosland was going to take the lead, but Vaughan just about held on. Shows how strong that wind is on pit straight, and that's why Sterling left it as late as possible to put his foot down. He knew that. He didn't want to give him a longer straight down in towards Nico French has looped it. An evasive action from Sterling. Great job there to avoid the number 12, but Nico French spinning out and spinning all the way to the back of the field.
That is the avoiding manoeuvre of the year from Sterling, and I think, was that him slowing in the background like he's tried to get it back up and running and it's either stalled or something? I think that was Sterling. I'm not 100% sure, but there was definitely one slowing. This is a huge moment. So from a long way back, Nico gets it wrong. I cannot believe there's no contact as Sterling just opened the wheel up and continued to open the wheel out and actually drove around the back of him. There was no contact. That is seriously the biggest avoidance of the year that I have just about seen ever. That was remarkable from Sterling. So out of all of that, Vaughan is your race leader, Crossland second, Dean Crook, who was as far back as about 7th or 8th, he now finds himself in 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely, and importantly, his championship rival Sterling's the one that took evasive action and is now behind him as French makes a move on Kadar, so that puts him back up into the top 10. But he'd have been wanting a bit more from this race as we start the final lap. Look at this, down pit straight.
I don't think that was Sterling that was slowing. It wasn't. If he's up in P6, now 5th again, I think it was, the 38 of Hardy Kuhn. So it was a similar black and red livery. So I think just at that time, it was actually Kuhn that was slowing on that with that exchange. Wow, this is good to watch, and we are on the last lap run. Crossland
goes defensive. Vaughan all the way around the outside. Is he going to make it stick? He is. What a remarkable manoeuvre around the outside at turn 6.
We've seen a couple of outside passes, and Crossland did one of them. Vaughan back into the front. Who says you can't pass at the bend? Not the hyper races. So this is Brad Vaughan's first ever race?
Correct, in the series, yes. Yep, I don't think he's done a open wheeler race. He's had a couple of open wheeler tests, so this is something completely different to what he's used to. He's racing at Sandown in saloon cars last weekend, and now this weekend in one of these machines. He drives everything he possibly can. He does a bit of speedway, wingless speedway racing as well. So anything he can get his bum in, he is in, and he's fast in everything that he drives, and he is now leading this race with just a couple of corners to go.
And he's extended in this last lap, so the last couple of corners to go. Brad Vaughan, well, we know he's fast in Super 2 and just about everything else he races. I didn't know that he was doing some dirt stuff as well. So this is the last couple of corners now as Crossland's trying to come back at him. Pretty much flat through turn 18 and down to the line. It will be on debut. Brad Vaughan taking victory for the Hyper Racer X1s. Who gets 3rd? Dean Crook. Sterling recovers to 4th. He was as far back as 7th after that exchange with Nico French. French crosses the line in 9th after that rear lock-up and subsequent spin, but I still cannot believe that Sterling managed to avoid him. That was, pretty much unbelievable. But, put your hands together for Brad Vaughan on debut with the Australian Drivers' Championship and wins his first race on debut. Outstanding.
Oh, unbelievable job from the youngster. Crossland coming home in position number 2 as we see the results.
Brad Vaughan with the victory, 0.4 of a second ahead of Hayden Crossland. Dean Crook in 3rd, Damon Sterling in 4th, followed by Luke Claver, Hamish Layton, Brenton Davey, Josh Gardner, Nico French recovering after that spin, Bastien Treptel in the 10th position. An entertaining first race. Raphael Thomas Kadar, Hardy Kuhn with some issues, Lucas Stasi bringing out the safety car, and Bradley Smith did not start race number 1 for the Australian Drivers' Championships. Let's have a look at the highlights from this first race at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, Tailem Bend in South Australia. There was a lot going on in this one. Hi-Tec Oils highlights. So a nice, pretty good race start. Some of the midfield guys were laying a little bit further back, and those behind probably weren't real happy about that. But Lucas Stasi got out to lead early. That's a great shot from the opening lap. I'm just wondering how many legends we can fit on the same piece of track a little bit later on today. But Lucas Stasi led early. There were a couple of little exchanges sort of further back through the field. That was the, I think the 32 of Luke Claver that had a little off, just run a little bit wide. This was the moment that Stasi had an issue where it's just lost power, lost drive, a mechanical issue took him out of the race lead, and he would eventually stop on the side of the track that would bring out the Hyundai safety car. Off the restart, Brad Vaughan couldn't have been any closer to the race leader off of this one, and it was Sterling out in front. And another cool shot as they did the conga line, trying to break the draft and the following drivers trying to stay in the draft. I thought it was Vaughan that got the better start, but it was actually Crossland who fired down the inside. But Vaughan here actually managed to drive around the outside, get back into the race lead, and Sterling found himself back in 3rd. That put him into the clutches, Nico French, with this rotation. And how did Sterling get away with any contact there? That was remarkable. And on the run to the line, on debut, first ever race meeting in a Hyper Racer X1, Brad Vaughan taking the victory from Crossland and Dean Cook in 3rd. That was good stuff.
Fantastic. Really good race.
So blue skies around. All right, down on pit lane with Melinda and Jared. I'm sure they've got some folks they're going to talk to.
Well, it has been an incredible morning. We are about to head into the lunch break, but so much more action yet to come. Melinda, tell me, what are you looking forward to?
Exciting racing ahead. I think it's going to be really interesting watching these two AT teams tackle a pit stop, which isn't part of their normal strategy. But like Jamie said before, the Legends racing's always fantastic. They were 5 wide the whole way round at QR, and I reckon they can squeeze 6 in here.
Well, guaranteed the action only going to get hotter here at the Bend. Don't go too far. We'll be right back in just a short while.
Of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series from the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia. We're just over 1 hour out of Adelaide, and this is an absolutely fantastic facility. Jared, run us through what we're going to see today.
It is going to be brilliant. Of course, our headline act, TA2 Muscle Cars, about to come on out for race 2. Blustery conditions, and we are running the international course, 4.95 kilometres. It's going to be unreal. How about we take a hot look at a run with Josh Haynes here at the Bend.
Guys, Josh Haynes here, driver of the number 37 TA2 Herzog Steel Mustang. We're here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and I'm going to take you for a lap. Coming down the straight here, grab fourth gear, lay it on the brakes as low as you can. Down the gears into second gear. Get it turned in. Don't sacrifice too much turn here. Get ready for turn 2. Down into first here for turn 3. Try and focus on getting a nice exit. Grab second. Look out for this car on the left. Grab third. This is a fast sweeper through here. Run it right out to the wide. Nice under brakes. Pull it up here for this tight corner. It's pretty tricky because it's off camber. Down to first gear. Try again. Get a nice exit. Up through the gears. This third gear change is pretty tricky. Through the sweeper here. Nice big slide. Watch out for this exit curb here. Bring it back to the right. Get ready for this next section of corners. Nice big slide here. Probably not too quick. Up through the gears again. Grab third. This one's pretty cool because it's a pretty nice cambered corner. Blind exit. So really tricky to get your exit right. Pull this up nicely. Don't sacrifice too much of your corner entry. Come down here. Again, look out for this bit of traffic. Up to third. Nice exit. Come down to the second last corner here. Down through the gears. Get it pulled up. Really tricky one. So easy to overshoot. Up the second. And then really focus on getting a nice exit onto the main straight. Thanks so much for taking a lap around Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in the Herzog Steel Mustang. Have a good weekend.
Tyler Cheney, your first race in TA2, you qualified brilliantly, beat your dad, but it was a baptism of fire in race 1.
Yeah, it definitely was. Sort of got a bit balked coming into turn 1, just not used to the big horsepower cars, and yeah, sort of someone in front spun in turn 6, so sort of lost a fair few spots then as well, which didn't really help for the final result.
Well, you've got Jared Hughes on P1 here, so looking for a good race 2 result.
Yeah, he's definitely quick, he's got the pace, and hopefully he keeps it in front.
Hope so, thanks.
Thank you.
Here with Brad Gartner. You're sitting out of the 22. Tim Brooks in the hot seat, and he's about to hit up race number 2. How are you guys feeling out there? Gelling as a team?
Yeah, I think Brooks is my driver coach and / engineer, so he does some really good things. He's got the tyre bank sorted, and I think we're pretty tricked up there. So P2 in my race, and just stay conservative. It's all about the big one tomorrow, and just try to bring the 20k.
There is a lot of money here at stake. What are your sort of strategies to stop that red mist from causing you to maybe make a few judgmental errors?
Nah, you just got to think about the long run. Not only the 20 grand to win, but just the car, and obviously the championship's probably a big thing for us. Obviously Josh is getting away a bit there, obviously after our bad round 1, but we've got heaps of support here, and Timmy, I can't give the car any better. So we'll just keep chugging forward and see how we go.
Looking forward to it.
Mark Crutcher, you made up a few positions in race 1, and you're the reigning Enduro champions.
Oh yeah, we won the last race in Darwin, which was very exciting for us. Yeah, we had a solid start to the weekend. Now over to Coxie, and I'm pretty sure he do a fantastic job.
Yeah, well, you were telling me how good he was at passing lots of cars. Only 2 to pass this time.
Oh yeah, there's a bit of talent around him this time. No doubt, I put Coxie at the top of the list, but the talent sitting around him when we've got Todd back there, a couple, that shows you how the co-driver event has really grown, and the talent that's in these cars.
Great, thank you.
Des Collier, and check this out. He's got the Crocs on. He's a man of leisure for race 2. It was an interesting first race for you, wasn't it? Elliot Barber in the car for race 2.
Yeah, mate, it was an interesting race. We had one objective, that was just to finish. It didn't really matter where we finished. We just had to finish the race.
Well, congratulations, you managed to do that. Looking forward to a big weekend ahead. And up to commentary, Matty Kavanagh, Jamie McCarthy. How's it look from where you are?
Well, it's not quite as windy up here. It's a lot more sedate when we're sitting here in the box having a look at you down there. Have a look at the flags, Jamie. How much wind is actually coming across the racetrack at the moment, and we're going to talk about it throughout this weekend because some of the cars are getting more affected than others depending on how they got the setup. But it's that wall along that main straight here at the bend. When that finishes, that's when the cars start to blow around into turn number 1.
Yeah, it's not the only part of the circuit. Through the middle, sort of 4, 5, 6, and over the back too, the cars are getting unsettled there as well. So it's not like a constant deal. It's very, very gusty. So we're seeing wind speeds of sort of 50 to 60 kilometres an hour, and it is unsettling the cars off the end of the main straight and over the backside of the circuit. We'll be back with more after this from the bend.
Well, getting fired up here at the Shell V Motorsport Park this weekend for round number 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Our TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing are ready for the second race of today, and it's an endurance weekend, the AC Delco Tag Team Endurance Weekend. We saw it last year when it came to the TA2 muscle cars. A great sort of race format they've carried on into 2024. This time it's at the Bend, a huge 4.95 kilometre track to get around here. 18 turns to negotiate with these cars that move around on those huge Hoosiers as they get around. It's going to be super exciting. Our B drivers, not as in terms of their driving capabilities, but because of the second group that have come out here. Jamie, have a look at this. We're on board now. Looks like Tim Brook, they're ready to get started as they focus in on what they need to do as a co-driver.
Yeah, so Tim Brook stepped out of being Brad Gartner's engineer for this series so far and stepping into the co-driver's seat. And we know Tim's very, very fast, race winner in TA2, won the corresponding event, the historical first ever Enduro for TA2 series anywhere in the world at Darwin last year. So Tim's been very, very fast. Brad's obviously been very, very fast. And the first race pretty much came down to our top 3 in the championship with the lead drivers in the category. So this is the opportunity for the second drivers and a couple of the single car teams that are also they're doing it, and they're not they don't have the co-driver element as part of what they're doing this weekend.
Well, some of the simple things about this race is it's a straight 10-lap race. We're not worried about the endurance at this stage. That's coming on later this afternoon with driver changes, rules, pit stop strategy, so we'll worry about that then. Also, as I look through this B driver list, they're not people fighting out for anything in the championship, so this is a standalone race basically for them. It's not going to have too much championship implications for these drivers in particular because they're not taking part in that. So straight flat-out race. Who can get there first? Jordan Cox, well, will he be able to do it? Because we saw what he's done. He did it at Sydney Motorsport Park last year. Did it in Darwin as well. Super fast to see what he does in a TCR car. That legendary footage over the top of the mountain in his front-wheel drive car as well. So there's some real big names in this. You know, throughout the mix, Todd Hazelwood's here, obviously racing in endurance and V8 supercars this year as well. We've seen
Jared Hughes.
Yeah, Jared Hughes as well.
Elliot Barber.
Zach Bates coming through.
Zach Bates from Super 2, yeah, exactly.
How good is this? So you've got cousins there. Sam Bates alongside with racing with his dad this weekend. And look, they've got some banter going on because the young fellas, well, they're going to leave that out on track and have a good time.
Yeah, well, Zach's in the mix there as well as part of that. So we're on board here with Tim Brook in the Hi-Tec Oils at number 22. So championship implications. Haynes leading the points from Graham Cheney and Brad Gartner going into this round. Can make a difference. They're trying to minimise the difference with the co-driver element as part of it, but it still has to be in the back of some of these drivers' minds.
This is how it's going to start. Jared Hughes and Tim Brook on the front row of the grid. Then it's back to Jordan Cox and Elliot Barber, who joins us for the first time out on track. As Todd Hazelwood and Bates back there. That's Sam Bates. Before we go back to, obviously, we get Zach Bates alongside Chase Hoy out of Western Australia. First time we've seen him in there. Nick Lang and Hugh McAllister, who hasn't raced one of these since, really, the endurance last year as well. So it's been over 12 months he's been out of the seat.
Russell Wright, he's paired with Anthony Tenkate for the weekend. Dean Lindstrom returning back to the series after a long, long time, and good to see Dean back in the series. He's raced with National Trans Am. Hasn't done a lot of racing over the last 2 or 3 years, but good to see him back in there, and he's got a smile on his face and he's enjoying himself out there as well. On board with the 169. So this will be Todd Hazelwood in the Josh Thomas car. Josh Thomas did get a drive-through penalty after contact with the
well, it was a bit of
Hayden Jackson. Yeah. So in race number 1,
it was a big dive down the inside.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot of contact with it. Josh just unfortunately lost the car under brakes, and there was a little bit of contact. So Josh took a drive-through right at the end of the first race of the weekend. That penalty doesn't now apply to this race because it's a different driver, of course, but they will have a little bit of catching up to do for the rest of the weekend when we get into the co-driver and the enduro element.
Well, that's where it does play for this afternoon's race. It's the average of the points from both races. So, you know, you really want your co-driver to do well because you're at the pointy end in race 1 and they come down the rear of grid. It's going to put you mid-pack coming into the endurance. We know it's 20 laps this afternoon. It's going to be a big one. It's 100 kilometres of racing out there this afternoon, but let's get this race done. Race number 2 for the day for the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. They're gridded up, rolling start, and we're about to get all the action underway. Can Jared Hughes do it from the pole position on the inside with Tim Brook on the outside in the Hi-Tec Oils 22? Oh, we're just waiting for that final corner, aren't we?
It's a super fast couple of front rows, and you've got some very, very experienced campaigners in there. And Jared Hughes, who polled in the second qualifying session here yesterday at the Bend. We are about to go green. The second race of the weekend for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing.
Well, there's 20 grand up for grabs for this weekend, but they're going to just get started. It's all on the line here, day number 1 of racing. And have a look as they come down the first corner. We're almost 4 wide at some point back there. Looks like a challenge on for 3rd and 4th. They're going to slot themselves in, but it's going to be Jared Hughes. Oh, does Brooke go around the outside? Hazelwood puts his nose in as well.
The two TFH cars were side by side there, so the inter-team battle on board now with Hazelwood. That's Elliot Barber up ahead.
Oh, he makes
bit of contact with Jordan.
Sam Bates in there as well. What an impressive run from him. Currently sitting in 4th position. He slots just in front of the TFH Hire car.
Now, this was one of the areas of the track where the wind's coming back across to the right-hand side of the cars. It was unsettling them. Turn 6, we've already seen some victims there this weekend. That's where Josh Thomas got into trouble, and they had that contact with Hayden Jackson in the previous race. All right, things just quickly settling down. You've got Tim Brook out in front with Jared Hughes slotting into 2nd, Cox in 3rd, but there was definitely a little bit of contact through the centre of the track there from the chasing Elliot Barber in the number 63 TFH Mustang.
Look at the elbows starting to come out from some of the more experienced racers out there. You see Todd Hazelwood just looking to try and get past Sam Bates, and Bates probably opens the door up a little bit there, runs a little bit wide. We saw him do that earlier, and look, his cousin Zach Bates there in the background just looking for an opportunity now as we've got 18 corners to get around our first lap. It's a big one.
4.95 kilometres. This is the international circuit. At the Bend, there's multiple circuit configurations. The biggest of all of them is the GT circuit, which is a monster 7.7 kilometres long, which is just ridiculous. But at 4.9, even this is long. When we're looking at lap times in that sort of 1 minute 55, 1 minute 56 bracket.
I'm loving this race because it's not a lot of names we're familiar with in the first 3 rounds, are they? They're all co-drivers when it comes to this one. So we're seeing a lot of names from different categories of racing joining us in the TA2, and they're a bit of a different car, as you can see, sliding out there in the 51. Zach Bates loses a little bit of drive. Sam Bates holding off a hard charging, though, Todd Hazelwood as they head down the main straight for the first time under race conditions. Well, Hazelwood's going to pull out, though. Can he get him under brakes here? As we go on board, looks like he might pull that car up. We've seen how easy it is too when the cars unload and they go down the gear. Sometimes you can really lock the back wheels up and slide the car in. You've got to try and contain that, as we see a little bit of movement there from Elliot Barber as the car slides out on exit.
Hazelwood's got some form coming into this round. I'm pretty sure he dominated the previous round of the Australian Trans Am Series at Queensland Raceway. Pretty sure it was a clean sweep for the TFH driver. So he's been doing a really, really good job. Just dropped a wheel off. There is Zach Bates in the 51. Just missed that braking point into 6 and got it sideways. And that, again, that's one of the crucial corners that we've seen so far this weekend, with those wind gusts unsettling the cars under brakes at that part of the racetrack.
Now the West Aussie, look at this. Chase Loy in the background teamed up with John Hollinger this weekend, who did pretty well in the first race. Hollinger got him right up into 6th position. So when you average out the points, if he can get somewhere around there too, they'll be a good contender when it comes to the 20-lap endurance later on today. Now, he's lurking in the background. Have you seen the size of that guy? He could sit on the rear wing and reach the pedals, I reckon.
Well, Matt, as you know, I'm 6 foot and he's a lot taller than I am.
He looks down on people like us. I tell you what, I know he's stretched out. So
I think Zach Bates was trying to get a run. The two cousins are going at it, and I think Zach might have just got the advantage. Obviously, Zach with a lot of Super 2 experience. We know he is very, very quick. Young Sam Bates has not done an awful lot of motor racing.
It's his first year being out there.
Wow.
There's probably been moments where he's had a glimpse of motor racing, but in terms of doing regular laps, this is his first year. And
yeah, qualified his dad.
Yeah, I know. And he's never been to the Bend. They did some testing at Winton. They did some testing at Sydney Motorsport Park, but they didn't get a chance to get here. So, you know, with the amount of corners, like you say, that they look very similar sometimes on TV, getting your head around things, blind corners, they're doing an impressive job this weekend.
Yeah, certainly Sam has done a great job. And look, Nicholas back with us in the series for the first time, 4th in the first race of the weekend. So the benchmark for how to do this properly was Dylan Thomas and Tim Brook last year at Darwin. They were fast, but they kept out of trouble. If they needed to concede a position and not go fighting and risk getting into another car and getting a penalty or copping damage, it's exactly what they did in Darwin, to the point when they got to the final enduro over the weekend for all of the $20,000, they basically just needed to start that last race to win it. Nobody else kept out of trouble pretty much, so that's got to come into the factor here.
Have a look out the back of Tim Brook car. You can see Jared Hughes lurking all over the mirrors at the moment. Now, Tim Brook, obviously, he's the crew chief for Brad Gartner as well for the rest of the season, so he understands this has championship implications for Brad. So
hasn't raced pretty much since I think last year, and all he's done is a handful of laps, and I'm talking 3 to 4 laps, if that, in the car before
you can't be conservative though, can you? Because the moment you're conservative, that's where you come into issues. You've just got to push the car through, but there's tyre rules this weekend, limited amount of tyres they can have across 2 drivers, so it's all about figuring out where you're going to be really striking, making that, you know, putting that effort into where you can pick up the points. And it's like today, Tim Brook doing a fantastic job out in front over Hughes. As we have a look back through, then it goes back to Cox, Elliot Barber, Todd Hazelwood, Zach Bates, Chase Hoy, Sam Bates in 8th, Hugh McAllister in 9th.
Oh, Bates with a big issue, and it carried on. It just continued to exaggerate itself. There was a little moment, and then as he tried to get it straightened, it turned into another moment, and he had about 3 goes at trying to get that to stop. So that's cost him some spots. Hoy's doing a really good job in that 7th position, considering he's come out of XLs in Western Australia. I understand he has raced at TA2 over there, but with much smaller fields. He races over there with Jason Pride, who's with us this weekend. As we go back on board, looking underneath the rear wing of the race leader, Tim Brook. Jared Hughes in behind. Hughes with the fastest lap of the race at a 56.55. He's actually got pretty much...
I think the tyre's coming around there to Hughes.
Yeah, but he just doesn't have track position. And look, Tim Brook, we're not used to seeing him making a mistake. Like, he hasn't been in the car a lot, but we know from previous seasons, Tim Brook's a very, very fast campaigner in these TA2 cars. And to come out as a crew chief and jump back into one of these cars and be competitive just shows you how fast he is.
But do the numbers in the background, if you're in 2 second positions, might put you up the front of the grid when it comes to the endurance race. Matty McKeldin back out. They're going to see Matty Mack joining us. Obviously, the Kubota suit's been put back on, dragged out of the cover. Although he has been racing his MX-5 a lot this year, we haven't seen him behind the seat of a TA2 car, and he's been having some fun in there, he said. Very different car to what his was. They've been working on it in the background.
Yeah. Setup-wise with Greg Keane, look, Greg's very, very new to the series, and the car's set up quite differently to how Matt would like it, but it's not his car, and he knows that. Really different for him to step out of the commentary box for the last couple of rounds and then go and get back in behind the race seat. But he's got some race fitness behind him, as you said, Matt. He has been campaigning his MX-5 in various categories around Australia.
Yeah, it's a different kind of racing. There's not as much work going on at the track. So we have a look at them come through here. Good to see Rusty Wright in the field there too, and the boys with the most experience out of any team this weekend. He's the inaugural championship winner too, back in 2017. So he's just working his way through the crowd, and it looks like just behind Jason Pride at the moment.
Aaron Prosser at the 91.
I'm sure he's got a few tricks up his sleeve if he needs them.
Yes, look, Aaron's new to the series. He's an expat Kiwi. He's raced RX-7s in New Zealand, RX-8s here in Australia, and actually won an Australian Mod Light championship on the dirt. So Aaron's gone, let's go racing with TA2. It looks like a lot of fun. So that's the championship winning car from 2022 at the hands of Jet Johnson. And he's got Ben Leeds, who was on that car with Jet, engineering that car this weekend. So Ben knows that car very, very well, and Aaron's just getting to grips. It took him a couple of practices to figure out where the direction was with this massive circuit, and he wasn't alone. Notably, some of the sprint car boys, Jason Pride, Danny Reedy, and of course Damaine Ramsey, also sort of 3 or 4 laps in are going, what part of the circuit am I on here? As Prosser just makes a little mistake, and Dean Lindstrom just slipped up the inside to get that spot. So that's for 13th and 14th, with Tim Brook still leading out in front. Jared Hughes in second, still with the fastest lap of the race, and Hughes has just gone purple in the first sector.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to just apply a little bit of pressure there, Hughes. We've still got 5.5 laps remaining in this 10-lap race. Think about that, it's just under 50 kilometres long, so it's not a short race for him down there. And we'll check out this battle in position number 1 right now, though. We're going to head down to the pits with Mel.
Hi, here with Dana, coordinator, boss lady for the category. Fantastic weekend, the Enduro round, always very exciting.
Yeah, thank you. We're so excited to be here. It's a fantastic facility.
And you also manage all of the spare parts, the big trucks out there for anything that the competitors need. So by the end of P1 here yesterday, we were nearly out of front spoilers.
Yeah, unfortunately there was a couple of offs, but you know, we had everything in the truck, so yeah, keep them going, and there's still more there for the rest of the weekend.
Fantastic job, well done.
Yeah, great to have the parts truck here at all of our race weeks to keep the races out there. And yes, we did see a fair few front splitters there damaged. There's a couple of corners out here with some gravel traps. Now, if you go in the grass, you're fine. Hit the gravel traps, it obviously bends those front spoilers in. And luckily, most of them have got some framework, some aluminium framework behind, so the fiberglass might have a crack in it, but you can replace that. And we saw a few cars go through that. Here we go to turn number 1. Tim Brooks staying cool, calm and collected. There's not a lot of wheel movement there, is it? It looks like he's just keeping this car going. Now, the question for me is he going to get locked into a fight with Hughes? Because at the moment, they've got almost a 3-second gap over Jordan Cox. So as long as they don't slow each other down, what is the best position for Tim Brook to take now? Is it, instead of getting in a fight with Jared Hughes, if they start slowing down, will he just slot in behind him? So it's going to all unfold throughout the race.
We'll wait and see. Look, we've talked about it with being conservative if you need to be, and Brad Gartner alluded to it in the pre-race interview where, look, if you need to concede a spot and not get into a fight and risk damaging the car or a DNF, then you're better off doing that at this early stage of the weekend. And that's exactly what Brooke and Dylan Thomas did in Darwin a year ago. So definitely comes into the equation. So that's Todd Hazelwood
and Zach Bates. So this is we've seen this in other categories, these two fighting it out, and a bit of co-driver experience going on from some of the bigger categories. And now they're behind each other, and you can see the cars, they slide around a lot in the Susie tyre. It's exciting racing. It's what we want to see. It's not the traditional low-profile, high-grip tyre. It's more about the drivers really having to wrestle with the wheel as the cars slide around, and the more laps they do, the more fun they're having.
Well, Elliot Barber's just a little bit further up the track. There's the gap there. So that's the battle for 5th and 6th on board with Tim Brook. Jared Hughes has gone purple, 2 fastest sectors on this last lap.
He's nibbling away at that lead, isn't he?
Well, it was half a second. It's now, I can tell you it's not even 0.3 now. It is closer than that, and Brook has got the young hard charger, Jared Hughes, right on his back bumper. Made some pretty big setup changes after QR with that car where Jared wasn't 100% comfortable in it, so they've sort of done a big setup change. They were really, really happy with their testing before the bend here in South Australia, and then they had a couple of little issues, just installation issues here on Friday, where they lost a bit of pace in practice, but then they got that righted for qualifying, and he obviously poled this car for this race.
What do you reckon Brad's doing down at the pitch? You reckon he's the radio man for Timmy?
Oh, he's walking back. He's going from one end of the pit garage to the other one at the moment, I reckon. Nah, Brad's pretty quiet.
He's got Max Vidot down there as well, so I reckon Max is going to be on the radio.
Max will be more animated. Max will be more animated than Brad Gartner at the moment, but like there is nothing in this. So Hughes has just gone 56.55. It's only 200s quicker than Brooks. So there's nothing in it in outright lap speed. Brooks got track position, obviously, because he's leading this race. But
is he looking after the tyres though?
Well, that's the other thing. Ooh, that was a big wiggle from Brook on acceleration. You just saw the car snap on the onboard, and Jared Hughes is hunting. He's hunting him down. Jordan Cox back there in 3rd. He's on a similar lap pace. He's actually faster than Brook. He's gone 56.56. So Brook's not the fastest out there on track, but he is the race leader still here with 4 laps left to go in the second race of the weekend and the first race for the B drivers.
Well, he's going to take a big risk, Jordan Cox, because at the moment he's just over 3 seconds behind. So as long as these two don't slow each other down, I don't think you're going to see him come to the equation yet.
Points. Because Crutcher was pretty solid in the first race.
That was solid. Now,
Hughes had a half look.
Jared Hughes was teamed up with Tyler Cheney, who came back in 8th and 9th position. So it's an average of the points across 2 races. So
I spoke to Jared this morning, and I spoke about this very thing. If the situation comes up where you can go for a victory, or just be there at this early stage in the weekend for points, what would you be doing? Oh, after what Tim and Dylan did last year, I'd be doing the conservative thing. Yeah, right.
Well, Zach Bates has got past. He's gone past Todd Hazelwood.
Okay.
That's a big scout to get to.
All right, that's
coming down the main straight, yeah.
That's the 5th, and Graham Cheney was 4th in race 1. So already some of these teams are getting the first boxes ticked with the second driver in there. We've still got 3 laps left to go here. It is not over here, but already these leading teams are starting to figure out that they've just got to do what they need to do and be in the right position for the Enduros as we go forward throughout the weekend. Obviously the big one's on the final race, but the bigger one is for the combined points over the whole round.
Of course, we've got the AC Delco Tag Team Enduro prize that comes from the final race tomorrow, which will be great to tune in for because that's 25 laps around. As you look at Todd Hazelwood right on the edge of the tyre, you can see how much steering input he's having to put in. They slow down through this part of the track. A little bit of dirt there from Zach Bates, just grabs a wheel on the inside. Oh, listen to it gear down too, really quick as he shifts down the gears to pull the car up for the corner. Wow, Tim Brook just slides the car out a little bit. We'll get down to pit lane with Jared McLean.
Here with Paul Hughes. Jared has posted the quickest lap and is hunting down the lead. You must be a little bit nervy right now.
Just a little bit, mate. We're hoping he comes through with the goods at the end, but yeah, no, it's going really well so far. I've had a great weekend.
The American Muscle Trucks machine looks absolutely stunning out there, and he really is going toe-to-toe. It's only a matter of time, surely.
Hopefully, yes. Mate, Brooksy's going very well, but he's blocking pretty well.
We'll let you get back to running between the timing screens and pit wall.
Yeah, thanks, mate. You have a good one. Thank
Paul,
you.
Look over the pit wall about now and you'll see your son going past in the race lead.
He's managed to get it done. That would have been very different if we'd seen that a lap later, wouldn't it? He's managed to go by. Brooks doing everything he can, of course. He's got to do the best for the Hi-Tec Oilers 22.
That was pretty easy. I think the conservative thing for Brook is, look, Jared's a little bit faster. We don't want to do anything silly. I don't know that Jared would have necessarily done, but motor racing drivers being motor racing drivers, who knows? But I did talk to Jared this morning and he said if it needed to, he would play the conservative game, but it's just fallen into his hands now and he's got into the race lead. He started off the pole and for the majority of the race has been chasing down Tim Brook. Let's have a look at the replay for the pass. Set it up there.
They go through 15.
I was going to say it might be a little.
They come out to 16, so
super close.
Coming up the penultimate corner here, does he have a dive? There he goes into 17.
Did it pretty comfortably.
Brooks left the door open.
Yeah,
look, he saw him coming.
Brook did not throw even a half cover at it, so I think that was sort of conceded, and that's clever racing at this stage, the early stages of the weekend, because there's lots up for grabs at the end of this, and you don't want to be doing anything stupid at this early stage.
And especially with the time turnaround we've got this afternoon, we go back racing at 3:40 for the endurance race. It's about time, if we do have issues with the car, they've got to put so much effort back in the pits. So getting the car back in good condition for this afternoon's endurance race is probably imperative at the moment there. He's still got the pace to hold out Jordan Cox at this stage, although Coxie is closing in on that as it goes back down to under 3 seconds now. I think he's going to run out of race laps, though, because we're going around the final few corners before we head on to the final lap here.
Look how much Jared's got away from Tim Brook on that lap. Since the pass, he's actually gone away by over a second and a half. So I wonder if Brookie's maybe just starting to struggle on the tyre. Tyre pressures might not be quite right.
It's almost half a second every sector.
So that's a big gap at the moment.
Moving. He's
considering they were
56.5,
56.5, 56.5 for the top three in various laps. They've had similar outright pace, but Tim's just sort of fallen off the edge of the cliff there at the moment. And look, it's not a huge gap in that, but I'm surprised at how much Jared's actually been able to extend there. As we go back on board with Jordan Cox, there is the gap to Brook. He is definitely closing. He's gone from, well, it's back over 3 seconds, but I think just in this last sequence here, it's probably just closed up just a touch, but we are on the last lap.
Yeah, we are, and he's still got to make an overtaking opportunity somewhere there. So we'll wait and see. A bit further down, though, you can see they are in a line here, and a bit of a. Does he have a bit of a dive down the inside? It looks like Wilson might have a bit of a look on the inside.
That's Nick Lang in the car.
Lang in the car.
So
yeah.
Nick actually owned this car. He's raced an Australian Trans Am and that previously won one of the Northern Series round championships a couple of years ago. So that's actually Nick's old car, and he's been helping Steve out. He's got a little bit of damage to the left rear on that race car, and at the moment he's chasing down Hugh McAllister in the Paul Hadley number 50 PhD Camaro.
Yeah, Hugh McAllister on board there.
Good to see Hugh back.
Oh, great. He's such a character when you get down there in the pits as well. He really fits into that team, the IS Motorsport team that have got together with Cheney and Hadley.
Listen to the wind and the effects, Mike, there over the cars. Like, it is seriously super gusty here at the bend. Jared Hughes, not for the first time, He dominated at Calder Park, remember, a year ago at the final round of the championship, coming in for the first time, and it's been really good to see him back out in with the PhD team.
Oh, a little bit of a lock-up there on the front
There was a little lock-up, wasn't it?
Just a glimpse. Probably not under too much pressure at the moment. You can see Brook looks like he's just calmed down a fraction as we come around the final corner, and the checkered flag is out, and Jared Hughes will take race number 2 here in the TFH Hire TA2 muscle car framed by Hi-Tec steel framing. What a race. Tim Brook in second, so that's 2 second place for that 22 of the Hi-Tec Oils Camaro. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to put him on the front row of the endurance. I believe it's going to.
It'll be pretty close. It'll be very, very close for the first of the paired drivers Enduros later on this afternoon. Race 3 for the weekend. Elliot Barber in 4th, Zach Bates up to 5th, Todd Hazelwood 6th. I think they've got a little bit of work to do on the 169 TFH Mustang. Chase Hoy in 7th on debut with us here on the other coast in the 23 machine, paired up with John Hollinger. And then you've got Sam Bates in the 24, so that's a 4th and an 8th. So they'll be there. They'll be up the front sort of as well for that first grid later on. Hugh McAllister and Nick Lang completing your top 10. Dean Lindstrom back with us for first time in a long, long time in P11 for race number 2.
Yeah, we saw Jason Pride in 12th position, Harvey Wright, McKeldin and Prosser, of course, in 16th. But look, Tim Brook, he'll already have the numbers going over in his head.
Oh, absolutely.
He knows exactly where they're going to be starting already. I'm sure he's talking to Max Vidot down in the pits, and Brad Gartner is pretty excited about what that's going to mean come the endurance this afternoon. It's a great start for their Saturday here. Let's have a look at the results from race number 2. Jared Hughes in the 1-1-8 will get the win over Brook, Cox, Barber, Bates, Hazelwood, Chase Hoy. Then it goes back to Sam Bates, who teams up with his dad this weekend, Hugh McAllister and Lang in 10th position there. So that's your top 10 for race number 2. Then it's Lindstrom, Pride, Harvey, Wright, McKeldin, Prosser, and that will see our cars out as some of the others didn't make it out for this race. So it's going to be a big one this weekend. We've got plenty more action to come your way, including the Formula RX8s, Legend Cars Australia, Australian Super TT, and of course the Australian Driver Championship. Those hyper races, they're phenomenally quick.
Yeah, they're cool. They're really, really cool, and getting blown around this place majorly. Like, you just can't underestimate how strong the gusts are here in Adelaide at the moment at the Bend. It is very, very windy. Great shot there overlooking the front straight. What a wonderful facility here at Tailem Bend. And just over the back of us is a drag race meeting going on at the Dragway at the Bend as well this weekend. So it's pretty busy.
It's all happening at this motorsport mecca here, just 1 hour out of Adelaide. And we've got some fantastic highlights, though, to look at from this race. Jared Hughes and Tim Brook, well, there was always going to be an exciting race. Very quick. They're on the front row of the grid together. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils highlights. Here it was. Have a look how close he was behind, though, when you have a look at Elliot Barber. He was not mucking around. Jordan Cox did a fantastic start in the number 4 clutch and developments machine as well.
It actually hurt Barber a little bit. He got that close. I think he actually had to check up because he nearly ran into the back of the number 22 Hi-Tec Camaro. So did a good job. Sam Bates got a fantastic start, but it was actually Brook went around the outside of Hughes at that first turn to get that initial ascendancy, and Jared just sat back there and was very, very patient as Aaron Prosser ran wide there.
Yeah, Sam Bates had a couple of scary moments. This is one of them, mate. Unfortunately, he was the tail on the dog that time. He was getting wagged around, yeah. But he did really well to really get that
just
back.
Dropped a wheel off the outside, and he was just trying to gather it back up, and he couldn't get it back on, and then it dropped the right rear off again.
But his first race in TA2, but the battle was up the front. Tim Brook held him out for so long, Jared Hughes, and just put the elbows out, and at some point he said, you know what? It's not worth staying in the battle. He made plenty of room there for Jared Hughes to duck down the inside there, and he managed to gain control of this race with a couple of laps left to go. And you see they're coming out of the final corner, and he had a nice little gap there and gets himself a race 2 win for Jared Hughes. Family looked pretty excited about that one as well. We were down there talking to his dad and just waiting for that moment. It all happened. It all unfolded at the same time. He would have been super excited to run over that pit wall and see his son coming by in the lead of this race. We're here at the Bend. It's a fantastic venue. Let's head down to pit lane, though, with our winners.
Let's go. Jared Hughes, congratulations, mate. Job well done, P1. A relatively easy pass on Brook.
Yeah, I was trying to save some tyres, which is quite smart. But no, the car was quite good. We were able to still save a bit of tyre, but have a bit of speed there. Probably set the pressures a little bit low than what we would have liked because we lost it at the start, but no, we're able to bring it back at the end and, yeah, get a win. It's been a long time coming, so glad we could do it.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you, mate.
P2 for that one. Were you conserving tyres there at the end, or you just had the better on you?
Yeah, look, we'll go with that. Yeah, pretty happy with that, to be honest. Being out of the saddle racing-wise for 12 months or so. Dusted off a few cobwebs and had some fun with the boys that have been doing it all year long. So congrats to Jared and the guys. He drove well and, yeah, I mean, would have been nice to get the win, but he was nipping at the heels and I was struggling. So bring it home.
P2 and P2, the excitement's building for the Enduro.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Brad and I are a good chance. We just got to play it smart. Car seems to be quick and we'll see if we're there at the end.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jordan, a job well done. Third place here in race 2 for TA2 muscle cars. How's it feel?
Yeah, good. Happy with that. It was sort of the most that we had for the guys in front. They sort of chipped away as the race went on, and they sort of started to battle with each other. I thought I might get in, but yeah, we're too far back. So, no, really happy. The crew's been doing a good job all weekend, thanks to the boys, and crushed it a good race in the first race, driver A. So it's been a good start for the weekend. So we're happy.
Mate, what are your thoughts on the Enduro? How do you think you're going to go?
We always want to be the first across the line, but it's racing, and plans normally go out the window when the flag drops. So we're just about doing the best we can, staying out of trouble, and if we're at the pointy end, we'll be happy.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, a lot of racing experience there from Jordan Cox, isn't it? We'll just worry about that when we get to the race. We're just playing it nice and cool, making sure we get there. You think about that with Crutch's 5th place and a 3rd place from Jordan Cox. They're likely to be on the front 2 rows of the grid as well.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
There's going to be some real strategy come out, because Crutcher, who's probably a bit of a... He does really well in moments out there, but we see him every now and then. He just likes to have a bit of fun, slides the car a bit too far. Will he give Jordan a few more laps of that car, possibly the number 4 when it comes to the Enduro, because they don't have to go 10 and 10.
No, absolutely no. Look, we'll just wait and see on that one. We know they're a winning combination. They won the final race at Darwin last year, with the Enduro. So time for some Formula RX 8s here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend. Always entertaining, and a pretty decent lineup here as well this weekend as ever, Matt, with Brock Payne dominating qualifying, like super fast, and he sort of had to, because Rob Bowden, they're tied for points for the championship.
Yeah.
And Bowden's already been on the back foot. They lost an engine in practice. They've had one literally freighted down and put in the car overnight with the help of the TFH points, and here's the grid for the first race.
Here we go, the starting grid for the TFH Tyre Formula RX8 here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Brock Payne will take us out with Rob Bowden alongside our championship contenders at the moment. Brad Harrison third with Jeff Connell alongside, back to Jackson Shaw and Ayrton Philippi. There's Justin Lewis, Terry Lewis alongside each other, the brothers. That one's going to be an exciting one as well. Thomas Derwin and Ivan Vantagiato in the 5th row.
So we're about to go racing, yeah, Ivan Vantagiato. I just want to keep saying it because I kept messing it up at you. We won't go there.
Oh, look, well, I'm actually surprised there, because I thought he was going to start off the back row of the grid, because there was obviously a brand new car going through some gremlins there, and I think he might have got a penalty, which is why we see a gap on our screens on the right-hand side. So he may actually be starting rear of field.
Possibly because they've come in as a new car, having leased a car in the early rounds. They've gone to a new tyre set. I think that might have been the case in this one with Ivan. So he will have to start from the back with that in that respect.
If you have a look out the windows, about 50% of the people are here for his home race, though. He's dragged the crowd in. Oh, I tell you what, the Ivan crew are here for the weekend. They're having a good time as well. Big smiles all around. Let's fire them up. The only category to have a standing start here as we get the revs right home and drop the clutch. Here we go.
I thought he got the initial jump, but it's actually, maybe it's loaded up the clutch, because Payne, he got the initial jump, but Payne's actually through to the lead, and Bowden, all out there by his lonesome, is getting passed by 2, 3, maybe even 4 on the run down to turn number 1. So Payne and Bowden tied on points for the championship going into this first race of the weekend at the Bend. That's a fantastic shot with a great lineup of cars for this first race for Formula RX8.
Yeah, you can jump on board. You can see him coming through the field. Listen to the little 13B.
That was Ivan in his brand new car, the number 89 Slipstream Autosport machine.
Well,
you just hear the rotaries over the wind.
So much wind out there, and it's a difference down the main straight with the cars with not as much horsepower, trying to get themselves the maximum amount of speed down that front straight. Payne out in front. Harris is now slotted into second. Rob Bowden, well, he's found himself in the right spot. Jet Connolly sitting third in the championship, just behind in fourth position before we get to Shaw, Derwin and Philippi. The Victorian young gun, can he work his way through the field in seventh position at the moment?
So Jackson Shaw, geez, say that 3 times fast. He's in the second of the TFH team cars. Diesel Thomas, it's his birthday this weekend, so he decided to stay up at Brisbane and celebrate it, while the rest of the team and his family are down here.
Yeah, and Brock Payne, he's actually had the flu this week. He wasn't 100%.
Oh, okay, he hasn't been 100.
But look, the time he ran, that was 0.8 of a second faster than anyone else in qualifying this morning.
Well, it was a second and a half quicker until Bowden bombed that one in within literally 15 seconds of the checkered flag on his last flying lap. So, and with a new motor that got put into the car last night. So, I don't know if it's a race prepared motor or just one straight out of a road car, but it's not lacking anything, and that's how the class should be, with the package and the same tyre and all that sort of stuff as well. No one should have a serious horsepower advantage because they're pretty much a standard engine with some category approved, air filters and things like that. Nothing more else than
Come out of the Will Harris car, actually, that engine. So it wasn't a car that was being competed in originally, not here this weekend. And ironically enough, the TFH crew are the ones that gave him the engine hoist to be able to get it out this weekend. So they're wanting to keep this championship battle alive as well between Payne and Bowden. So it's going to be exciting. We've still got 2 more rounds after this as well.
How's that with the camaraderie? How's that with the camaraderie? First and second in the points, and the team leading the championship are giving the second place team an engine hoist to help them in the engine change. That's impressive.
Well, let's have a look at them as they start to work their way through the field. And it's the 23 of Jackson Shaw around the outside. Can he hold on? Derwin pushing hard. Watch out, though. The door's been opened in the background. Ayrton Philippi, the Victorian young gun. He lost a position off the start of this race. He looks like he's got that back, but he's got a little bit of work to do. Derwin might have got it over him. He'll have another look down the inside.
Yeah, well, Shaw just sort of got the dirt on the apex there on the left-hander, and it's opened up the door for Philippi down the inside at 6.
It's a drive out of here, isn't it?
Definitely drive down. Yeah, definitely drive down as he got overlapped to the next corner, and there's battles all the way back through the field. This is Ivan Vantagiato. You got Canellis up ahead in the 88, and Ivan at the moment's got nowhere to go because his windscreen's full of RX-8s 3 wide.
But he's in 12th. Like that, he's all come from rear of field to 12th already in the Grinio Slipstream Autosport entry. He's a big smile when he gets out in the field too. There's a few of them come from the sim racing as well. They're stuck behind in the computers, especially I suppose during the times we were locked away. They did a lot of time in that simulation, and they're transferring those skills now onto the racetrack. And great to have them coming into categories like the Formula RX-8.
I reckon Brock Payne got a little bit too much of that curb than he probably wanted because the car was pretty unsettled and bouncing its way through. Cost him a little bit of time, but he's still got the race lead now as Philippi goes to work on Shaw for the 6th position. So it's Payne, Harris, Bowden, Connell, Derwin and Shaw. Terry Lewis not starting this race in the 29 in qualifying. We saw the car actually parked up on the grass at the end of that. So obviously whatever was going on didn't allow them enough time to get it sorted and back out for race number 1. So there'll be some more stories on that, I think, a little bit later on through the weekend.
Justin Lewis is involving himself in that little exchange they've got going on for 6th position a bit further back with Ayrton and Jackson. So
it's the first time we've mentioned
pushing forward in
first time we've mentioned Justin in this race, and going from really being one of the dominant contenders last year and being pretty fast at the start of the championship. He's just lost a little bit of the mojo through sort of Morgan Park and QR, and at the moment into here with a sort of a midfield run here. So
he's coming back from a European holiday hangover.
That's
exactly it. That's what's doing it. He's had too much of a relaxed time over there.
Guarantee he bought some more sunglasses.
Fresh ones for the weekend, of course, and he's got himself a great new moustache to go with it coming out of the European countries.
Brett Thompson there in the 79. So Brett was running in the 9th position. So this is the 74 battling for position. I'm just trying to figure where they are. In the meantime, let's cross down to Mel and talk a little bit more about RX-8s.
Yes, down in the pits with Bill Ham, double duties this weekend, Deputy Category Manager and DSO.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, keeps me busy, that's for sure.
So you've been with the category from the very beginning. You must be very, very pleased with how it's growing.
Oh, look, we're over the moon. I mean, the category is growing enormously. We've got about 10 cars still being built. Next round, we'll probably have 30 plus cars. It's just enormous, you know. It's the respect of everybody's got for the category and the driving standards is terrific.
Oh, well, that's great news. I was just about to ask you about that. Is everyone behaving so far this weekend?
Oh, they are. All year they have. You know, we, as a category, we have not had a safety car or a red flag the whole time, the whole season. So that's just amazing.
That is amazing. Back to you up in commentary now.
Thanks, Mel. That's a pretty interesting fact. And they haven't had a
fantastic growing category. But in the meantime, we've had an exchange there for second position. Rob Bowden, I don't know what it is about him. The car's set up to really come on song after about 4 laps. We saw it in qualifying where he really set the final lap pace and almost got to Brock Payne's time. Now he's got a move done on Brad Harris.
Yeah, so it was Harris I was alluding to before that interview in the 74, who was actually second, chasing down Brock Payne, but Bowden's managed to actually get around him on that last lap. So Bowden's topped the first sector split. Payne's faster in the second and third ones, and Payne's still got probably 2.5 tenths an hour on lap speed on Bowden, but now Bowden's been released, and as you said, Matt, maybe now the car's just starting to come on with tyre pressures and things like that. Let's see if he can chase down Brock Payne, who's really been one of the dominant drivers already through this championship.
Yeah, an exciting championship it's going to be all the way down to the wires. Have a look at this. We've got a little bit of a battle going further on down the pack, and that's Thompson, Hassan, Vantagiato and Canellas. Oh, they go too wide, out wide. Oh, no. Hassan goes wide. The agency entry will have to lose a couple of positions. He goes through the gravel, slides a car along the grass, jumps a curb, nearly gets it airborne, ends up back on the track.
There's going to be a few corners needed to get rid of some of that debris that's just built up on that tyre, especially with it getting some heat into it. So Hassan with a little bit of work to do to sort of try and get that momentum back up and running. And he made the main straight here at the bend a lot longer with that little effort where he ran off a little bit deeper.
Brett Thompson pushing him all the way. Let's check out the Hi-Tec oils replay. Just missed the break.
Turn right there. You're supposed to turn right there, not there.
I'm pretty sure you can't get confused with that part of the track because there isn't a corner off to the left. And you see him rejoin there, but he's going to lose a couple of positions.
Don't know that I would have driven through the gravel in that sort of in that sort of way, but there are definitely some gravel traps here at the bend that are massive to the point if you get too far in there is no way you are coming out of them.
That's exactly right. Durr went there in the 42 we saw just before, right behind. Lewis has moved his way up into 6th position. Ayrton following right behind. Our screens at the moment, though. Silvestro back in 12th position. Needs to watch out for Spiteri in the 71. Another battle going on. Thompson, Vantagiato and Canellas now. And this is all for 8th position. What a drive from Ivan Vantagiato, who's moved his way up from rear all the way at the end of the field up into 9th position now. And what's that? Half the crowd here are here because he's been he's lured them here to the bend. There'll be some big cheers going up on the top of pit straight.
New colours this weekend with a brand new race car that they've just put together. So Grinio on the side of that car. So Ivan's doing a really good job. So up inside the top 10, I think he must have started back in at least 16th off of that. So the car's definitely got some pace, and problems here for the 23 of Shaw. Jackson Shaw in the pits, a problem with the right front.
Maybe it's picked up a rock in the brake or something like that. Sometimes there's not a lot of gap between the caliper and the wheel. I think we probably shouldn't get that drama on this one. They're looking for something.
Maybe a
oh, here we go. They're being defensive.
This is on. This is Thompson trying to get around to the inside of Vantagiato.
On the outside, you've also got Canellas.
Oh, Ivan, hold on to it. He lost the rear. Didn't lock it up, but it definitely lost the rear.
Gave him a good run. Look at him.
Back by him. He's going to drive back by him.
They've still got the handbrake in there, don't they? I reckon he's pulled a bit of a entry there. He's watching the drift boys a bit too much.
I would have thought that would have killed so much momentum, but unbelievably, he didn't actually lock it up. So he's gotten away with that. What a recovery.
That's a great move, whether he meant it or not. I like the move.
Well, he's 8th now. So he's gone halfway through the field. Oh, here's Thompson looking to the outside.
Jamie Canellas will run down on the inside of that one.
The Australian Hotel number 88 machine, which has become familiar to us over the last 18 months with the RX-8s.
Here we go, spread out in the top three though, goes Payne, Bowden, Harris on your screen, followed by George Connell, who's in 4th position, currently 3rd in the championship, and Jeff Connell, he was just holding in there. Maybe he can possibly get himself onto a podium position. We'll check out the Hi-Tec Oils replay now. This is on board with Ivan Vantagiato. This was this move where we didn't know what was going on. He's under brakes, can see it, corrects the steering, but it's a drive. Well, that might be a different corner to what we saw that slide on, unless it's coming up here.
This was the initial pass, so this was from 9th to 8th, and then Thompson's got to run back on him. So he actually led going into that, and they were fanned out 3 wide with Canales and Thompson to the inside, and Ivan locked up. It didn't even lock up the rears, but it definitely stepped out. He was, really lucky.
He unloaded the weight off the rear, that's for sure.
Unloaded, that's the word we would like to use.
Yes.
So Payne's just done the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago. So 2:16.2, Bowden with a 2:16.6. So Payne's got 4 tenths on him in outright lap speed. So the gap out to nearly 4 seconds, 1 and 2, with Harris back in 3rd, and he's a further 3.5 odd seconds back. Race leader Brock Payne in the TFH hire number 33, coming into the weekend under the weather.
Well, he's done a fantastic job really in qualifying. It was that, like you say, for a lot of the qualifying session, he was 1.5 seconds up on the rest of the field right until the final lap, where Bowden didn't have enough to match him, but definitely probably took a bit of a shock to him as they were sitting in the pits watching it happen. But look at him lead from start all the way to this final lap at the moment.
So they went into this race tied on 206 points apiece. So Payne's going to extend, but only by 1 position. So, literally, there is still nothing in this championship.
So Payne's going to get a point for being top qualifier.
He will get one there.
Yep. And he'll only get 1 extra point for winning if Bowden comes second. So we're talking 2 points. There's nothing in this championship. It's all about controlling your mechanics as well and finishing races, because that's what Bowden's done really well. He's had a lot of podiums, but not a lot of first-place podiums, but he's maintained the points continually coming in. And fantastically, the team have worked tirelessly to get over from New South Wales to get here, have engine dramas, get that car turned around and back on track, and be putting on, a driving display like this behind Payne is fantastic.
So I think we're on the final lap here. So Payne by nearly 4 seconds now. So on the last lap, Payne was again 3 to 4 tenths quicker than Bowden, who's probably just settled back in again. Maybe being a little bit more conservative later in the race, knows he can't get to Brock, just keep the tyre under the car. They're going to keep that set underneath the car for the rest of the weekend. There's the gap, similar gap from 1st to 2nd, back from 2nd to 3rd. And not for the first time this season.
Oh, he just slides it out for a moment.
Oh, he is trying hard. Not for the first time this season, Brock Payne's going to take another one.
No, there's going to be another top step of the podium. He did that through Queensland Raceway, clean sweep, and he's starting his competition here at the Bend the same way as he continues on. That's 5 races in a row now for Brock Payne on the top step of the podium. The checkered flag's out. Rob Bowden in 2nd, Brad Harris in 3rd, and Jeff Connell in 4th position. We'll see Derwin down there just crossing the line in 5th. Lewis might hold on here for 6th position. Ayrton, I think the Victorian young gun, doing a fantastic job there to get back into 7th position, where he actually started out a 6th, lost the position unfortunately, but we saw how much he had to battle back through. So a race start, standing start, makes a big difference in this category as we have a look at the results.
Brock Payne with the victory in race 1 for the Formula RX8s here at the Bend, from Rob Bowden, Brad Harris, Jeff Connell, Thomas Derwin, Justin Lewis up to 6th. So he made some gains late in the race. Ayrton Philippi in 7th, Ivan Vantagiato in 8th, Jamie Canales 9th, with Brett Thompson in the 10th position, 35 seconds down on the race winner.
Yeah, the Shell V Power Motorsport Park. Just under 5 kilometres to get these cars around. In 11th position was Paul Spatieri, then was Shad Hassan, Sam Silvestro, Martin Welsh, Jackson Shaw, Stacey Vickers, and unfortunately Terry Lewis unable to make it out after the qualifying session where we saw him on the side of the road. There was some real standouts here. Unfortunately, there's a big moment there for Shad Hassan, wasn't there, where he went all the way down there and just couldn't pull the car up. Big straight here at the Bend. Like you say, a lot of momentum coming onto the straight. You carry that speed, which is where you build it. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series highlights from race number 1 of TFH Hire Formula RX8. Rob Bowden, unfortunately, something happened on the start. It's light. When he let the clutch go, it bogged down.
I reckon it slipped the clutch. It may have just slipped the clutch. Well, it might have bogged down too. I don't know. I'm not a motor racing driver.
And then Brock Payne got away nicely, though. Brad Harris did used all of his experience there to slot the second position. Jeff Collin fourth. Now, Derwin had a nice little competition going in with Jackson Shaw, who we saw later on in the race. Unfortunately, he's come with some mechanical issues there. But
might have been a steering issue, just looking at it with the pit shot with the right front off and where the mechanic was in behind the hub. So we'll see if we can find out a little bit more about that. As the 74 went guarding, that was the pass for second. So Bowden taking advantage of a mistake from Harris to go through to second.
Tell you what, he's super consistent, Rob Bowden, isn't he? He's always there to take advantage. So evenly matched. This was Shad Hassan, who just had a moment where I think he forgot where the end of the straight was.
He made the kilometre-long straight here at the bend, about 1,100 metres. I don't know exactly what the length is. There was the problems for Shaw. Oh wow. Okay, that's damaged the rim. Has it maybe? Did it brake rotor or something? That was bizarre. Something's got caught up underneath there and looks like it damaged the rim.
And then we saw Brock Payne, of course, led us from the start of the race all the way to the finish, takes the checkered flag, goes 5 race wins in a row as we kick off the Formula RXA here at the Shelby Motorsport Park.
Good stat, that.
Yeah, it's a great stat to have, and we've still got a couple more, or 3 more races to come for them this afternoon. The next thing out on track, though, is going to be these mighty little Australian legend cars. I call them mighty because they're quick, they're fun. There's so many, 27 here this weekend.
Cool, way cool. And this is going to be a fun race to watch and call, Matt, with such a big field and how big this place is. I'm going to predict 7 wide down into turn 1 off the race start. I'm just going to go with that.
7 wide.
7 wide, all right? You're going to take any bets on that?
Or no, I'm going to go 5. 5, I reckon.
All right, a very happy Brock Payne has been a little bit under the weather.
TFH Hire, they're everywhere this weekend. Big crew of people down there in the pits this weekend as well. Look, we're going to catch up with our winners after this. We're going to have a short break and be back very shortly. Well, they're warming the tyres up here for the Legend Cars Australia. Their race number, we've got a couple of races for them this weekend. They normally go through 5 races on the weekend, 2 happening this afternoon. Super exciting racing coming your way. We've got a huge afternoon still to come, of course, the TA2 Enduro. Well, thanks to AC Delco as well. But let's head down to our RX8 winners with Jared.
Brock Payne, congratulations. By our count, 5 races on the trot. Well done.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, it's been an interesting weekend so far. So we've had a couple little car troubles, a little hesitation in that race as well, but just had my eyes forward and drove to the gap and got the car home. But absolutely loving this track. Coming back from Queensland Raceway, my home track, to a track I've never been to before. It's been interesting, but loving the learning and can't wait for the rest of the races.
Well, congratulations. I know you're doing the TFH Racing crew proud.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Okay.
Well, Legend Cars Australia, looks like we're about to get away with racing. Of course, another rolling start for these little pocket rockets as they get out here. I think most of the field's now converted to the new 900cc water-cooled engine in these cars because they're waiting on, they can't buy them quick enough to get them in the country. The man in front, Lockie Ward, who is phenomenal behind the wheel of these things. Wasn't at our last round number 3, but the first 2 rounds was super dominant. He's in a borrowed car this weekend because he's already sold his and he can't get his new one yet.
Why wasn't he at QR? He went on holiday to Bali. It was already booked.
I got told it was a work trip.
Yeah, right.
Is it a work junket?
So 27 cars. Yeah, look, talking to Tony Ward, who is the boss and the importer of Legends into Australia, he's got a good problem and a bad problem. He's got such a demand for these cars coming into Australia that he can't order enough of them in time. So he's got 6 cars about to come in, but they're a good few months away, so 6-month lead times. He's immediately ordered another 8 cars off the back of that to try and sort of get it in the queue, because you've got queues for Italy, for France, for the UK and other countries around the world. The numbers that we're talking about, and we have spoken about this before with the Legends, since 1992 they have built over 9,000 Legends and the Bandolero cars out of the US. It's ridiculous.
Let's have a look at our starting grid for race number 1. Lockie Ward and Ryan Pringle on the front row with Aidan Williams and Robert Hogan behind. It's back to Riley Skinner and Ben Goodridge, Scotty Melville and Dylan Thomas out of the 4th row. Then it's Lincoln Pope and Timothy Reid on the 5th row of the grid. Big names there, of course. Bradley coming out of 11th with Duckworth alongside. Then it's Haynes, Martin, Hourigan and Morgan, Sendell and Tate. Spicer and Bond will round out the 10th row of the grid. For this starting of race number 1, Mark Duckworth will be on 21 with Matty Bond alongside. Then it's Greg King and Kyle Murphy, Roy Hammond and Alan Bird, Joshua Horrigan off the back, who did not make it out in qualifying, had an issue with the car, went out, did the outlap, came back. So hopefully he has found the solution to that problem, because he's definitely been closer to the pointy end of most races there with Josh Hourigan. So we'll wait and find out how that plays out throughout this race. I'll try and get some temperature into these tyres. Scheduled for about 6 laps that we're going to have today. We might get a couple more in here. I know we've had 8 laps. It's telling us that's going to be great.
So 8 laps around here in one of these is like an enduro for the TA2s.
It pretty much is.
It's such a big track for these cars. So,
and with the wind, I think, because they really rely going down the straight whether they can get that, the draft, and they can try and pull the cars, and that's why we see them overtaking on a lot of straights.
And I've got to be careful how I word this, but they are not the most aerodynamically efficient cars on the planet.
On board with Dylan
but
Thomas.
They are cool.
Dylan Thomas is in his 3rd different category out of 4 rounds.
Dylan Thomas, I hear? Who's Dylan Thomas?
CXC Racing.
The reigning TA2 champ.
He was 8th in qualifying. He was up there for a moment, wasn't he? We said, Dylan Thomas, he's gone to the top, and then 7 cars quickly overtake that number. Here we go. The start about to get underway for race number 1 here this afternoon. 8 laps. How many wide? That's the question.
I went 7.
I went 5.
Let's count and wait for this one. There's some pretty big gaps through that start. That wasn't the tidiest of starts. There we go. We're going to fill the front straight with Legends. So it's up there. I can't even count how many wide they're going at the moment. And that one, obviously,
there's at least 4 together.
I'm going to go 5 with Dylan Thomas on the outside of Pring. The approach to 1, they were definitely 5. I might have been a little bit over the top with 7.
They exploded, didn't they? Spread out.
A fanning out of Legends. 48 68's had a little issue off the start, just dropping back.
We saw Alan Bird out of South Australia. We haven't really seen him in the category before here as part of the Hi-Tec or Super Series. Look, they got a lot of work coming up. They're coming to our next round at Winton at the start of October, and then their Australian Championship at one raceway as well to round out the year. So they've still got plenty more racing coming away. Oh, look at this bit of bump and grind as they come down into the corner.
Shane Tate using a little bit of bumper there as we're on board with Thomas, who's got shuffled back off the start. And they are all over each other and 3 or 4 wide through the centre of the racetrack here at the Bend.
Bring back the 6th position already, you can see with the green rim. So he's been delegated back. Look at, and Ward. So did they have something happen up the front? Because they're moving up pretty. Williams in front, Pope in second. He's come from a fair bit back. Pope too, out of 9th position, Lincoln Pope.
Aiden Williams, so that's the different colours for that car for Aiden, it's the yellow and green. So he's got the jump there. Lachlan's just, got out of the race lead off the race start. Here he goes back down the inside, though, as the 47 of Lincoln Pope is your race leader. Here comes Lachlan. Here comes Lachlan.
Out of 9th position. So Lockie Ward, well, he's been super quick, really, throughout the entire series.
Riley Skinner. Riley Skinner
another
up
young
to
gun.
4th.
The funny thing about these young guys that are in this championship fight is Lockie Ward does a lot of their driver training. So,
he's doing too good a job.
Yeah, the words down on the pitch yesterday were, I'm actually helping him too much because they're becoming, they're really a challenge to overtake and keep in front of.
All right, status quo. So Lachlan is back out in front. A little bit of a gap now back to 3rd with Skinner. Then go back to the 97 of Goodrich. The 95 of Aiden Williams. Dylan Thomas is there. Pring didn't get the greatest of starts, especially on that opening lap, so he's a little bit further back in the order.
Oh, look at this big move by Pope. Gets the draft, comes around the outside. Look at that in the background as well. We're going 3 wide.
Having spoken to Tony Ward previously with the Legends, they will draft. Really, really capable of drafting, and of all the important places with the size of the straight here, that becomes even more important, especially in this first race of the weekend. Look, it's like the overcast conditions overhead and very, very gusty. Listen to that in the effects mic.
Melville just goes past Goodrich as well, makes up another position. Dylan Thomas, he's got the perfect view here to watch some of these cars battle it out. And who's going to, we might be using 2 sets of brakes here if we can get on the rear bar of that car. Can he get on the back of Skinner? Now down the inside, but they're going to head over the crest to a right-hander.
Melville and Goodrich. Skinner was up to 4th, but he's just lost a little bit of ground in the TJL. White number 94. Oh, side by side through that sequence. That's cool.
Yeah, Skinner, Melville, Goodrich and Thomas just there in the CXC machine.
Thomas.
And they just grabbed the bar worker.
He's got nowhere to go. Like, the racetrack's just full of legends.
Lock up.
There was a lock-up that was from, I think...
Goodrich.
It was with Melville maybe in the 81, so they're on the limit.
We know Pring is fast, and he's right at the back of this.
Well, that's the championship leader. Remember, going into this race, the championship leader's a little bit further back through the field. Dylan Thomas just had a big wiggle in the 68, so they are well and truly right on the limit. And these little Nankang Legends spec tyres are really working overtime right here, right now, in the first race of the weekend.
Well, Lockie Ward's opened up a tiny bit of a gap there. Pope's got to watch out for Williams. They're going to have a great battle there for 2nd position at the moment. Less than half a second between those 2 cars, and then you head back to this fantastic battle we've got going on for 4th position. Look at this Pope. Williams right behind, having another look in the green and gold machine, the 95.
So Ward's gone purple, and gone fastest with a 2:15.18.
Look at them hugging that wall. They're really trying to use that wall as an aero advantage down the straight.
Yeah, I think they do get a side draft advantage. It's when they pop out off the end of the pit wall is where they get that big gust of wind. There is a little bit of protection, but there's a big gap where the actual exit is, and then that wall continues down on the outside of the racetrack. So definitely unsettles the cars, and here's the other part of the track. So from here, off 3, round 4 and 5, the wind's coming back in the opposite side and pushing them over and unsettling the car under brakes down into turn number 6. Great onboards here from Dylan Thomas, and knowing Dylan, he will be enjoying this battle.
You'll love me right in the mix of it. Melville just in front of the 81 machine. Goodrich, they go either side. Big dive there from Thomas, but he'll overcook it, go out wide. And you can see Goodrich get his position back.
The classic Speedway slide job from Dylan Thomas.
But there was
Is
no
there anything
sliding
on the other side? Oh, I'll open my eyes now, I'm good.
He was watching Ivan. He tried to do it, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's lucky there wasn't someone through the centre of the corner on the other side, because, yeah, that was a slider. Oh, that was the 97 of Goodrich dropping a wheel off.
Pring's going to take advantage of these guys.
Man,
Where's Pring gone? He's off on the grass. He's got the Speedway version, I think, in the background. No, he's back on.
Just didn't get the momentum. I was half expecting him to sneak up the inside, but it just didn't quite have the momentum where the 81 of Melville was sort of parked on the track. So, you know, that battle group there is for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th.
There's always a battle somewhere. Have a look in the background there.
Slide job of the day, Dylan Thomas.
There's plenty more going on with Sendell, Tate and Hourigan in the background as well.
Sounds like a law firm.
Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay, and this is Dylan Thomas. Ryan Pring did grab a lot on the inside.
Yeah, he had actually had a little off there. That's what was going on there. And Melville just drove around him, so it actually started a long way before that shot that we saw. Pring looks like he's made a little mistake and just tagged the inside of the track and just sucked all the exit speed out of it. So where's Thomas? Thomas back up into the top 6, as I think that was Pope dropping a wheel off in the 47 on the run down the main straight. So Ward with the race lead. Williams has just set the fastest lap of the race at a 2:15.16, 200ths quicker than Ward's fastest lap.
Ward might be taking a moment here. He needs to not get off the accelerator too much. Here we go, 3 wide down Melville on the inside. Thomas in a sandwich with Goodrich on the outside.
Oh, Goodrich with a great pass, and he may pick up 2 here. No, just on the transition. Couldn't keep the momentum up as Dylan locked that right front. And we've got a 4-way battle here. It's Pring.
You've only got to slow them down just a little in the battle, don't you? And the next car comes along and they become part of the battle pack.
Oh, momentum is king. Momentum is king. So similar to a Rotax one-make car or a Formula First, you don't necessarily have the horsepower relative to the car to drive out of a mistake. You've got to just settle down and regroup and get that momentum back up. This is a fantastic battle group right now. Pring's gone from like 9th back up to 5th.
And the difference will be is if they want to work together down the straight. So instead of trying to make the overtaking manoeuvre, they can actually work together to try and get through the air and double up, and then they can go bumper to bumper. It's a bit of a decision, though. You've got a bit of shake and bake going on, really.
Yeah, you don't want to tie each other up too much. And, like, there's still 5 laps left to go here. Unbelievably, this is only the 4th lap. We're only a third of the way through this first race. And already, I've lost count of how many passes we've called so far.
Well, I think we normally we do about 2 different race winners per 4 corners, don't we? We've got 18 corners.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. So
there's definitely a position changing at least every second corner.
You won't be able to count how many passes. Look how much momentum Thomas carried on there and pulled 6 car lengths on Pring. So now Dylan Thomas is back into 5th, and I'm pretty sure he's on debut this weekend with Legends. I don't think he's raced with them before.
No, this is, I believe it's his first time. Wasn't going to actually buy a car yet. He was going to lease one and get into the series next year.
Oh, he's just outbraked himself. He's just outbraked himself, and Pring's got back ahead of him, so he couldn't get it stopped up.
Oh, no. This Morgan. The 55, unfortunately, over on the side. Just trying to figure out where that is on the track. That's Asker Sendell.
Asker Sendell. The Praga car.
Oh, no, I think we've had contact too. There's another car as well in the background.
Kyle Murphy.
Yep.
Okay. Hard to tell exactly where that is as this race continues. This battle group here, which has gone 3 wide with now Goodrich down the inside of Thomas with Pring to his inside, or outside on the approach down to 1. Riley Skinner's got a lot of breathing space now, all by his lonesome there in the 4th position. So Ward leads from Williams. The gap is 2.6 seconds, then a similar gap back to Pope in 3rd. And then the 4th car in that shop, Skinner, is your 4th placed car in the Legends first race here at the Bend.
Might be turns 14 and 15 with the second car gone off separately as well, we're hearing.
Some of those shots, you don't know the distance relative to where they are on the racetrack, and you could have a shot and you're looking through the other side. The thing that got me is we've got the safety car coming out. The Hyundai i30N safety car has been called. When we first got here to the track yesterday, Matt, we went up to the sky view on the 4th floor and looked out over the circuit, and you and I both couldn't believe how far away the backside of the circuit was. Like, it would be over a kilometre further away.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really impressive to look at from up there, but you realise how much racetrack there actually is. So we'll just see safety car is out on track at the moment, and we'll get these cars cleared off. Let's head down to pit lane.
Greg Yard, series sponsor. Tarachi, how do I go with that?
Yes, very good.
And Simpson, but you also sponsor... Okay, down here with Greg Yard, series sponsor of the category, but you also sponsor Lachlan Ward, who's got quite a nice lead. Well, he did have, it's just been taken away, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Safety cars, that's what will happen. The field bunches up again, so they've got to start again when the green flag drops.
Well, makes for exciting racing. You've been with this category for a really long time. You must really love it.
I certainly do. It's great. There's one of the kids here is age 14 and they go through to about age 50. So it's a really nice category, very good camaraderie, and the cars are really good and exciting to watch.
Yeah, they sure are. You know, they are 3 or 4 or 5 wide at everything. Should be a cracking race restart now.
Certainly will be. And the next 4 races after this as well. There's still another one this afternoon and 3 tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely smiles for miles. The 5 races here this weekend for the Australian Legend cars, and we'll get the second of the cars towed off the track there. Our yellow's out on track at the moment. Safety car out on track. We'll be back with more action, though, from the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series in just a moment. Well, welcome back to the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series from the Shell V Power Motorsport Park here at Tailem Bend. It's round number 4, and Out on track, got the safety car, the Hyundai N-Line safety car. After we had a couple of our little Legend Cars Australia just spin off. One went out on his own, the other one tried to take some evasive action. We've had to grab them. Ascascent will have to be towed off track as well. So we're lining them back up for the final 2 laps of this race number 1 for them. They've still got 1 more to come this afternoon, as well as 3 tomorrow. So a lot of work from these little Legend cars. It looks like our safety car's starting to pull away. Will this be the start?
I think we needed
the restart.
I think we needed the safety car, Matt, because I think we were just about running out of breath after only 3 laps of the race in the first instance.
There's just so much going on.
I lost count of how many passes there were from the coverage that we were watching. There were just passes going on everywhere. In the meantime, Lachlan Ward's out front going da 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 da.
And no, there's still plenty of cars on track. 2 cars go off. There's still 25 remaining in the race. A massive field of Legend Cars Australia here this weekend. And Lockie Ward currently leading him over Aidan Williams, who's in 2nd position, followed by Lockie Pope in 3rd. So they're going to bunch that up because Lockie Ward had a little bit of a gap out in front at the moment. Aidan Williams is a little bit further back and Pope. Now, we're going to bunch them up because we know when they're 3 together, they manage to use the slipstream, that they get a bit of tow down the main straight. So this is going to be a fantastic restart.
Is it going to be 1 or 2 laps? Showing 2 laps remaining, but if they take this now, it may be like a green-white checker. Last lap sprint to the finish. We'll just wait and see what happens.
Here we go. The go pedal's down. You can hear
Ward got a flyer. Ward got an absolute flyer. He's got 3 car lengths across the stripe already over Williams on the run down as they fan out, and they're covering. Some are covering others and covering more, and they're covering themselves, and everyone's covering.
Well, there's less cars. Oh, no.
There's a lock up down the inside of Thomas. I don't think there was contact, though.
Oh, he's getting a sandwich. That was so close. Lockie Wards gets out in front, but it's Pope who moves into 2nd position in the 47, and Williams will have to drop back into 3rd.
That was Williams.
And Thomas, watch out.
Bonnet off
be
the Pope.
To the end.
A bonnet just came off the Pope machine. 4th in the queue. The bonnet just went flying over to the left off the racetrack.
Well, it's just trying to get some
I thought it was a safety cone. I just saw the orange.
Oh, they are bunched up. There's still this battle going up. You can see Dylan Thomas. It stands out, doesn't it?
Looks like this is the last lap run. Oh, Thomas has well and truly got his hands full. That's Skinner to his left. So Thomas may be looking for 4th, and it will be 4th.
But can he hold on to it? We've still got 18 corners to get around. We've still got about 10 to go in this lap. Anything could happen. Every 2nd corner there's a change in position.
It's Legends. It's going to happen.
If it will happen, it'll happen during the Legends. Here we go.
All right, Thomas. So he's gone from 7th to 4th off this restart. So it's definitely the bonnet that came off the 97 machine of Pope. It was the orange bonnet, and that's now Sands' bonnet. So Ward with the lead. Last few corners left to go here as they get towards the business end of this first race for the Legends. And entertaining? Yes.
It's not out of reach, though, for Pope. One small mistake and he'll be right on the back of Ward.
14, 15, run up through 16 on the approach to 17 now. So 2 more corners.
Down to the penultimate corner. Have a look, though. Williams lurking all over the back of Pope. They're going to need it. They could get a run down the straight here. They still could get the draft and get an advantage.
I was way out of queue there. That was actually 13, 14. It's now 17, 18 now. If I get confused, how do these guys not get confused?
Thomas in 4th position. Looks like he might have a small gap. He might be able to hold this one. Here we go, though. Checkered flags out. Williams, can he get Pope right on the finish line? No, he won't. Lockie Ward will get the win. Pope 2nd and Williams in 3rd. Dylan Thomas, well, he managed to take the advantage of the restart, didn't he, on that little pack, and ends up in 4th. And they're still fighting it out further down the grid.
And Matty Kaz running out of voice.
That's exactly right. It's Legend Cars Australia. They do it to us every time.
That last sequence of corners, 13 and 17, look really, really similar. I thought they were way down at 17 on that last run, and there was still that sequence of 14, 15, 16 to go. That was entertaining. We've got to get through how many more races this weekend with Legends?
4 more to go. Will we have enough voice? Is there enough coffee to keep us going?
You may not by the sound of it after that.
I don't need coffee, no. I got a bit excited there.
Oh, that was a good race, though. Again, we've just lost track of how many passes there were.
I feel like we've done 3 races in one.
There were more passes on that last lap than some of the other races that we've seen this year across all sorts of motorsports.
Here we go. Have a look at the official results from race number 1. Lockie Ward in the win, Lincoln Pope in 2nd, and Aidan Williams 3rd. Then it's back to Thomas, Skinner, Ryan Pring ends up in 6th, Goodridge in 7th, Melville 8th, Hourigan then Tate to round out your top 10 in the 147 machine. Let's have a look at the 11th position was Tim Reed with Bruce Duckworth in 12th. And it's back to Scotty Morgan, Hardy Martin, Josh Hourigan, Mark Duckworth, Darren Bradley, Chris Spicer, Stuart Bond and Blake Haynes rounds out 20th. Back to Matty Bond, Roy Hammond, Alan Bird, but Asker Sendall, Kyle Murphy, Greg King and Robert Hogan did not finish the race. Unfortunately, we saw a couple of those cars go off. The good news is they're pretty easy to fix up and turn around between races and get back out there. You'll see them back on your screens just after 2:40 this afternoon on the coverage. It's going to be some still plenty of fantastic racing coming this afternoon. Let's have a look at some of the Hi-Tec Oils highlights, though, from this race 1 of the Legend Cars Australia. And I don't know how we're going to fit this in. It's a show of its own.
Just count the passes. Let's just count the passes.
I've run out of fingers and toes. It's not happening. Now, we said 7 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at least. I think we meet in the middle.
I think there was 7. At least 7.
Possibly. At some point there was.
Had to be.
And they just spread out. It's like, you know, I don't know what. It was like a bomb explosion. They all spread out and they go into turn number 1 together.
Dylan Thomas was back in about 10th there. The 147 got a little bit of bumper action going on through there. Like, seriously, we've lost count of how many passes we were. And remembering that Lachlan Pope actually didn't get the greatest of starts and he was 3rd on the opening lap, but slowly worked his way to the front with this pass on the 47.
Yeah, look at Aiden. Pope did a good job actually, so with Lockie Ward. And he challenged him halfway through the race, and he got the lead back. And Lockie Ward, using his experience, manages to hold on and position the car in the right position. Look in the background, folks. You can see moving around there. The number 81, Scotty Melville. The car was everywhere then. With Dylan Thomas took a big dive down the inside. How he missed every car, I've got no idea. Oh, they kept it going down the main straight. Look at Scotty Melville in the background there. And he's back in about 5th position. You can see coming down the inside was Goodridge as well in the 97. There was so many battles going on. And really, that battle for 4th position was pretty interesting. Yeah, it just looks like the 55 is there of Asker Sendall just retired.
And that was the other one going by, sort of reacting. That 66 of Murphy came along a lot later after that.
Well, this was the end. We had the safety car come out for that, and then they restarted the race, and then we saw, obviously, Lockie Ward end up taking the checkered flag win here for that one. Let's head down to our pit lane, though, for our winners.
What a finish, Lachlan Ward. Congratulations. A green flag checkers after the safety car. You could have reached out and touched the fender of the car next to you, couldn't you?
Yeah, it was pretty close racing, and as I assume this weekend, it's going to be really close all weekend. Like this toe here is about a second, so if anyone's within a second of you, they're going to be on your ass by the end of the lap. So, yeah, good race. Good job to the rest of the boys, especially the rain at the end there. It was pretty good.
Well done, Lachlan.
Thank you.
Lincoln Pope, P2 in that one. You just couldn't hang with Lockie at the end there?
Yep, it was a great race. Yeah, everyone did super well. Sucks I couldn't catch Lockie, but there's always next race.
You got 4 more chances this weekend to do that.
Yes, hopefully.
Thank you.
Here with Aidan Williams, 3rd place, never raced before at Tailem Bend. It's a wild place, isn't it?
Yeah, really wild. There's a lot of fast and sweeping corners, especially with the rain at the end. It became interesting at the end, but at this track, it's all about towing these little cars, and great racing at the end between me, Lincoln, and Lachlan.
That last lap dash, tell me, did it throw any curveballs at you?
Yeah, kind of, with the rain spitting at the end there. The car a little bit taily, but kept it on the track, and I'm looking forward to the next 4 races this weekend.
Don't worry, so are we. Well done.
Thank you.
We can see the age there, can't you? Lots of enthusiasm out there in our Legend Cars Australia, and we spoke about it earlier when we caught up with some of the sponsors there, starting at 14 years all the way up into their 50s and 60s, so broad range of experience in the field.
All of those kids are younger than my daughter. Put that into perspective. Crikey.
But look at the talent they've got in that field. That's what it is. But look in the background now. They just spoke about a little bit of rain at the end. We didn't notice that. But the rainbow there, anything could happen. Of course, we got plenty more action coming your way throughout the series, not just this weekend. Have a look at our round number 5. It's going to be back at Winton Motor Raceway, October 4 to 6, just 4 weeks away, 5 weeks away. So it's going to be another massive weekend of racing there in Victoria. It's just a few hours out of Melbourne. Fantastic little track. It's where it all started for us last year too. It was round number 1. And
yeah, I'm looking forward to going to Winton.
Exciting configurations there. And look, for some of those drivers, they do the Winton 300. They do a lot of laps there. They do test days there as well. So I think that's going to be a really tight racing in terms of everyone understanding the track and knowing it.
Yeah, as I said, I've never been to Winton before, and my understanding is it's one of the smaller circuits in Australia. I know from previous days watching some of the supercars from the other side of the Tasman when we were watching over there as fans, as motor racing fans. So really looking forward to going there. And then the last round of the championship at what was formerly known as Wakefield Park, now called One Raceway in New South Wales. So you get out of Canberra.
Goulburn, yeah, it's an hour out of Canberra, a couple of hours
out of Canberra. So I'm really looking forward to going there because of the changes that they have made to that circuit as our finale for the championship. I'm really looking forward to getting there as well.
What a contrast it is. We come from 5 kilometres here, and it's going to be down to probably, I think it's going to be under
2.5.
Yeah, it's going to be. It's definitely under 3 kilometres. So there's going to be a big difference in the amount of laps, but also how they've got to negotiate and remember the track. Like I say, they've done so many laps there. These drivers,
I'm still trying to get my head around
Super
this one.
TT drivers. That's for a lot of them. That's their home track.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get my head around this. There's a couple of shots there which are really tricky to sort of figure out where you are with 18 corners. Queensland Raceway, not even an issue because there's only 6 corners. Morgan Park before that, again, not too many corners that look different. You've got landmarks, you've got trees and that to identify. Here, because it's so expansive, it's really, really hard to distinguish what part of the racetrack that you're on.
Time to line up our Australian Super TT cars for their race next. And, of course, a small field here this weekend, but definitely hasn't taken away from the quality. Look at Blake Tracy. Now, this is normally his dad is racing this one, Mark. LS-powered BMW, all thanks to Twin City roller doors and the E36. Now, that is super quick. Now, you give it to your son, who's probably doesn't have as much fear behind the wheel of such a power-to-weight ratio. And he has done some impressive times this weekend. He's been under the 2-minute mark, a 1:58.52.
That's why he's starting off the pole. Brent Edwards alongside Corey Gillett, Ryan Bell, Michael Ricketts in the screaming Nissan Pulsar, David Bunton in the beautiful little Lotus Elise, and Colin Bow joining us this weekend in the Holden Commodore. So yeah, slightly smaller field, but some very, very quick cars, and Blake Tracy's been really, really impressive in that car that's normally driven by his dad. So the last time I saw Blake, he was running in the XL Series. This is an LS Chev-powered BMW independent rear suspension with a sequential gearbox in it. So it's a very, very quick car. Brent Edwards, we know all about Brent. We've seen him in the coverage over the last 18 months. That's a very, very quick turbo 6-cylinder powered Falcon. And Corey Gillett, well, Corey's been around this series for a long, long time. Previously raced in the Thunder Sports category, which is sort of what like a sports sedan, sort of all-comers series from a few years back. So good to see Corey out there, and he's definitely featured in the coverage over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, looking at the times, him and Brent Edwards are going to have a fantastic battle, because obviously we've got the over 2 litre class, under 2 litre class in this as well. So we'll see how over 2 litres probably go away a little bit, judging by their qualifying times. The under 2 litres are going to have their own little battle a bit further back in the pack. Really like Ryan Bell, who's I was talking to him because we actually do have an LS upgrade for this car, the 370. He said, but it just keeps running. It's just such a good car to drive.
So they do want to go LS with it?
He's scared. He's scared the 370Z. It just doesn't want to hurt itself too much. And a pretty stock car, really, when you have a look at them. You know, they gut them out, put a roll cage in them, and they go racing. So it's a good format for the Australian Super TT, the tin tops, of course. So what does that mean? It's a production car, basically. It rolls off the factory. We turn them into race cars. We don't do too much to them, really, apart from safety things. And here we go, race start underway, and we'd expect Blake Tracy, with the power of that E36 BMW, to lead us away. And it looks like he does. He's going to have to cover for, though, Brent Edwards, that turbocharged 6-cylinder Falcon. We know if that gets up on boost, that really could lay a challenge down the main straight here. Corey Gillett just puts a nose in there of the Sylvia, another LS-powered machine as well.
It'll be interesting to see if Brent can stay with the 2 LSs, because the Turbo 6 is not lacking for horsepower, but too much horsepower with something like this, you're going to concede something, and whether that's tyre wear or what. So across the categories with Super TT, under 2 litre, over 2 litre, you've also got slick tyre category and performance tyre category, like a treated tyre category. So there's that element as well. If Michael Ricketts can finish this race, I know who's going to win the under 2 litre class.
So Michael Ricketts, I want to call him tripod. That car's always on 3 wheels. Like every corner, you can see it lifting the rear wheel.
It's a it's a very, very quick, very, very distinctive sounding car. Like, it pulls some serious RPM from the little Nissan 4-cylinder. And as we've talked about regularly with Michael, the travelling he did last year with the Hi-Tec Super Series from literally one end of Australia to the other was just ridiculous, how much travelling he did to be a part of that series, and good to see him back here. Don't know that he's probably entirely happy trying to be competitive with these V8 boys on such a big racetrack, but when he gets back to Winton, his home track, he'll definitely be a factor.
Corey's losing a bit of traction there as he has to oversteer that coming out of the corner as well in the Sylvia, but he manages to control it as well. You know, talking to Corey earlier, first time I saw this car last year, I said, it's awfully familiar, that engine bay. Like, this used to be a drift car. He said, well, it actually did used to be a drift car. I've converted back to circuit racing.
Oh, we were talking about that earlier, and I said, normally with an S13, you expect them to predominantly see them as a drift car. So this one actually was one in a former life, now with the LS power plant in it. You know, very, very competitive and cost-effective way to go motor racing. The BMW's a little bit at the other end of the spectrum. That's carrying a sequential gearbox, LS power, running an independent rear end. Now, the S13 Sylvias, are they IRS?
Yes.
They're IRS as well? Okay.
I'll have them in the rear, yeah. I'm not quite sure if he's done I don't think that's got a Winters or anything conversion in that. I think that's a pretty stock rear end in that one. Of course, not putting under the pressure, I suppose, like you would as a drift car. It's not taking those, you know,
he does go sideways a lot.
Stopping. Yeah, he slides the car everywhere, really. So suspension set up well, and he definitely uses a lot of tyre under that car. And yes, we love seeing that car get around the track as well. He's gone wide there. It looks like he's overshot that corner. Maybe
hard to say, and there are a few corners around here where you can actually take different lines.
Yeah.
The blind ones are the hard ones. So looking at some of the onboards so far this weekend, especially with the TA2 guys, there are some sequences of corners where you are so blind on the approach, you've got to pick your line first, because if you mess it up, you'll either be too narrow off the exit or you'll be out in the weeds somewhere trying to gather it back up, spinning in your own dust. So, you know, it's a really, really tricky racetrack. And then that shot there also highlights the elevation change from I don't know what it actually is from one end of the track to the other, but it would be conservatively, like, it'd have to be 20 to 30 metres.
Lifting the inside wheel again, Michael Ricketts, as he chases down this little Lotus of Bunton.
Was it the rear?
Of course.
That's all right. That's not a driving wheel. That's fine.
Another Cox Motorsport car that is for Michael Ricketts. So, you know, Jordan Cox is putting a few spanners on that car to keep it going. The young car wash entry. That's why it's always clean too. It did get a little bit splattered coming over here through some farm country.
Now, I got told earlier on, Josh Haynes actually co-drove this car at the Winton 300 recently, because it had Haynes' name. It's now taped up on the window, and I went, that's not the same Josh Haynes. And yeah, got to confirm that Josh actually jumped in with Michael and did the recent Winton 300.
Yeah, no, they do really well in their category as well. They take the Winton there quite often every year, and it's a good, reliable little combination. The Pulsar definitely batting well above its average. I mean, you look about this car in Darwin, we thought with the long straight that would hinder it. You saw the big V8 power cars catch up to it, but through the back section of the track,
and under brakes,
it went.
Yeah.
And it got in front of them again. So it's not I don't think it's having a huge disadvantage this weekend.
Oh, listen to it. It just, for the 4-cylinder high RPM fans, that's what you want to listen to. David Bunton, battling there in the Lotus Elise. We've seen David in the wars over the last few rounds where the car hasn't been the most reliable. So if it goes wrong, I'm going to take the blame on this one, but it'd be nice to get David to the finish in that one, because again, like Michael, he has travelled around the country following the Hi-Tec Super Series pretty religiously. We are down on some cars, so one of the notable entries out of Sydney that you called, Dan Natoli in the Audi TT, who runs with the Queensland Production Series. He actually led Super TT Championship after the first round and then contested Morgan Park. I can't remember if he did QR as part of that as well, because he was doing, I think he did do double duty at QR with both the Queensland Production Racing Championship and Super TT. Came off last weekend at Queensland Raceway with the Queensland Production Series and actually had some mechanical problems, and had already decided he wasn't going to come down here this weekend anyway, because it would have been QR, then South Australia the following week, then back to Morgan Park in Queensland for the next round of the Queensland Production. So that's pretty much the reason why Dan hasn't sort of been a part of it.
There's a lot of them. There's a few of them missing here this weekend. We know Ross, who actually comes down and volunteers as part of the series and helps out driving the safety car a lot of the time. His car's in the shop, but he's been waiting all season. I mean, parts have been a bit of a problem, haven't they, throughout the journey over the last few years, I suppose, when it comes to motorsport. People chasing pistons and rods and things like that. So
off the back of the dreaded C word, there has been a continuous delivery issue with parts from all over the world, notably out of America. I've got a few stories about some of those that I'm just going to waffle on and talk about them, but it's the same for everyone. The engine builders are all pulling their hair out, and more than a few of them have had to call in some favours, which they don't like doing with their suppliers, to say, hey, look, I need to get this guy back on track, and can you help us out? So those guys that have got a good relationship with their suppliers are able to do that. So, but yeah, it is a worldwide problem.
Blake Tracy leading this race at the moment. No surprise they're powered away now. I walked past his pit bay at the start of this weekend and he almost jumped out at me, because I think for Dad to throw him the keys to this car, you're a young fella, you've done the XLs and things like that, and all of a sudden you give him something. An XL makes what, about 90 to 98 horsepower?
If that.
Like, tailwind.
Blake's super fast in an XL. I'm just harking back to the coverage at Calder Park, where he and Tyler Collins and Jalen Robotham, they went to war in that last race, which is what was for the championship with Tyler, and it came down to tie points going into that final race with him and Jalen, and it was awesome. And Blake's very, very quick. So speaking of Blake, there's a little bit of debris, it might be a rag or something.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. There's been a few things blowing down.
Oh, no, okay.
Straight.
Well, there was two bits going there, so that's a little bit of the underbody. Is that part of the front splitter? Maybe the backside of the front splitter there that definitely came into, but I think further back, that might have just been something, a bit of paper or a rag on the track. But yeah, it's definitely shedding parts.
It must mean he's going super fast. Well, he can't handle the aero.
He's just done the fastest lap of the race at a 1:58.4. The TA2s are in the 1:55s and 56s.
Yeah, during race they are. So that's he nearly gets squeezed on the outside there. That was very lucky.
I don't think Colin Bow realised that Blake was approaching so quickly, because it was just creeping across, and Blake's there going, I'm running out of racetrack here.
Did he just go a little bit quicker
He
again?
did, a 58.42.
Yeah.
He 58.42 on that last lap.
Dad must be watching, holding his breath, watching that happen though.
Well, yeah, Colin Bow joining us in the series in the number 77 Commodore, running in the over 2-litre treaded tyre class. So obviously it's giving up a heap of time, the better part of 40 seconds a lap to this car. Just might have been caught up a little bit unawares that he was so close under brakes down in turn number 1. But he's managed to get away with it. Gillett still in that second position. His fastest lap is about 6 seconds off the pace of Blake Tracy at the moment.
Yeah, and Edwards, I mean, the cable source Falcon, we know it's got the horsepower there. The turbocharged 6-cylinder, we've seen them make 450, 500 kilowatts at the wheels quite comfortably with only minor modifications.
Mal, who have you got down in the pit area here at the bend?
Down here with Nico French. You were making a dash for the podium in that last Hyper X1 race, and it all went wrong.
Oh, I was trying so hard. It was an amazing race. Our first race here, and the racing is just incredible with toe down the straights and then the toe back to turn 6. You can just multiple overtakes a lap. It's amazing. Unfortunately, in a go for third place, I spun it. Cold tyres after the safety car, but we live and we learn.
Okay, well, we'll be watching for your progress in the rest of the races. Back up to you guys in commentary.
Thank you, Mel.
Those hyper races, they're an exciting little car and super fast. I think they're going to be fast wherever they go.
They were
currently
down in the 52s.
51, I saw
51,
one.
actually, there was a 51 in qualifying.
And to go back to Winton, they're running the third fastest time around Winton of any vehicle that's been recorded.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
they're
That's
quick
not
little cars.
surprising.
Yeah,
Not surprising.
smaller track. I mean, here, obviously the long straight, they're struggling to maintain that speed in top gear just with the headwind and everything going on. But fantastic little category. It's coming your way a little bit later in the Australian Drivers' Championship. But have a look at this. Still out in front, Blake Tracy, and he is just going faster and faster in the BMW. As the car slides a little bit now, the tyres might be starting to get a little bit warm.
How long do you reckon Blake Tracy took to say yes when Dad said, do you want it? He wouldn't have finished the sentence.
A tenth of a second.
He wouldn't have finished the sentence.
I think he just, on the back left there, I think that's the bit we've seen come off across the bumper. That
oh, okay. There's a little strip on that left side, like a sort of a, not so much of a diffuser, but just a trim just at the back of the car. You might be right there, Matt, with what's actually come off the car on that shot when we looked at the replay. So, man, that car looks really settled. And a little bit of exit oversteer with power down that you just talked about. But looking through that sequence of corner, the car sits really, really nicely. So it's running the BMW IRS rear end. I think it's a little a beefed up example of the BMW rear end. I don't know what sort of horsepower it's. I'm going to say conservatively, it's probably 500-ish. It might be more than that, but with the sequential box in it, it makes it a bit of a weapon. These BMWs are renowned for being a very, very good handling car.
I think it's the balance. We see a lot of them in the drifting as well. Just the balance of the car is what the builders talk about. The versatility, the parts you can get from out of Europe as well when it comes to suspension setup and things like that. Popular car over there. So, you know, you're not having to redesign a shock absorber or anything like that. You've got a choice of parts to put in the car that are bolt-on, good to work on, make lots of setup changes as well. So when you drop a bit more horsepower, I mean, the LS conversion, you know, if you've got an alloy motor, it might not be a huge step up in weight, but, you know, gives you that torque and power. Have we seen Bunton go into the pits? It looks... Oh, no, might just be coming around the lap. I thought maybe they hugged that wall so close.
Well, Bunton's best lap's been a 2:18, so Blake's gone 20 seconds a lap faster than the little Lotus Elise, so he's not mucking around in the Twin City Roller Doors BMW. So, yeah, that's just going to be going a lap down. And Blake's just gone purple in the first sector, so the car's got good consistent speed towards the end of the race here as we're on the final lap for the Super TT's first race of the weekend here at the Bend. We'll have the Formula RX-8s up after this for their second race of the weekend. Looking forward to that one as we build up to the first of the Enduros this weekend with TA2 over 20 laps a little bit later on this afternoon.
I've got to save my voice for the legend cars. Another race to go. And we've got to get through the Australian Drivers' Championship and the AC Delco Tag Team Enduro for the TA2 muscle car as well. There's so much more to come. This just today and day number 1 of competition here at the Hi-Tec All Super Series round 4 at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
Tis very early in the weekend, my friend. Very, very early in the weekend with lots more action to come. So Tracy, again, purple in the first sector. Just waiting for that second sector split to come up very, very shortly. A little bit of mid-corner understeer there up over. He's got purple in the second sector, so potentially here he's going to do his fastest lap of the race on the last one just to add insult to injury. And it is but a mere 31 seconds ahead of Corey Gillett in the S13. And Edwards is only 4 seconds down behind and Gillett in third in the turbo 6-cylinder Falcon.
Let's see those walkways in the background where it's a great opportunity for the spectators to come over and stand in the middle of the track.
Definitely bring your walking shoes.
You can see a lot more around there if you can get in the middle of that track. So they've thought about a lot of things here at the Bend. Here we go. Tracy going to take the race 1 win as he pulls to the inside there, goes a 1:58.42 and
didn't do the
fastest lap of the race. 1:58.68.
Yeah, so he didn't actually go faster. He slowed up a little bit in the last sector. So
he's celebrating now. Go and pick up your little strip. You got a bit of work to do. You need some silicone to put that back on before the next race.
And it is literally daylight back to the second place car, and it's not this one about to cross the line because that's David Bunton and the little Lotus Elise. So we're waiting for Corey Gillett in the number 27 S13. Still hasn't come into shot. Our checkered flag wave is going to get a very tired arm.
That's a big ask, isn't it, to wave a checkered flag for that long?
There's Corey and Brent Edwards, second and third for Super TT race number 1 here at the Bend. A little bit of a lonely race for them because Blake Tracy was just stunningly quick out in front, winning that race by nearly 35 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, incredible speed and pace from that car. But power to weight ratio, we were expecting it to come out. Let's have a look at the official results though from race number 1 of the Australian Super TT. And of course, Blake Tracy with the win, Corey Gillett in second, and it's Brent Edwards in third in the Cable Source Falcon. Ryan Bell in the 350Z in fourth position. Michael Ricketts in the little pocket rocket. And Nissan Pulsar in fifth position. David Bunton in the Lotus Elise in sixth. And Colin Bow in the Commodore in seventh position. A little V6 powered Commodore, by the way. So he's just getting around having a great time. That's what Super TT is all about. You don't have to have the big horsepower cars to go and really enjoy what the series is. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of the Hi-Tec oils. Start with the start of this race. You can see the horsepower. Oh, there's a moment there where Brent Edwards said, you know what, I'm going to try and get the jump on him here. And he wound the Falcon up, and it's trying to get on boost really quickly. But Tracy, well, he just manages to move away in that E36 BMW into turn number 1. Now Corey Gillett, he has a look down the inside there of the Sylvia, and we thought, yes, he's got it done. Now he's on the outside, but I don't know, Brent Edwards gave it a moment. Have a look how he got the car sideways already for Gillett.
Was there a little bit of contact there through the middle of there? Because Gillett's car definitely changed direction quickly. There might have been just a little nudge.
I think it's when he puts the accelerator down, it tends to go out sideways, just a little bit.
So Tracy continued to drive away.
Yep.
From Gillett and Edwards. And Tracy he just ran away and had shed a couple of parts along the way.
He got some weight reduction, is it, halfway through the race? We saw a little bit of the back bar come off, a bit of that trimming. It was on there at the start of the race.
Right about there.
Here it is, yep.
Yeah, so I think it was just that left rear bumper.
Maybe that's what the sector times were a little bit later, where he's just shaving a half a tenth off them and stuff like that.
Just a little bumper extension on that left rear corner that's come adrift. But yeah, look, did a really good job, and I think he'll be loving driving this car, considering he's been driving the little Hyundai XLs and been very, very competitive in that. And he would take the victory here at the Bend for Super TT.
Well, we've still got plenty more action coming your way. The TFA Tyre Formula RX-8s are back after this break.
There we go. And what's your name?
Heidi.
Toby and Heidi.
Toby and Heidi Gillett, that's right.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We're here for the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series Round 4. We've just seen the Australian Super TTs out on track. Let's head down to our winners from race number 1.
Down here with 17-year-old Blake Tracy. Congratulations. This E36 just walks away from the competition, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's a bit of an organic car. It's harder to drive in the fast stuff. Really understeery. So just getting used to that, trying to manage the tyre at the start. I blew the rears out of it a bit too much at the start. So, it probably shouldn't have even been on the grid, to be honest. We had an alternator failure yesterday, and Jack told you in Garage 21 and my Uncle Brendan coming all the way down from Albury got me back out on track, and yeah, away we go. So it's good to get the win.
Well done, mate.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Thanks all my sponsors.
He's some real talent for the future, isn't he?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
That's all right.
They stopped at
No
V1.
worries.
Oh, our TFH Hire Formula RX8s are back out on track for race number 2. They had an exciting start to their weekend as well. And this is, we got some Rob Bowden and Brock Payne, our championship contenders. They started race number 1 alongside each other and then can continue that fight in race number 2. But there's going to be plenty more action happening out there. Brock Payne, obviously 5 wins in a row now on the trot. And we'll see what he can do out of this one. On board with our Grinio AutoStream crew of Vantagiato.
Yeah, I just want to keep saying
he moved through
I have been practicing for weeks and weeks and weeks off the back of QR.
Ivan has worked his way back through the field. Obviously started out of 16th or 17th.
And he's one of our young gamers.
Made it up to 8th, yes. Biggest support crowd of anyone here this weekend.
Oh, maybe Brad Gartner?
Brad Gartner, yeah, okay. Yeah, they're probably similar. I'll tell you what, that's what the corporate suites, those two, that's what's taken all the corporate suites up.
How's the corporate suites at this place? Like, I've lost count.
Is there anything,
the hotel.
Is there anything you're not impressed at this place?
You can stay here at the racetrack, just walk out of your lounge and look at race cars. No, it's a very cool place.
You could be having a buffet breakfast while watching racing.
Yeah, I saw that this morning too, Matt. We might have to do that tomorrow morning, my friend.
Standing start for our TFH Hire Formula RX8.
Bowden got a much better start. This time, Payne not as good. So exactly what Bowden did in the first race is what we've just seen from Payne there. So Bowden got the initial jump and then went backwards where it either had clutch slip or he just couldn't get the thing running. Well, Payne's got shuffled back to 4th here, and Justin Lewis from nowhere is up into 3rd.
There's a little bit of movement. There might have been some contact there, as that Shad Hassan might have just had a little bit of panel-to-panel contact with the 78. Maybe. It looks like they've made that through there pretty good.
They were Spiteri to the inside of Vantagiato.
Oh, it's all... And look at Harris. Already, though, Brock Payne back up into 3rd position.
Yeah,
Wasn't he back about 5th or 6th after that first corner?
Arguably it was 5th. It might have been 4th, but he was in that group trying to fight for positions because it looked like he maybe had clutch slip or it's loaded up, and he just had no drive or momentum off that race start, which totally mirrored what Bowden did in that first race.
Yes. You just never know. Like Brad Harris, using his experience, you've seen him in the TCR racing as well. Jeff Connell needs to watch out because Lewis has just got past him. Durr went right behind Ayrton Philby in 7th positions. Thompson, Canellis, Hassan and Vantagiato in 11th at the moment. So they've gone back a few positions. You never know what's going to happen on the start here, especially a standing start, a little bit different to the rolling start categories. Bowden looking for an opportunity on the inside though in the 15 machine. He's got Payne behind him. It's got championship implications. They're 3 wide though as they head down in the corner. Payne will take a big dive on the inside under brakes. Bowden goes a little bit wide, gives him plenty of racing room, but look at the drive of the 15, and really Brad Harris is the one who's getting the advantage out of this little battle.
Yeah, Payne just didn't quite have the momentum. It was a little bit narrower through the centre and off the exit, and momentum from Bowden on the outside just carried on and managed to hold on to that position. On board here with Ivan in the number 89 Grinio machine. That's Canellis up ahead. So they're continuing their race-long battle from race number 1 earlier on this afternoon.
Harris still leading us out here now. Payne, he's getting a little bit impatient at this point. I thought he might have waited just to get his eyes set, but he has already pulled out on Bowden, trying to get the little toe down the main straight there. Can he use the advantage of being side by side with Bowden? It's going to be how eager he wants to be under brakes down the far end, or how cautious he wants to be. We've seen a couple of cars shoot off already.
He ducked out from behind pretty early, and they were side by side for the majority, so I wonder if he didn't just maybe duck out a little bit early as they go side by side through 2 on the approach to 3. They're still side by side. This is 1st and 2nd in the championship by just 2 points, Matt.
Look at the room they're given, though. Plenty of racing room there. They're not making contact. I shouldn't say anything too early. We spoke down with our DSO for this category before. He goes, well, we haven't had a yellow yet for the year, for 2024. So let's not...
They're still side by side.
Wow. This is a fantastic battle. Bowden might have got the advantage on the 15.
No, Payne's still living there. They're still side by side. They've clean gone through 5 or 6 corners side by side. Now Payne finally gets the advantage.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to surrender that little second position at the moment because Harris has had a nice little advantage of this and opened up himself a 0.8 of a second gap just in front.
So that's off 12, so they're now sort of heading downhill on the approach to 13. Harris with a little advantage, but we know Brock very, very fast. And set the fastest lap of the race in race number 1, along with his race win, and as Matt alluded to earlier, 5 consecutive race victories off the clean sweep at Queensland Raceway, which I forgot about, and I was commentating it.
You don't want to stop that. The exclusive switchboards entry, though, Brad Harris still leading this, but his lead is diminishing. Every sector they go around, he's losing 1/10 of a second now to Brock Payne.
Back on board with Vantagiato, and this is 9th and 10th with Canellis ahead in the Australian Hotel number 88. You can't get too much closer than this.
Stretching the legs, you can hear the RPM of the 13B wind up. Oh, he's not going to get him over there, but he's getting closer and closer. It's going to be a good run onto the straight here.
Harris had a couple of goes to get through the centre there onto the straight. He might be a little bit compromised because he actually had to have a second go as it just started to release the rear and got on the wheel to get it through the centre and straightened up. So I think he might be compromised. Here's Payne down the inside, under brakes into 1. No, Harris does hold on to it.
Connell in the background with Lewis covering there in the Yellow Express entry. The man with the van. Well, he's got a master plan there to make sure he can't get past.
Justin's heading in the right direction now. We talked about it in the first race where he's just been a little bit
He's coming
quiet.
off holidays.
Okay, well, you sort of use that as an excuse, but Justin's been a little bit quiet. You know, he's got a business to run and things like that too, but he's now heading in the right direction. So he's in a nice, solid 4th position, battling there with Connell and Derwent. And Derwent's been doing a good job here as well. Harris, this is impressive to be able to hold off Payne for this long at the moment, because I thought Payne had a run with just a little mid-corner check-up for Harris at the start of that last lap, at the start of the previous lap, but he's holding on to that race lead. This is the second battle group for 4th, 5th and 6th with Lewis, Connell and Derwent. Derwent there in the blue and red 42. In behind Derwent you've got Philippi, and Vantagiato may have just got ahead of Thompson and Canellis up into the 8th position, just in behind that group as we go back to the leaders.
Here we go, Brad Harris still holding him out there. It goes back to Brock Payne and Rob Bowden in the G-Technic RPMOS entry, just behind in 3rd position. Now he's just not staying with the pace there of Payne and Harris as they're going to get into it. Oh, they're close. Payne puts a nose out. Can he pull him under brakes? Harris holds the nerves. Turns around, this looks like turn number...
Yeah, which one, Matt?
Yeah, I think that's, I'm just double checking that's 14, is it? Going into 15? Yep, 16 up there. I think I'm right. Well, just got to look. You sort of know where some of the hairpins are, and you're trying to sort of go. It's not the hairpin, is it?
All right, we're going to cross down on the pit lane with Jared.
Down here with Mick Harder, spotting on the radio for Jackson Shaw. An unfortunate DNF in the first race of the day. Tell me, what happened and what did you have to do to get the car back out on track?
Yeah, unusually we had a brake caliper bolt break, and the brake caliper mount slid back into the rim and locked it up on him. Everything's changed now, new brake caliper mounts, bolts and new brake pads. So he's coming back from the rear and moving forward.
Of course, Jackson driving in the car that we'd normally see Diesel Collier in. Tell me, how's he taken to this?
Yeah, he's taken pretty good. Come out of XL's, done a lot of racing in Tassie, and yeah, he's just taking it as he goes.
Fantastic. Thanks, mate.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Well, that's going on. The other TFH car is going to war with Harris for the race lead. Okay, so that explains what happened with Shaw in the 23. Broke a brake caliper bolt.
And explains the damage we saw in that rim.
To the wheel. So, hey, Harris is doing an awesome job here as Brock Payne is applying the blowtorch to the back of the number 74.
Oh no! He's shot off. He's way deep.
He was never making that turn. I thought, oh, that was a different line. Well, it was a way different line because he did not get a turn, and he's got to be careful here where he rejoins because there's a pretty decent ditch.
Look, he bounced the car.
He is not happy.
Oh. Wind the suspension up if you want to make it through there.
There is an
Get the diff lockers engaged.
There is an off-road track out the back of the bend here that they use for various things, including rides and rally cars. I think he's had a brake drama because he's not even trying to go fast as he's come back on track. So that could possibly explain what happened there because that was just not making that turn. So out of all of that, guess who's leading?
Well, it's back to Brock Payne, isn't he? Can he make this 6 in a row? That would be a phenomenal effort, wouldn't it? And a nice little record throughout the season, because we haven't seen anyone do that. Rob Bowden had 2 wins in a row in round number 1. And we saw Steve Devjack have 4 in a row.
So here's the replay. So he's fairly deep here, and yeah, that was not turning. Like, he was on the brake.
It's not even braking, really, is it?
It didn't lock up. So there's the other thing. So usually when you get to that point, you're going to see some brake smoke from the thing locking up, but we didn't even see that. So I wonder if that's not had a brake failure, because it's dropped him right back to the tail of the field. When he did get back onto terra firma, it didn't look like it was going very quickly at all.
Rob Bowden, his car's always set up for later in the race, is what I see. Like, the car seems to come into its strides as the race progresses. Look how close he is on the back of Payne now, less than 0.3 of a second between 1 and 2 in the championship, in the race. He's looking for a race win after changing an engine last night. This one's going to be interesting, but in the background, look at Lewis. Well, he's covering off on Jeff Connell as well. There could be a dive here.
Bowden was half a second quicker on that last lap, and he's through to the lead. And he did that easily, Matt.
Does Payne have an issue? This is the question.
I'm wondering if that wasn't a missed gear change coming out. Like, under brakes, Bowden did a really good job, but talking about the improvements there and Bowden coming on strong towards the end of the race, he's also tidied the car up a little bit too. So whatever adjustments they've made with tyre pressures, maybe spring rates with whatever they're allowed to do with the spring rate changes and things like that, the balance of that car looks really good. Payne, though, coming back to him, had a little bit of understeer mid-corner and it sucked a little bit of exit speed out of it, but he's still within a car length. Payne with the fastest lap of the race at a 2:16.0, but on that last lap, Bowden was half a second quicker on the previous lap with about a lap and a half left to go.
Well, can Brock Payne reel this back in and continue his winning record? Oh no, he grabs a whole heap of dirt on the left-hand side as he goes a little bit wide in the 33 TFH entry. Bowden just needs to keep ticking down these corners. He's super consistent, Bowden. That's for me. He just gets the laps done, keeps them clean, tries not to make any errors in that car.
Well, he's looking to break this win streak of Payne's that you've been talking about, and the potential's there at the moment because he looks pretty strong, and Payne has just been a little bit untidy in a couple of spots, but he is closing the gap back up, and it is game on back out in front of the lead of the second race for the Formula RX8s.
Payne just a little bit off that restart we had where he dropped all the way back. That wasn't characteristic of what we've seen, and like, he was back to about 5th position coming into turn number 1, managed to get back to 3rd after 2 corners. It's impressive driving from him. He applied all that pressure to Brad Harris. I'd really like to know what happened with that car, because you don't expect Harris, someone with his experience, to have those issues. He's in the pits at the moment
it was a mechanical
something's going on there.
Yeah, it was a mechanical issue. Like, it just had no intention to stop and get turned, and there was no sign of a brake lockup. Like, usually when you've got the thing turned and trying to get it stopped like that, it would have some element of even a lockup in the front with the thing sledging forward. Here's Payne. Can he clear him?
He stayed behind him a lot longer this time down the main straight. Oh, the cars are moving around a bit under brakes. We're going to see the crisscross here as Bowden puts the nose back around. He's going to be in the outside of this left-hander.
Now to the inside to the right-hander at 3, and he's back into the lead. Nice exchange.
Yes, there's not enough straight, though, to use that advantage coming out of the final corner for an overtake from what I've seen from this racing here at the bend. So whoever goes to that final corner might have the advantage.
Payne got him back, and it just, again, through 4, 5, here's the run up to 6. So this is where Harris went off a few laps ago. Payne, it wasn't so much of a cover. He had momentum in there, and Bowden sort of couldn't slip up the inside.
I think that's just a slightly different line between those two in the background.
Last lap run. 1 to go, less than 1 to go.
Well, these are our leaders up on your screen at the moment. They're leading the championship and the fight continues. The car in front, Brock Payne, he's got 5 wins in a row and he's got 2-point lead in the championship coming into this race. So there is absolutely nothing in it. Rob Bowden, can he change that momentum? Can he try and get a move done on these final laps? Final lap.
Rob actually had some understeer. He was tucked right up underneath the bumper and he's got it turned in, and through the centre it actually slid forward and understeered, and it cost him the better part of 2 car lengths there. So Bowden's car not quite as good on the back bumper of Payne's at the moment. We saw the pass on the previous lap down the end of the front straight. Can he stay with Payne on the run down to the flag?
Oh, we're waiting, aren't we, just to see if he gets close enough to have a dive. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it.
Car length in it.
Has a look. There's a little moment there where he has a look, but it looks like it's not quite enough. Final run.
There's 7.
Last couple of corners.
Oh, Payne tried to narrow it up. He didn't get the greatest of exits. Bowden's right there with him. Narrow entry onto the main straight sideways. Bowden's not going to be close enough, though. Bowden's not going to be close enough. Payne, win number?
Win number 6 in a row for Brock Payne. I mean, what a slide onto the main straight, too. Bowden wasn't there to take advantage. Look in the background, though. Justin Lewis, can he hold out Connell? Jeff Connell has another look, but he's already crossed the start-finish line. And then we go back to Eden Philippi. He's moved his way up into 5th. Thomas Derwent dropped back, must have had an issue there for a moment. And Ivan Vantagiato in 7th position in the background, just crossing the finish line and getting the checkered flag. What a race. Brad Harris, look, that was unfortunate. Otherwise, we could have had a 3-horse race going on there.
Guarantee that was a brake issue. Guarantee that was a brake issue.
Oh, yeah. Look at the race record there from Brock Payne. So he's run a race lap record here for the Formula RX8, 2:16.02. And you can't get upset with Bowden at 2:16.16. So they are super competitive.
So new lap record. And, you know, that's not a hard thing to do this weekend because it's the first time for the RX8s here at the Bend in this format on this racetrack.
Well, let's have a look at the official results here for the TFH Hire Formula RX8. Brock Payne, your winner with Rob Bowden and Justin Lewis rounding out the top 3. Then it's back to Jeff Connell, Eden Philippi, Thomas Derwent, Ivan Vantagiato, Jackson Shaw, Jamie Canellis and Brett Thompson rounding out the top 10.
In the 11th position was the 71 of Paul Spiteri, Stacey Vickers, Shade Hassan, Sam Silvestro and Martin Welsh. DNFs for Brad Harris. It did not start for Terry Lewis.
Yeah, unfortunate for Terry Lewis. Haven't seen him come out after that qualifying session. We've got some fantastic highlights, though, to unpack when it comes to the Formula RX8.
Yeah, there was a bit going on there. There was a bit going on there.
There's going to be a few moments, I think, that start especially. What happened to Brock Payne?
Well, just watch the initial application there. Bowden got away like he did at the start of the first race, but it was Bowden that went backwards that time.
Did he miss
this
a
time
gear?
It was Payne. It's either missed a gear or he's maybe had some clutch slip because it definitely made... he was fourth. He was fourth. Lewis actually had a little bobble there that allowed Payne to get back up onto third on that. So he was definitely as far back as fourth. Then we had Canellis. That was
a couple of minor exchanges there. I don't think anything to worry about.
Just a little rubbins race.
There wasn't any major things. When you go in 3 wide in that corner, and there you go, Brad Harris leads for a number of laps. We see Brock Payne take a big risk there down the inside, the number 33. Brad Harris managed to cover that off in the exclusive switchboard to entry 2 and comes back down into 3 on the inside run, which is what you want. And see that Bowden almost followed him through there, just didn't quite have the momentum. But this was the big moment going to turn number 6 where Harris just ran out of brakes.
Yeah.
And a big excursion off onto the dirt. Massive excursion.
I think he's realised that and figured that going where he did was probably a better deal than looping the thing with that much understeer and front tyre on it and turning, that it was not going to happen.
Yeah, and then we saw Rob Bowden lead this for a number of laps, got the move done. Brock Payne made a couple of small errors. So then he led that race for a little bit there throughout. It's a long lap here too, and then Brock Payne, well, he applied the blowtorch once again, got the car settled. He was really pushing it to the limit. You can see it moving around. Look at him sliding out of that final corner. And you can see him take the checkered flag there over Rob Bowden. So another 1-2 finish from these two. It's 1 for Brock Payne and 2 for Rob Bowden in 2 races.
All right, we're going to go to an ad break. We will be back here at the Bend with race 2 for the Legend Cars Australia.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here at Tailem Bend in South Australia for round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We just saw the TFH Fire Formula RX-8s out on track. Let's head down to pit lane with our winners.
Brock Payne, congratulations. 6 races, undefeated, a new race lap record, 2 minutes 16.02. Congratulations, but Rob Bowden pushed you right to the finish.
Yeah, thank you. That was a fantastic race, probably the best race I've had in this category. The race between Brad, Rob and myself, it was unreal. Battled the whole race, no contact. That's what this category is about. Rob pushed me right to the end there and just got the win, so no, awesome, great race.
Well, fantastic stuff. Back to you guys in commentary. It's going to be an awesome run with the next category.
Well, we only saw them come out just over an hour ago. They've had a quick turnaround for the Legend Cars Australia. And
you were running out of voice at the end of it.
It felt like we had 3 races in one, really. We've got 5 of these this weekend.
Well, it's not hard with 27 cars, even with a place as big as this. There was some fantastic battles right through the field, not just for the race lead, but off that last restart, it was on like Donkey Kong, like big time. It was definitely all on. So, has anyone got anything for Lachlan Ward in the 15? He's been the class of the field. He's doing a lot of driver training with some of these other drivers. He's still in the championship hunt. He has dropped a round, obviously, with not contesting the Queensland round. But look, he's definitely still in there. But yeah, let's see how this one goes.
It's not unachievable, especially with 5 races per round. It's definitely achievable depending on how the everything falls into place. We'll have to wait and see. Now, Lachlan Pope, one of the proteges there, Lockie Ward's been training pretty good because he did apply a little bit of pressure, especially with a safety car, and that's what can happen with these unpredictable cars out there. It's a safety car because the fact that Dylan Thomas worked his way from 8th to 4th as well. Let's have a look at how the starting grid gets underway for race number 2, the Legend Cars Australia. Lockie Ward and Lincoln Pope on the front row, Aidan Williams and Dylan Thomas behind him, followed by Riley Skinner and Ryan Pring, then Ben Goodrich and Scotty Melville, before we go back to Shane Tate and Brendan Hourigan on the 5th row. Oh, there's going to be a few there, but you know, with 27 cars, we've got a big line. Look at them; they're still spread out. They haven't even come around the final corner. Yeah, it's a rolling start, and we're about to get underway with racing here. Will Ward make it into the corner first? Watch out! We're already 3 wide, and we've only just gone over the start line. We saw him 6. I'm going to go 6 wide last time. We've got to go for 7. Look, surely look at them. They're spread out.
Oh, that was nearly 8.
I feel like big lock up Dylan Thomas.
Get it stopped. Get it stopped. He did. He got away with that. That was a good effort.
He's got to have been gritting his teeth and clenching the whole way down there.
He had the ballet shoes on there, dancing on that brake pedal to try and get it stopped. That was a messy old start. Some of them weren't even through the final corner with the leaders.
Someone's already spun off.
Yeah, there was a spin down there to the inside. Definitely one off track. Oh man, this is just war. The opening few exchanges, Dylan Thomas had to get away with that. Oh, 3 wide under brakes. There's a big lock up, and there's one not even making the corner. Was that the 81 of Melville?
I saw Hardy Martin in 42 as well. He overshot that a little bit.
Okay, that was Hardy in the 42. All right, back on board with Dylan Thomas. Oh, there was a big wiggle through the centre. He's got his hands full here at the moment.
Those tyres aren't happy at the moment, are they?
Skinner has the race lead ahead of Ward. Here's Pring running off track, battling there with the 47 of Pope. Goodrich is in there in the 97 as well. Melville, the 147 of Tate. Aidan Williams in the 95. So look for the green and yellow. But it's the 94 of Riley Skinner leading it early. But here comes Ward, looking for the run down the inside, and will get the lead. And we haven't even completed the first lap. Where was Dylan Thomas going?
Pring, look, big advantage there coming out of that corner. Dylan Thomas seems
really
to be backing
wide.
off quite a bit.
Thomas was really, really wide. I don't know if it's the cold tyre, not up to pressure, but Dylan on that onboard shot, man, that car was moving around a bunch. Oh, big sideways moment there for, I think that was Goodrich in the 97. The 33's
Chris
off
Spicer.
the back.
That's Chris Spicer, unfortunately, in the 33 entry. In the NJS haulage and Tate Racing entry.
We were 3 wide on approach. Oh, let's just settle this first lap now.
Only 3 wide. It sounds a bit underwhelming, doesn't it, after what we've seen off the start of this race. We head around, still a bit of movement there as they head onto the final corner. They're going to try and tuck away into that wall, take an advantage.
So Skinner on the outside. Here's Thomas on board, looking for fourth, trying to hold on to fourth.
Oh, big wiggle under brakes once again. It does not want to pull up.
160 of Duckworth. Bruce Duckworth getting a run there on the 42 of Martin. Then the 1 of Brendan Hurrigan. We haven't really spoken about Brendan so much this weekend, the current champ.
Yeah, well, he's sort of been in the mix, hasn't he? Really fighting it out. Got lots of talent around him, though, and anything can happen. You've just got to... It's a little bit of luck, I think, sometimes. If you just... Nothing happens to the car in front, you see them get unloaded very easily. You're doing nothing wrong, but then you've got to try and, manoeuvre yourself to not make any contact with them and things like that. So you've really got to position yourself well and take advantage of every opportunity you're given here with the Legend cars.
So Pope through to fourth. He's got around Thomas on this lap. It's still the 15 out in front, although looking at our lap scoring, it's just disappeared down the bottom. But Ward is definitely leading. Just watched him in that previous shot heading into the corner ahead of Skinner and Pring, who's now up into third. Thomas still sideways.
The car just hasn't seemed to settle down yet, has it? Maybe they've made some changes to that in the last hour that just really haven't been what he wanted at the moment. Is Pring trying to make another move here? Can he get past Skinner? He's been very quick in the opening lap of this race, and Pring, just a little bit of experience there. Skinner, one of the newcomers into the category just this year, coming out of go-karting as well, another young talent.
Yeah, it's a great
barely got a car licence and out here racing at this level.
Yeah, that's hard to sort of figure sometimes. But yeah, look, great category to come out of kart sport. It's cost effective, very, very well run, and arguably over the last 18 months has been some of the best highlights in racing that we've seen across any category as part of the Hi-Tec Super Series.
It doesn't seem to be a dominant track from them either. It's not like, sometimes you just see, depending on the power of the car and the width of the car, certain tracks obviously create a bit more exciting racing. These guys don't care about that. It could be the smallest track or the largest track.
Yeah, I would have thought
they're exciting everywhere.
I would have thought this would have spread them out a lot more and we wouldn't be talking about as much action. But I tell you what, from the first race, that definitely wasn't the case. And watching here, it continues to still be super, super exciting. As, again, I've lost account of how many passes have been made through this field already, and we're only on lap, 3?
They're still fighting it down in 10th position a bit further down. They were 3 wide going down there straight in the background. So, it's another battle further on down the pack. And have a look at the 147 of Tate moving his way through. Got a move done on Dylan Thomas now. He'll start to try and dominate, stamp his authority here. Thomas will make another move down the inside. Can he pull the car up? Downshifts it really hard.
Down through 6. And
got that done, judging by the mirror. I'm having a look on the right-hand mirror. You can see the car just duck in behind.
So now he's got to chase down Williams in that yellow and green number 95. Pope just up ahead in the 47. But Josh Hurrigan's got back out there in the 2 after some dramas in qualifying. I don't know that he actually started race number 1 from memory. I can't remember, but he's definitely back out there and in the midfield, sort of 16th. So just beyond that sort of first 50%. So he's starting to make some gains through the field after his dramas earlier on in the weekend.
So Pope leading this battle for 4th position now. It's just off the podium, and look, there's 6-7 cars involved in this. Aidan Williams has a bit of a look down the inside and probably a little bit of patience there from Dylan Thomas at the moment, although he's got Shane Tate, Goodridge, Melville and Hogan off the back of that.
One's just dropped a wheel off track just up ahead of that group. You're just waiting for something to happen here because there is
the
so
anticipation,
much going on.
Isn't it? One car will slide and we will have 3 driver change positions in a matter of seconds.
Bring up into second and has set the fastest lap of the race in a new track record at a 2:14.78. So Pring has pace.
Ward responds.
Just eclipsed it, yeah. Ward's just bombed in a 2:14.53, so resets the track record and sets the fastest lap of the race.
This looks like it's going to be 4 wide. Thomas, Goodridge, Melville and Hogue. Or Tate might be involved in that one, actually. Tate, Thomas, Goodridge and Melville.
Definitely 4 wide. Definitely 4 wide. And Melville was 9th.
Tate pulls out of that one. I reckon Tate said, you know what? I'm just going to try and position myself for the first corner.
Melville was 9th. He's now 6th with that one pass on the main straight.
And Goodrich with a slide, but it doesn't disadvantage him on the exit. I thought maybe Dylan Thomas could have taken advantage, but he didn't manage to get that done. A little bit of a gap now to Pope and Williams, who will battle it out for that 4th position. Now it's really down to who's going to be in 6th. Big dive down the inside from Tate. Does he take it back? Slides it round the corner.
That was a huge pass. That was a massive
That
pass.
was a dive bomb.
Yeah, it had a little element of not quite being in control, but the main thing is he didn't hit anything on the other side.
Yeah, it's a calculated risk.
Wasn't so much of the slide job that Dylan Thomas pulled in that first race, but it was straighter through the centre.
Oh, there's plenty going on. And look at Pope catching up to Skinner as well. So they might be in a battle for 3rd. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay. And this is the 33 now. A bit further down of Spicer. And is it Spicer and Bradley there. And that's a battle for 21st position still going on. Yeah, so with 27 cars, we're still battling out for 21st position. So much happening throughout this, quite extensive layout of the international circuit here.
And we're still only halfway through this race.
Yeah. 4.95 kilometres to get a lap in, and we've got about 5 different battles going on throughout the race. And look at them, they're catching up to Skinner. He's going to have to watch out. Pope and Williams using their pace. They're smart, they'll be working together. Give them a podium opportunity.
The top 4 on similar lap speed. Actually, Pope was fastest on that last lap in 4th, and Williams was just in behind him at a 33.7, was a 10th quicker. So those two in 4th and 5th are actually the 2 fastest on the racetrack. Ward goes through at a 2:15.1, 2:14.7 from Pring, a PB, but still not the fastest lap of the race, which Ward has while he's leading.
But Pring, that means he's closing the gap up 0.4 of a second last lap. So Lockie Ward might be just getting off the tyres just a little bit there if he's feeling comfortable out in front, saving it for the end of the race. Especially if there's a safety car.
Dylan just lost the rear under brakes and just stepped out. He actually had to get on the wheel to try and get it returned, and that would have cost a little bit of momentum. So Dylan Thomas back in the 7th position in the CXC, number 68. Whoa,
Skinner went back 2 positions, and now he fights back past Aidan Williams behind Lachlan Pope. He'll drop into 4th position.
I don't know that that's a usual place to pass on that racetrack. That was impressive. Where was that through 5 on the approach to 6?
An unconventional pass, you call it?
So it might have been a little mistake from the car in front, but yeah, he slipped that at the inside, and that's at high speed.
Well, it looks like they're going to get in here. Pope and Skinner will continue this fight at the moment for 4th position. Aidan Williams just hanging on the back of that as they grab a little bit of dirt. Probably doesn't disadvantage these cars too much when they just kick up the edge of the dirt. And I always see like a full slick tyre. These are a treaded tyre on these cars.
Back on board with Thomas.
He'd be having the time of his life, I think.
He'd be loving it.
In the battle.
Maybe not quite so much now. He just ran it off track, but
there's no going to sleep driving these cars. You can't say they're boring.
This is close quarters racing. Like you just can't blink. And was there maybe just the hint of a little touch on the back of Melville?
Oh, watch out alongside.
Who's that to the right? That will be Hogan, I think, in the 46. Yeah, just
so he might have got a couple of positions, has he, on the inside here? I'm looking in the right-hand mirror. He's along Melville. He drops off now and gets that position. So he's gone up a couple there, Thomas. I'm going to say he's going to be somewhere in about 8th or 7th.
It was mid-corner loose. You could see the wheel work on the onboard. That's such a cool shot. And back up front. All right, so the 47, 3rd, Skinner, 94, 95.
Williams
94 and 95. So Skinner and Williams. So this is 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Are they going to use
Skinner and Williams doing the draft?
They're not going to work together. They're 3 wide, and look how much racetrack is left.
There was draft there for a moment, and pulling back out to the inside is Skinner. They've both got around the 47 of Pope. So Skinner back to 3rd. Skinner back to 3rd.
Little engine like this, a lot of momentum you need to carry through the corners. You can really wash off a lot of speed. 900 cc's, all 3-cylinder fuel injected engine in a majority. It's a new engine combination that's come out. Still a couple running the old 4-cylinder, the old 1200 air-cooled versions.
Pretty much why they don't do those anymore is Yamaha do not make them anymore. That's exactly the problem.
Right, yeah.
Oh, that was
big lock up. Oh, there's contact there.
Definitely a little bit of a nudge there. So Skinner, so that was at the notorious turn 6. Great battle though. Fantastic battle. 3rd, 4th and 5th. And Pope back into 3rd.
Yeah, the exchanging of positions here is fantastic to watch. We check out some of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series highlight or replays. This was it. They come down in the corner. Have a look at Pope. Just under brakes, locks it up, and just unsettles the car of Skinner, doesn't he? Just maybe tag that back bar that they've got on the cars.
From a long way back too, so I think they'll have a look at that post-race. Let's see what Skinner can do to try and sort of get that ground back. And yeah, definitely a little bit of contact there, and we've got the 17 going around.
That'll be Bond, Matty Bond. He was starting further down the pack. He got himself a couple of penalties in the last race, unfortunately.
The Dick Johnson green stuff replica. I've got that poster on my wall at home. Not of that car, Dick's Falcon.
Oh, I would have kept the Legend car, actually.
I have a poster of the Legend car on my wall, no problem.
Lockie Ward's still leading this race at the moment over Ryan Pring, he's still within reach, really, as they come round. Oh, lots of dirt. He is really sideways on the exit of the final corner onto the straight.
He was sideways through the centre of the corner. That's
final lap,
but,
but one lap here is an eternity when it comes to these guys racing.
Tell you what, Lockie couldn't have got any closer to the pit straight fence if he tried with that, trying to get that side draft off it, because he was just about touching wheels there. Now, has Skinner got back up into 4th? If he has, that's
Williams,
a good effort.
Pope and Skinner are back at it again, battling for 3rd, and I'm just having a look. Is it going to be Pope around the Skinner down the inside the 94 this time?
All right, so he's back ahead of the 47 after that contact on that previous lap. They're all over each other.
Pope's going to be caught on the outside here. Williams is going to go through.
Then you got
get some drive.
Tathan behind them. So this is still 3rd, 4th and 5th. You got Tate back there in 6th, Dylan Thomas in 7th, Hogan in 8th, Goodrich in 9th, and Melville in 10th.
A little kink to the left there, and they go through 5th now. 6th under brakes. How's this one going to be? This is where we saw the contact last time round. No, it was a lot cleaner.
Well, he got it stopped this time. He didn't the last time.
Well,
Riley stopped
the inside.
him.
Yes.
Riley stopped him.
Yeah, he used an extra set of brakes last time.
All right, so 3rd and 4th, because they've actually dropped off Williams. Has Williams got a problem here? Because he's lost like 6 or 8 car lengths. No, just didn't get a very good run out of 6 by the looks of it, and just killed all the exit speed. So these two have managed to get away, as Ward's got a 2-second advantage over Ryan Pring. Out in front, this battle group for 3rd, 4th, 5th. Tate back there in 6th, and the blue number 147.
This Matty Bond. I think in 17. Oh no, that's a 100 there. I can see come up the straight. That's Roy Hammett in the 100. A little bit further back down in the pack in 23rd position with Bird behind.
Oh, big moment there for the 42.
That's Martin, Hardy Martin. That car is all over the place.
Held on to it just, but I guarantee there was a heap of seesawing going on the steering wheel with that deal to try and keep it facing in the right direction.
Duckworth held his breath there as he went around the outside playing, please don't come back too quick. Here we go. Skinner on the outside.
And Pokes.
The final lap as well.
Still going at it, and the leaders down to the checkered flag. Lockie Ward takes another victory here this weekend from Ryan Pring, but who's going to get
Here we
third?
go. Who can get the draft? Can they step out and maybe get it done? Will it be Skinner or Pope?
Oh,
Looks like
close.
Skinner. Looks like Skinner has got that Pope. Williams. Who's going to be behind him?
5/100ths of a second, 0.05.
That was close for third position.
I didn't think he'd get that much of an advantage on the run to the line, but he did. But he was only 500ths short, so another great race. Let's catch some breath.
We finally get to take a breath. The checkered flag out for race number 2 of the Legend Cars Australia, and another fantastic win for Lachlan Ward, who will increase his points in try and close that gap after not being here for the last round as well. But Ryan Pring being in second position isn't going to help because he's leading the championship. Let's have a look at the official results here for the Legend Cars Australia race number 2. Lachlan Ward with the win, followed by Ryan Pring, Riley Skinner, Lincoln Pope, Aidan Williams, Shane Tate, Robert Hogan, Dylan Thomas, Ben Goodrich and Scotty Melville will round out your top 10 in race number 2. Then we're going to go back to 11th position. Reed, Duckworth, Mark Duckworth, Haynes, Bond, Bradley, Spicer, King and Bond will round out the next 10 back to 20th position. But look, you've got to unpack those top, the fight for third position between Skinner, Pope and Williams just went on and on, didn't it, for 75% of the race. That was impressive to watch. Dylan Thomas got in there with Tate, Hogan, Goodrich and Melville. That was another pick to watch, and there's going to be plenty to unpack during this Hi-Tec Oils highlights. Let's have a look here. The start of the race.
Just commentate another race, because it's effectively what we
it feels like we've just commentated another race doing the highlights.
We're going back in time.
We're 8 wide. Let's go 8 wide.
I'm going 8. It's definitely 8.
Thomas here, though. Look at the big lockup. He had a huge start from him.
It had right hand down. Left hand down on the approach to a right-hander.
Did that feel like 50-cent pieces after that, you reckon?
I think they'll be a little bit more durable than that, but he was definitely working hard in the opening laps as they were 3, 4 wide. There was, who was that? The 72 of Bradley facing the wrong direction. Might have been a little assist at 33. Not for the first time, going off backwards there. Dylan Thomas had his hands full as the 47 went to work and tried to go forward, and that was a nice pass.
Yeah, Dylan Thomas was definitely in the mix there for possibly a third place, but as you know, they changed positions so quickly. Ryan Pring, for me, just worked his way back through the pack, got the start underway. He started a little bit further up in 6th position, but just managed to work on as we get on board with Dylan Thomas, and you can see how much he's working it through this corner. Car trying to slide out, and he's grabbing. You look in the side mirror there, he managed to make 2 positions on that one corner.
Yeah, that was a good effort. Meanwhile, out in front, and using a little bit more racetrack than he probably wanted to use.
Ryan Frink was probably, thinking for a moment, will I get a chance to get him on this final lap? Maybe he's going to make a big enough mistake, but he didn't. Lachlan Ward, though, takes another checkered flag and another win here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park for race 2 of the Legend Cars Australia. So much more action to unpack here this afternoon at Tailem Bend. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Hi, and welcome back to round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend. Off the back of a very, very entertaining Legends race, let's cross down to pit lane and Jared with the race winner.
I know you guys absolutely love these Legends races as well. A man who loves taking a win as well as setting a race lap record. Lachlan Ward, this is an incredibly physical category for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the hardest cars to drive, personally, that I've driven. They make you work for it. They understeer and oversteer, but with that comes, really good. They're a really good car to teach you. So, it's give and take. But congrats to Ryan. He got second on that one. He come from a spin actually on the warm-up lap, so it was pretty good for him.
Great stuff. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. All right, next up is we look over this wonderful facility at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend. It is our Hyper Racer X1's second race of the weekend for the Australian Drivers' Championship. Joined in commentary for this one by Dan McCarthy. Good surname, Dan McCarthy.
Well, thank you. Likewise. It's a good surname.
Thanks for being with us, mate, this weekend. Obviously, you're based out of Winton and have a lot to do with the ASA and helping them with all their media and reports. And you've got a little bit of more knowledge than I have about these fabulous X1s. Down in the pits after the first race, a little bit going on with a couple of the entries. What was notable?
So between sessions in qualifying, Bradley Smith's engine let go. Fortunately, he's back out there for this one. But race 1 leader for much of the race was Lucas Stasi. Unfortunately, that car came to a halt.
So Brad Vaughan, our race 1 winner, will start off the pole out of Super 2 on debut this weekend with the Hypers taking his first race victory. Hayden Crossland from 2, Dean Crook from 3, go back to Damon Sterling, Luke Claver, Hamish Layton, Brenton Davey, Josh Gardner, Nico French from 9, he had a little issue in the first race, and then we go back through to grid number 11 for Rafael Kadar there. So we should have all of the cars back out on track for race number 2 for the weekend. So notably here, Stasi, has he made it back out for this one?
No, Stasi won't be out for this one, and unfortunately won't be out for the remainder of the weekend.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, no spare engine in the pits for him. But we are about to go green. Brad Vaughan is the green one on the front row, but look further back. They spread out 4 wide, nearly 5 wide. There's a car on the grass towards the tail of the field.
Not a lot of traction out there, Dan?
No, not at all. Not at all. As we go 3 wide at the pointy end of the field, I think Vaughan's going to prevail out in front. Only just, though, and sweeping around the outside is the 26 of Sterling, trying to take position number 2 as they head down into turn number 4 for the first time.
And out of all of the categories here this weekend, and we've talked about the wind already, these cars will be very, very prevalent with the wind gusts because they weigh just 400 kilos. Wings and slicks, there's not a lot to them, but they have the ability more than anything to get blown around this racetrack as these wind gusts are 50 to 60 kilometres an hour, and these are very, very aero-efficient race cars.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're saying they should be able to do 230 k's an hour down pit straight, but with the wind, they're only hitting just over 200 k's an hour.
Wow!
Yeah, it's how extreme the wind is. They're hitting 200 k's an hour really early on the straight, and they're just not progressing from there. And that's why we've seen such great slipstreaming racing in the race earlier on today, and I expect that'll be the same in this one. They said it was a bit like a Moto3 race in the fact that you'd lose a bit of time in this midsection of the course, you'd hit the pit straight, slipstream back onto the car in front and catch them back up again.
There's certainly a fantastic looking little race car. John Crook's done an awesome job. He's the inventor of the hyper simulators and a lot of karting. His son Dean has won Australian championships. John, a very established racer in his own right, co-drove with the HDT teams back in the early days of Group C and Group A. Very, very good open wheel racer in his own right, and he's done a wonderful job with these race cars. So they're all powered by 1340cc Hayabusa motorcycle engines, 6-speed sequential gearboxes, wings and slicks. They run a big rear diffuser. On the rearward shots, you'll see just how big that rear diffuser is to try and not upset the air behind the car. So like we saw from the first race this weekend, the drafting ability is definitely well and truly there, and it doesn't create understeer for the car following closely behind.
Here we go, a move for position a little bit further back. That's Nico French, who's going to be demoted a place unless he can hold it on around the outside, which it looks like he might be able to do. He's fighting Davey out there in the number 24 machine as they go side by side into turn 4. Nico French with the wide sweeping line is able to hold on to that position, and I saw his hand raised up there. I don't know if he was thanking his fellow competitor for leaving a bit of racing room, but they head into the hairpin. He's gone defensive, so around the outside shoots Davey. He'll try and find the cutback, the switchback. He's certainly trying, and it flicked the tail of the car out.
If he wasn't saying thank you, the universal karting signal is follow me going forward. Let's not fight together, let's work together and get to the next cars in front. So Nico unfortunately had a spin in the previous race, so he was a little bit further back through the field. Going into the round, it was Damon Sturley leading the points from Dean Crook and Hayden Crossland. So that battle looks to continue here with Brad Vaughan on debut playing a little bit of a spoiler out of his Super 2 Supercars campaign.
Well, inside comes Sterling, and he's going to make that stick, is he? No, not quite. Holds on around the outside, does Crook. These two have been title contenders the last couple of years. The first one went the way of Dean Crook, but Sterling won the last one by just the single point, and they are 1-2 in the series, as you said, once again in 2024. So they really are the veterans of the series, but the joker in the pack, Brad Vaughan, is certainly taking the fight to them here this weekend. He's took a little bit of time to get up to pace yesterday in practice, but by qualifying, he was there or thereabouts, and with great racecraft prevailed earlier on today. But fastest lap of the race last time through went the way of Sterling, and he pulls to the inside line down in towards turn number 1 and takes the place. So the championship leader moves up to position number 2.
Had a little look at his mirrors just for the cover of the exit. If in fact that Crook got a little bit closer under brakes, or Crook using a little bit too much of the racetrack there, it just bounced up off the curbs. How good a job is Brad Vaughan doing out in front? What I didn't know about Brad, he's also had a little bit of dirt experience. I think you said he was racing saloon cars at Winton in the last couple of weeks. Obviously, we know him as race fans more so with his Super 2 campaign, and I'm just trying to think if Brad's actually even managed to run a Super 2 car around the bend, if not the bend, this circuit configuration. So on debut this weekend in this car, and quite possibly the first time on this track layout.
He's driven a saloon car around here as well.
Very, very different to one of these.
It couldn't be any more different, could it really? Let's be honest. Very, very different kettle of fish.
And very, very different to a supercar as well.
Yes, absolutely. But it takes to everything. He drives like a duck to water, and we're seeing it once again, although it looks to me like Sterling is closed up in the middle sector, but we're looking at the fight for third because young Crosland is closed up on the tail of Dean Crook. Crosland took his maiden win at Winton in the previous round. He's got a great run of form in the books, and that is continuing so far today. He dropped back a little bit early on in this race, but he's coming home strong. Although we are only a third of the way through this race, there's still plenty to play out. Just shows how long the laps are around this Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at 4.95 kilometres in length.
Well, they're in the 52s, so they're comfortably the fastest category here this weekend. Sterling's just done another fastest lap of the race at a 1:52.5887. So Crossland battling there with Dean Crook. He went into the weekend third in the points overall. Now, one of the interesting facts that we spoke about off Mike earlier on, Dan, so all of these cars running on the same Hankook super soft tyre, but they actually only have 3 sets of tyres for the entire championship. Not the weekend, the entire championship.
That's right, absolutely. So it's very strategic in how you use those new tyres, and a lot this weekend because it's such a technical circuit, 18 corners. A lot of them have thrown new tyres at it this weekend. So we're seeing that play out in front of us at the moment. There's no doubt Brad Vaughan's got new tyres on the car, being a rookie to the series. But it's certainly interesting in the paddock to see who's taken on new tyres. But as I say, from my surveying of the situation earlier, a large majority have this weekend. This is actually just over the halfway point, 3 rounds down, 1 at Calder, 2 at Winton. This is round 4. Up next they go back to Calder Park in just a couple of weeks, and then they finish off the season at the newly revived 1 Raceway, as I saw that Crosland has overtaken Crook earlier on this lap and is now sitting in position number 3.
And he's gone 2 purple sectors too, so he's on an absolute flyer here. We got 1:38 just slowing, so that is the 38 of Hardy Kuhn just slowing towards he's at the tail of the field. So Crossland's on a bit of a charge there in the 6. He's gone purple. Sterling with the fastest lap of the race at a 52.8. Sterling's actually just gone better than that at a 52.0, which is eclipsed by Crossland. Goes 51.8290, which is just about on qualifying pace.
Yeah, it certainly is, absolutely. But look at this, up the front of the field. Sterling has caught Vaughan for the race lead, so the fight up front is well and truly on. The flames flicker out the exhaust of these machines. They look awesome, don't they?
And they sound like a real race car, just with the exhaust setup and the rear diffusers on them. They sound really, really awesome live down on the racetrack, especially on pit lane. Very, very cool little race car. Now, with the tyre rule, with 3 sets of tyres for the championship, I'm struggling to think of a championship that I've ever been involved in that has a set of rules like that, where you literally are limited to those 3 tyre sets over the entire championship season.
You think Formula One, you know, you have limited engines and limited gearboxes, but it's very rare over a season you get a limit in
I don't think
tyres.
I've heard of it. I don't think I've ever heard of it before.
All to do with reducing costs. This is a great cost-effective open-wheeler series, and that's another reason why as well, and it keeps the racing close as well, and we're witnessing that right now on the racetrack as they come over the rise at turn 13. Is he close enough to have a look? He is. A big move up the inside from Damon Sterling, and he makes it stick. A great pass into turn 14.
Dan, I was just about to say, when he was following Vaughan before he made that pass, I thought the front wing was moving around a little bit. It might just be the nature of the car, but I don't know if it had any damage, but there was definitely a little bit of flutter from the front wing before he made that pass, but obviously hasn't really affected it because he's gone through to the lead, the championship leader, going into the round here at the Bend this weekend.
I believe Mel's down there in the lane.
Lucas Darcy, the last place a driver wants to be is standing here watching the race they're supposed to be in. You were leading race 1.
So basically I was leading the race the first few laps and the engine decided to let go, so a bit unfortunate. My weekend's come to a premature end, but it's pretty awesome being able to watch the boys out there go pretty hard, which is good.
Yeah, terrible luck. Will we see you back out there again for the rest of the year?
Yeah, so looking forward to the next round. I was hoping to get some good points this round and move up through the championship, but it wasn't meant to be, so next round got some work to do, but looking forward to it.
Tough luck.
Tough luck there for Lucas Stasi, of course. So down by 1 for the weekend. But just watching the replay of that pass from Sterling, that was decisive. That was a very, very good pass. And just picked the opportunity. And Vaughan's actually gone back to 3rd. Crossland's managed to get by as well. And Crossland has set the fastest lap of the race and a new track record at a 1:51.5769. So he's gone faster than what Vaughan managed to do in the first race. So that's a very, very good lap, and he's on a bit of a charge. Can he get to Sterling? The gap is within 1 second.
Pretty much matching each other to the first 2 sectors on this lap. And something's happened further back between the number 25 and the number 74.
Bradley Smith and Josh Gardner. So, yeah, I wonder if they've disputed a little bit of territory further down the order.
There's some damage on the front of the 74 machine.
Yeah, so that might have been the case with that one. So we'll wait and see what's happened there. All right, Sterling coming under some pressure now from a very, very fast Crossland, who's just set the fastest lap of the race and a new track record, a 1:51.57. Let's see what they do this time with just a couple of laps left to go here at the Bend.
Yeah, new lap record again for Crossland.
51.2.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty much matching each other though. He's only 0.03 of a second faster than the driver in the lead, but he's got the bit between his teeth. The carrot is dangling in front of him and he can see a second race victory in his grasp, but he's running out of time. There's only 2 laps remaining. This race has absolutely flown by, and Brad Vaughan's just trying to keep on the tail of them, just try and keep in that slipstream to keep himself in contention if these two fight hard at the front of the field in these closing stages.
You got Nico French back there in the 5th position, and he's actually been fastest to the 1st sector. So French has got some pace, but he's a little bit further back. Vaughan's just gone purple in the 1st sector, so he's sort of lit himself back up with about a lap and a half left to go here in the second race of the weekend for the Australian Drivers' Championship with the Hyper Racer X1s. Really cool class. I'm really enjoying the racing, and they definitely look the part, and that is Nico French. I shouldn't have just talked about him, should I?
No, and he just as well went under the previous lap record last time through, but again, for the second race in a row, he's spun around on the race circuit. He was fighting for third. He went for third on the safety car restart of race 1 at the turn 6 hairpin, locked the rear brakes, and around she went. A lot of the drivers were saying they were surprised how much the tyres cooled down during the safety car period, and we saw several spins and incidents after that, French being the most notable of them. But under these conditions, when it remains green, they're able to keep the tyre temperature in, and that's why we've seen these lap records continue to tumble lap upon lap on these durable tyres.
I reckon Sterling might crack another. Oh, he's gone into the 50s, and so has Crossland. And Crossland went faster by 2/100ths of a second, a 50.99 versus a 50.98. There was nothing in it. They are now sub 51s, and that is super, super fast. So Sterling's got the hurry up from Crossland, who answers back, but that gap sort of stabilised at about 0.8 of a second, which is where it was at the start of the previous lap. Final lap run for the championship leader, chased by Crossland, who went into the weekend 3rd in the points. Dean Crook back there in 4th, Brad Vaughan still 3rd, and Brad's still got some pace out there as well.
Yeah, he certainly does, as you say. There was Nico French. I just caught in the corner of my eye, so he's down there around the turn 6 hairpin where he has come to a halt, which is a real shame for him once again. But out front, how are they going? Sterling purple in sector number 1 and has pulled a couple of tenths. Is that enough now for Sterling to cruise home? I don't think it is at this point. The margin is still under 1 second, but that little bit of an advantage in sector 1 has just given Sterling a little bit of breathing room with just a handful of corners to go.
Goes purple in the second sector again too, so he's looking to eclipse that track record. He wants it back. Crossland's got it at the moment. I think what I noticed before with that wing sort of moving around, I think it was just the nature of the bumps at that particular part of the circuit, so it wasn't carrying any damage because they are such a massively wide front wing on these cars. Crossland trying hard, he lost a little bit of adhesion under brakes. Sterling, and out of the final corner, can he break the track record to the checkered flag? And the answer is definitely yes. It went 150.7891 for a new lap record here at the Bend for the Hyper Racer X1s in the Australian Drivers' Championship. It was a pretty good race considering. So Brad Vaughan finishes in 3rd to go with his race 1 victory, and in 4th goes the 32 of Luke Claver, and he's got around Dean Crook on the last lap. So Dean Crook back in 5th with the 24 of the 19
Hamish
Layton in the 6th position. Good race as we build up to our TA2 first enduro of the weekend. Whoever's flying that drone's doing a very, very good job in these windy conditions.
Very good job. As we have a look at the results from what was a very, very entertaining second race in the Australian Drivers' Championship. In the end, the margin was just over a second, but it was mighty close.
Damon Sterling with the victory from Hayden Crossland. That was an entertaining battle. Brad Vaughan, after leading early, slipped back to 3rd, but he was still very, very fast. Ahead of Luke Claver, Dean Crook, Hamish Layton, Brenton Davey, Bastian Treptel, Josh Gardner, Raphael Thomas-Kadar, Bradley Smith had some issues in that one, as did Hardy Kuhn, and Nico French with Lucas Stasi not starting the race. So we'll have some highlights coming up for this one. So the TA2 muscle cars very, very shortly, the first of their enduros with the 2 drivers. Here's the highlights from race number 2 for the weekend for the Australian Drivers' Championship and the Hyper Racer X1s. They were fanned out across the start of the racetrack. There were 5, well, let's go 6 with that one. One of them was down on the grass where you definitely don't have too much traction, and it was Brad Vaughan getting the initial jump down into turn number 1. And a lead he would sort of hold for probably half the race, but behind him, Crossland and Sterling were definitely on a bit of a charge.
Yeah, they certainly were. There was vigorous fighting further back, but this really was the race between those two. So Crook was up there early on. He got demoted down a couple of positions late in the race, and it was really Sterling who was the fast man at this stage of the race.
And with that pass, he'd actually gone fastest on that lap. And likewise, Crossland was on a bit of a charge, and he started trading fastest lap with Sterling to go through to third, putting Dean Crook back to the fourth position. This was the pass for the lead. Sterling getting by Vaughan, and Vaughan just ran a little bit wide. That sucked some exit speed out of that. And then Crossland, he got the advantage on the main straight and would go through to second. And then Sterling and Crossland started trading fastest laps again. That ended up late in the race with the advantage of Sterling at a 150.7891 with the victory and a stunning lap time and a very, very entertaining race for the Hyper Racer X1s. So we're going to go and have an ad break. We'll be back with more from the Bend with the TA2 muscle cars.
We're on the edge of our seats. It's all about to get underway here for the AC Delco Tag Team Enduro as part of the TA2 Muscle Car Championship here at the Bend. Of course, it's part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. But first off, let's head down to our previous winners of the Australian Drivers' Championship in pit lane.
Here with Damon Sterling, and a fantastic job, an awesome victory. You're saying the ability for these cars to really follow closely is unmatched.
It's unmatched. It's brilliant. Like, we are just sending it everywhere, and we can still follow closely, and I think that's really a good part of this racing.
Car setup is all good?
It feels fine to me. It won, so I'm happy with it, and hopefully it's good tomorrow. That's all I'm hoping for.
Awesome stuff, mate. Thank you.
Very much. Yep. Thank you.
Impressive, Matt. Those cars down into the 1-minute 50s. I think they're actually faster than they qualified at.
Yes, yeah, it looks like that on the timing boards, but well, we've got a lot to unpack for this next race. It's a huge weekend, 20 grand up for grabs as part of the TFH Hire TO2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing, and TFH Hire and Hi-Tec have put it up. It's going to be the overall winner to take home the big prize pack, but of course it's all about doing the 2-driver enduros, and this is how our first endurance race of the weekend is going to start. Josh Haynes will be in the front row with Brad Gartner, and Tim Brook will be sharing a car alongside. Then it goes back to Crutcher and Cox. Before we've got Cheney and Bates, Cheney and Hughes, that's young Cheney and Jared Hughes, back to Collier and Barber, Bates and Bates, the father-son combination, Nick and Sam, Hollinger and Hoy, Coulter will be on his own, Thomas and Hazelwood will be on the 5th row of the grid before we go to Ramsey, Jackson on his own, Lindstrom will be on his own as a solo driver, and it's Hayden and McAllister, Pride, Niall and Harvey, Wilson and Lang, Tenkate and Wright, the most experienced team we've got on the grid as well. And there's still plenty more Keem and Reedy teams. They'll be alongside each other. Tom Heyman will be starting a little bit further back with Prosser alongside. So Heyman was our Kubota pole winner this weekend, actually, yesterday. So he is super fast. Had mechanical issues, though, in the first race, which puts him further down. Now, it's an average of the 2 drivers where they ended up in the races, which makes up the grid. For those solo drivers, it's basically you maintain your average. Hence why Josh Haynes took the race number 1 win. Will start out of pole position. Now, Brad Gartner and Tim Brook, 2 second positions, so they're a strong combination.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely a strong combination. So we have the starting lineup, so we'll have the double paired teams who will start the cars, so that's going to keep us on a toe. So Brad Gartner will start the 22. All right, so Brad will start in his own car, and the pit window opens at the leader completing the start of lap 8. All right,
yes,
so
the leader
completes lap 8, the pit window opens. So if you're a little bit further down the order and the leader's crossed the line, you can pit and get it out of the way and get it done. You can pit on the safety car. Now, that was a difference at Darwin. You couldn't do that up there from memory when we did that a year ago. So the pit window opens as the leader completes lap 8. It closes as the leader completes lap 12. So you've got a 4-lap window, basically, to get it done. So for the driver changes, there's a driver change. That's the pit stop, all right? With the single car entries, they're going to change a couple of tyres, rotate from corner to corner to allow, for that time. So they don't have to get out of the car, they don't have to run around the car and get back in it. They stay in the car and they'll do a tyre change as part of that. So it's a compulsory 90-second stop once the car is stopped. All the calculations have been done about transition down pit lane, which equates to, with the distance, 33 seconds, and that 90-second compulsory pit stop time. So there is going to be a lot going on here, Matt.
We'll unpack this as well. We're talking 20 laps out there. We're almost 5 kilometres a lap. So we're going to be just under 100 kilometres for this race distance as well. So there's a lot going on for those single drivers. They got a lot of steering. You're busy at this track as well.
There's an onboard I want to watch.
And on top of that, let's talk about fuel. 80-litre fuel cell in these cars. They're generally burning somewhere between up to 4 litres a lap, depending on how hard they're pushing. Probably a little bit less than 4 litres a lap. So they're going to be pushing the limits of the fuel tank. And that'll be interesting today, because that will transition over to 25 laps tomorrow, where they're going to be on the edge of fuel capacity.
And now the car is also very, very heavy. Heavier, arguably, than any other race during the championship with the smaller circuits in the sprint format. So these drivers in these cars now have got to contend with that, with a heavier fuel load, which will change through the period of the run. But they'll be getting that done, and you've only got, as I said, you've only got that 4-lap pit window. So between laps 8 and 12 for the 20-lapper, the first of our Enduros, the second ever time that we've seen this. And again, anywhere in the world. I don't think anyone since we did it in Darwin last year anywhere else in the world with TA2 has done a similar format again, and here we are back at the Bend, and we're doing it for a second time.
And we've looked through the driver combinations about who is going to start these races. Some of the co-drivers are going to be in there first. We see Gordon Cox will be taking the lead over Mark Crutcher. Chase Hoy will be going instead of John Hollinger. Also Elliot Barber at Des Colley. Well, Elliot Barber is going to do the first stint to that one. Zach Bates will do the first stint instead of Graham Cheney. Jared Hughes is in the car at the moment, and the younger Tyler Cheney will have to wait for his opportunity.
And Todd Hazel will be in with Josh Thomas, and Todd's going to start this race. So the primary drivers for the majority are the driver one. Notably, so Jared Hughes, the second driver, Tyler Cheney, the first driver for their combination. Tyler's first time in the car. Jared obviously joined us at QR, where he was pretty quick. So we're about to go racing here. There's going to be a lot to unfold and unwrap over the next 20 laps.
Stay tuned. We're going to do our best to let you know what's going on with driver changes, how it's all going, with a little bit of strategy out there as our safety car is deployed away. It will get off the track, and we will get the pedal to the metal. It's time to hear the V8 rumble here for the TA2 Muscle Car Series, the first of the endurance races for 2024. We got one today. We back it up tomorrow with another one. It's been a huge effort. 2 races today, one from each driver. Now they combine and put it all together in one 20-lap package here this afternoon at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. The anticipation builds. We wait for the green light. And there's the noise. Racing. Here it is, turn number 1. Josh Haynes, Brad Gartner leads out. Look at Jordan Cox. He's got 2 wheels out on the grass. It's loose already. The number 4 crush in developments. But he's going to have the inside running down the outside. Have a look at him. Zach Bates. Wow. They have filled it. That's Bates going for an excursion in the 51.
Yeah, Zach Bates in the car, so that was...
Oh, no, the 22. That was the Hi-Tec Oils car. There's a big pile up.
Unfolded, absolutely unfolded. Hollinger's in there, Domain Ramsey, one of the... who started
Nick Bates, it'll be Nick Bates. We've got Loy in there as well, the Western Australia. Michael Coulter at the end. I don't know if he's made contact or damage in that one, but it looks like a little bit hanging off the front. We've already gone through a number of front splitters out there this weekend with people going off onto the sand traps to look at the damage on the front of that.
Bolter's definitely got damage.
And he doesn't have a co-driver here this week. Look at the fluid.
Championship.
That's going to be radiator issues coming out of there from the front, you hope. Brad Gartner's been in this situation at Sydney where got unfortunately caught up in a moment as well.
I think the water was from Gartner's radiator. Just watching
how it's running down because it's on camber. Yeah, it's running down.
So championship contender. And look, we've talked about it already this weekend. Josh Haynes pulled the pin on Nathan Hearn getting in the car and pairing up with him after his dramas yesterday in practice, going off and damaging the front of the car and damaging a radiator. Then they had a rear end failure that they had to contend with. That they saw them not go out for P3.
He's
just
done.
With all of those dramas going on,
you can tell that's leaking coolant. Like Domain Ramsey's done.
Definitely got a radiator.
We've got a red flag on the track as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a big cleanup. Wow, that just erupted. Like, they were 4 wide on the approach down to 1, and Gartner was right there in the middle. Cox was off track, and he still had enough momentum.
Well, he was pushed as well
to the inside of Haynes. Yeah, and they were 4 wide on the approach to 1. And yeah, we talk about drama with TA2. It has well and truly started off in that way in the first of the Enduros.
And we're chewing down the time on this race too, so that is going to shorten the race down. It doesn't matter which way we look at this, it's going to shorten it down. It's going to be great to have a replay of this too, thanks to Hi-Tec Oils, and a different view from where we were, and we'll try and unpack this. Look at Cox go down the inside there. Haynes moves over a bit, got nowhere to go. Brad Gartner's in the middle. You've got Zach Bates on the outside, and right behind. There's almost contact made. Bates is really wide, but where's the contact come further back? So Gartner's in there as well. Oh, he's had someone run up. He's caught in a sandwich between Cox and who is that on the outside?
There was a couple of the TFH cars. So one of them had gone to the outside, the other one was to the inside. So you got Barber.
It's almost like he's unloaded there
those two
for a moment.
All right, so there's Bates. That's Zach Bates going off because there's 3 of them out there.
There's a bit of nudging going on. There's not too much happening there. Bates has gone for that excursion and he's got the shovel out. He's full of gravel.
And here, so you've got the 2 TFH cars. That's where Gartner goes around. So
has he been unloaded though?
Elliott was in behind him. Hazelwood to the outside as Bates was trying to rejoin the racetrack, and then those in behind just had nowhere to go and ploughed into Gartner.
The in-car footage is going to be critical for our DSO. Now, Dean Canto has come on for the weekend because Elliott Barber's actually involved in this incident, who's normally part of it. He probably thought he was going to have a nice night tonight and have a good meal. He is going to be working on that for hours because they're going to have to go through all of the footage as well and try and decipher what's happened. Let's head down to the pits to see if we can get any more information.
Okay, Graham Cheney, we saw Zach, the car, exiting the track, but it looks like he might have missed any real damage.
Yeah, I think we might have been lucky there. I think Zach just had to go off the track to avoid it. But yeah, a few of those cars got pretty damaged up by the looks of that.
Oh, you live to fight another day.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, it's all good. So hopefully we can charge on from here now.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, Graham's in that championship contention, and Zach went off before that. That wasn't really the trigger. I don't think he had a part of that when he was trying to sort of rejoin. It had already happened.
No, they'd already gone past
to
him.
His inside.
If it had been a car further on in the pack, possibly, but it wasn't. He wasn't involved in that. It's really hard to figure out whether, there was sort of a sandwich. I mean, you look, if Elliott Barber's behind, he's got nowhere to go, and if there's braking happening and there's nudging going on, does he just get under the back of Brad Gartner, which unloads the rear of the car, possibly?
Jared, down on pit lane, what do you got, bud?
Obviously, under a red flag situation, teams are allowed to have a look but not touch the cars. If we actually look down pit lane, you'll see there are some very nervous co-drivers just coming out to have a look and see what the condition of their machines are. Really big incident there at the early stages of this 20-lap enduro. Guarantee the action's not over yet. Back to you guys.
Josh Haynes will be hoping he's not in that. After we saw him practice, he done a bit of damage to that car in practice. Went off in an excursion, had the front splitter go. Like you say, had to replace some diff components throughout the weekend.
Well, they had to replace the radiator too. So when it went off, it broke the front splitter, and then in the front of the car with the front cuts with all the sacrificial stuff, the radiator copped damage as well. So they'd done that, and then unfortunately they had a pinion issue with the rear diff, and so placed that centre as well. And
so he's looking pretty clean at the front, isn't he, really? The Jordan Cox car, he was on the inside. It doesn't look like it's too damaged on that side too. We saw Mark Crutcher there trying to talk to him from a distance, obviously not allowed to lay a hand on the vehicle. I think for Michael Coulter, there's a fair bit going on, and they're going to have to at least come in. If they can't touch it now, they're going to at least have to come in and do some work on that car, whether it's just take the bonnet down or something later on. Let's check out the replay here. This is on board with Hayman. Now, he was at the back of the field after obviously not finishing that first race with mechanical issues. He had no gears left, so they've got a fresh gearbox into that car. He's going to be on a massive charge here now.
Yeah, it was the onboard I wanted to watch from the race start, because he was going to be on a mission from the back with his speed. So that was Cox down on the right. That was the dirt from him coming up. So they were 4 wide on the approach. Zach Bates has already exited stage left. Now, let's see what he sees here. Right now.
Is that Coulter just in front of him? Look at that.
Good job, Tom Hayman.
Yeah, he went straight to the grass. That was great. I mean, I don't know if Chase Hoy had anywhere to go, but he was up the back of Danny Reedy, who's been caught in a sandwich there.
Yeah, so that was Chase in the car, not John Hollinger. So, yeah, Chase had started that, so that's disappointing for the youngster. And Hayman's had a moment after that as well. All right, so it's a big clean-up. You've got a mixture of oil dry down there and some radiator with waters. Back down onto pit lane with Mel.
In Michael Coulter's garage, the bonnet's off the car. The team are frantically assessing the damage. What happened from your perspective?
Look, it was all just from my perspective, just a racing incident. It all happened that fast and that quick. Coming into to turn one, we're all sort of fanned out, probably about 4 or 5 wide, and I saw Domain Ramsey come down the inside, and I thought I'll back off out of this. And through turn one, Graham Cheney's gone off bush and come back on to join us at turn 2, turn 3, and just a concertina, I think. So had nowhere to go. Even on the in lap, I just had the bonnet halfway up the windscreen. I couldn't see nothing.
Oh, well, let's hope that they can make a miracle happen and we see you back out there.
Fingers crossed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a tough ride for Michael lately, coming back from some health problems himself, as well as some family health issues there. He's missed a couple of rounds of racing and pretty excited to be back here this weekend.
Yeah, good to see Steve
hard,
and Michael
hard
back.
work to have them back here at the track this weekend.
Speaking of hard work, mate, there is going to be a lot of work in pit lane for a few of these race cars to get them back out for tomorrow. The advantage of that is it is tomorrow.
The PBR parts truck. That is going to be opened up right now. Dana and Cam are going to be out there unloading the drawers of spare parts that they've got here at the track. That's concerning that's being towed.
Yeah, well, that was either oil from that car or definitely a radiator. It was definitely radiator. There was water down on the racetrack. Obviously, a lot of oil with the amount of oil dry that they have put down there at that turn. So there's going to be a bit of clean-up time to be able to do that. So, yeah, some of these teams are going to be very, very busy in the pits. And speaking of which, back down to pit lane with Jared McLeod.
Having a chat through the window net with Tom Hayman. Some split-second decision-making. Job well done avoiding that incident.
Yeah, it was pretty hairy. No, it was a good first lap. We were able to get through it. Obviously, it's not too good to see some wrecked cars, but I think our luck turned a bit there.
You've struggled throughout the sort of stop to get this car back in a race-ready position. Everything looks good. You sounded and looked like you were comfortable and relaxed coming into this Enduro. Tell me, how are the nerves? You've got 20 laps.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. The boys did a mega job to get the car back out there, as they always do. So, no, the car feels pretty good on the out lap and everything's nice and smooth, so we'll see how we go.
Best of luck, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
All of the carnage and made up a bunch of spots in this one.
Yeah, I was pleased with the start, but I wasn't overly aggressive. I just wanted to make sure, 20 laps. So, it's like, Mel, we've done long distance races before, so it's not one in the first race. I thought the first corner, so I just wanted to take it a little bit easy. And man, there was a lot going on, and then obviously something happened. There was all cars nose to tail. But not only that, even when we got to turn 5, there was a car off the side. It was like going through the dust, hoping there wasn't a car in the dust. So yeah, it was all pretty hectic at the start.
Well, good to hear you've got that wise old bull attitude, so we hope to see you right up there at the end. Thanks, Dean.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to see him in the field. I think you're always nervous. We know what happened in the Enduros last year where everyone's, really aggressive at the start of the race sometimes, especially with the huge prize pool we've got up this weekend. And unfortunately, we'll probably expecting to see a little bit more carnage tomorrow, not today. We thought we'd see a bit more level-headedness, but they're pushing hard, aren't they? Really, they're super competitive.
Yeah, a little bit too early for me, just personally.
Let's check out some highlights, though.
All right, let's have a look. This is another onboard. So this is onboard. Okay, so this is with Brad off the race start. So Zach Bates to his outside.
This will tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. So the front view, not so much, because it was contact from behind, obviously.
It wasn't here, though. This is where we see Zach Bates.
Zach went left. Brad's gone a little bit off track himself there.
That's unsettled the car.
Actually got into Haynesy, so they've checked each other up. So, that's more of a concertina deal. And you sort of alluded to the fact that, Elliott was on the tail, but there might have been their contact from behind. And it just kept going.
It'd be interesting if he had to brake there to try and control the car, because if you're the car behind, it's too late. You're too close.
We hadn't seen the fact that Gartner and Josh actually had a little bit of contact after Bates had gone off. So that actually could have been the catalyst with everyone checking up and behind. Big climb of the curbs there for Gartner.
He's got loose. Barber is on the brake. He's on the brakes, Barber. I mean, it's just the car's unloading, isn't it? It's already starting to slide there, and everything after that is a moment. Unfortunately for the cars behind, that might just be, haven't seen the brake lights moving in, a lot of aggression.
So we're concentrating here on Zach. He's just ploughed through the grass.
Now, did he play an incident in this? Is there a part?
No, I don't believe so.
I don't think so either.
No.
He's on the outside. They've unloaded. Everyone who's been involved in the incident has stayed on the inside. So I think Zach Bates might be in the clear there.
Nah, I don't think there's any issues for Bates. He's rejoined, and it's all happened before that. So the catalyst for that was actually the contact between Haynes and Gardner. Now, they had a little bit of a moment at QR where they weren't talking to each other after, I think, race 2 from the weekend. They sort of made up and they were all buddy-buddy after that. But Brad wasn't entirely happy with some of the things that went on, but they all made up after that. Back down onto pit lane where it is very, very busy, Mel.
Take it easy.
Yes. Down here with Josh Thomas. Again, your car's avoided the carnage too. Started 10th. Todd's up to P3.
Yeah, no, pretty ecstatic. I mean, obviously not very good. There's a couple cars out right now and no one wants to see a race start like that. But yeah, we're pretty fortunate to get through that. Toddy's up to P3 and yeah, we'll see how we go from there, really.
So did you have a plan? Were you going to pit early or run him to the end or just fly with the wind?
To be honest, we're going to see what happens. Obviously, we didn't expect a red flag or a safety car, or we're just going to go with the flow and see where we end up. So we'll go from there, really.
Oh, you'll be sitting here in your helmet waiting for your turn.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm pretty excited and nervous, so we'll see how we go.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Well, anything that they've done in the background in terms of strategy could be out the window because the time's ticking, which means the laps start going down, don't they? So
your strategy's probably going to narrow up by about 8 laps at the moment.
And then where is the pit window going to change as well? Because we're going to have to struggle to figure that out as we go.
Yeah, they might be thinking about that on the run, mate. I mean, what have we got? Realistically, 25 minutes or so. All right, so...
2 minutes a lap, plus a restart.
We'll wait and see what they call it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what race control do with this one and whether we shed a few laps, what happens there, where the pit windows get changed around. It could become 2 very quick sprint races there with the driver change in the middle. So we'll have to wait and find out. Let's get down to Jared pit lane.
Matthew McKeldin, tell me, as a driver, you've commentated racing as well. It's a big ask to get your head back in the game after something like this where you've come back in, the adrenaline's subsided. Now you've got to get yourself back into the zone.
It's hard, right? Because you get psyched up, you're ready to go, you've got strategy in play, you want to get out there and say in Greg's respect, he got a brilliant start off the line there. He got 4 up even before what we saw happen at turn 3 there. So you basically just have to take a deep breath and reset. And I think a good race driver does that. I think there is something to be said for depleted testosterone levels in over 50s, because if you look at some of the people that didn't crash there, they're mainly over 50 drivers. So to see 4 wide going down there and 1 car on the grass when we've got 4 races left, including a 25 enduro tomorrow, 25 lap enduro. I think that was all a little bit willing, but you got no choice. We're going to have a full restart, I suppose. Unfortunately, we've got 4 or 5 cars involved in that, including some championship guys. But, again, Greg sat in there. We've spoken to him. You had a good start. You can repeat it. The car, hopefully, now is good enough because it wasn't great in my race, unfortunately. So we'll see what happens. But, that's unfortunate. That did not need to happen.
Thanks for your words. Let's go and have another chat with Mel.
Todd Hazelwood, you started P10. You've made your way up to P3 already in 1 lap.
Yeah, had a pretty awesome start and, just committed to the outside line into turn 1 and got a little whack in the right rear. But, by the sounds of it, I think a lot other people got off a lot worse than what I did. So probably the one time where the outside worked in my favour. I've been around the outside of turn 1 and turn 3 and I was a bit surprised when I come out of 3rd going up the back straight there. So, look, hey, we'll take it. We've had a pretty rough run so far this weekend. So hopefully the momentum is shifting in our favour now. So we've still got 2 more cars in front of us. So that's the new target. And I've got my teammate behind me, Elliot, here. So hopefully we can put ourselves in a good position to capitalise on what's been a pretty tough start.
Yeah, hope so too. We'll be watching.
Wise words as he's getting himself set for a big endurance season coming up as well with Erebus. So Todd Hazelwood sitting in the car. They'll reset and see what they're going to do. The question is, will we have a full race restart or are we going to continue on? We'll get all this cleaned up on track here at the Bend and we'll be back after this short break. Well, already intense scenes here at the opening of the AC Delco Tag Team Enduro, the first Enduro of the weekend, the 2-car drivers, and we didn't even get a lap 1 completed, did we, Jamie? Have a look at onboard here with Tom Haynes, who was at the back of the pack working his way through. Wasn't involved in the incident, but this will try and unpack a few things as we look further on. We already saw Jordan Cox in the number 4 car get pushed out on the grass, and watch this as we come into turn number 3 now. This car's going everywhere as contact made. Oh, Domain Ramsey caught in a sandwich there. From some other views, we saw that Brad Gartner and Josh Haynes had a little bit of, I suppose, quarter to front guard contact. May have unsettled a few cars. They were 3 wide. Have a look at this. At some point, they're 5 wide.
Yeah.
Where did Cox... He's getting pushed out at this point.
Yeah, I wasn't figuring they were going to go 4 or 5 wide on the approach down to 1 off this first race, the first long race of the weekend, you know, and it just... Zach Bates had gone off first. We're looking at the replay of what's gone on to cause this red flag. So Zach Bates had gone on, he's rejoined. Now, just ahead of that shot there, Haynes and Gartner actually got together. There was contact. Bragg had got the curb. They got a little bit of contact, and I think there was just a concertina effect behind them. So
Jordan Cox actually gets out of that really well as Jared Hughes managing to not make any... Might have got a brush of contact. Now, we're talking about Zach Bates rejoining. There was a bit of a mention that in some of the interviews, but I don't think he's been involved in this at all. Like, it doesn't look like his rejoin has caused anything to happen.
Out of all of that, the happiest I am, Hayden Jackson made it through.
After the
start
of the season he's had. But look at the safety car coming out now with our cars behind. The question will be, are we going to have a full race start or whether we're going to go single file? Let's head down to Jared in the pits and find out what's going on.
Down here with Michael Coulter, and unfortunately the Terps Mustang undergoing a bit of cosmetic remodelling.
Yeah, for sure. It's such a shame. We had a really fast Terps Tipper Mustang here, and the thing was a jet all weekend long, and unfortunately we'll have to get a nose job put on this afternoon, and fortunately the 3 boys here and my dad, we'll be a rocket ship at trying to fix this thing this afternoon, ready for tomorrow.
Well, the boys look like they know a thing or two about rhinoplasty. You've got the best in the business, so we're looking forward to seeing you back out there.
Yeah, can't wait. Bring on tomorrow, and let's put a new nose on it, and away we go.
Let's do it. Back to you in commentary.
I think a few of these teams will be looking for sponsorship from 3M with race tape. Because I don't think there's enough race tape in South Australia currently to help with some of these repairs.
That truck is full of spares, but we've gone through a few of those front nose cones this weekend, and there's a lot of Mustangs in the pack too. So we'll have to wait and see how that unfolds. So we'll wait and figure out what's going to happen with the race restart. Either way, Haynes is going to lead us out here now. Jordan Cox has made it through there, and we were talking with him before, is that Hazelwood has had a big advantage here moving into 3rd position. So that's a big step up for them. So we'll wait and see with Team W Des Collier here Josh Thomas here this weekend as part of the TFH Hire crew. But we've lost 5 cars, I do believe, out of this one. So that's a big depletion in the field. And can they turn them around for tomorrow?
Well, yeah, look, I think so. A lot of the ancillary stuff in the front of these cars is bolt-ons. So the front subframe with the front nose cones and everything. The team here with TA2 are actually getting a lot of the composite panels made here in Australia now. So they've got permission from Howe in the States with the body manufacturers to actually make a lot of the body parts and that down here, just to save on freight time and things like that. So a lot of the changes that they've made to the cars have actually generated out of Australia with a lot of the parts that have gone on to these cars now. So look, they're the best in the business, the TA2 team. They're going to be very, very busy tonight, as are a lot of these teams. Some of the things we've got to talk about here are some of the saves, and Tom Haynes was definitely spectacular from the back of the field. He turned right and got on the grass.
Great choice, wasn't it?
Definitely.
Split second decision there. He was about 6 positions up too on the restart.
And as Hazelwood said, he'd gone that long run to the outside. And that
had nowhere to
helped
go.
him in hindsight, and he could have been buried in the middle of that as well, as could have his teammate Elliot Barber in the 63. And look, I know we said they were both sort of close confined to what went on there, but yeah, I think there's a lot more to decipher and try and break down as to exactly what went on there. And Dean Canto as our DSO for the weekend is going to be a very, very busy lad at the end of this one.
Well, Zach Bates also, with that big moment in turn number 1, outbreaking himself, went wide onto the dirt. That probably saved him from that as well. Might have lost a couple of positions on this restart, but better than being out of the race like we have seen from some of the other competitors. Brad Gartner, that is heartbreaking for him, the number 22. I mean, we saw what happened in his first race under the Hi-Tec oils, a brand new Camaro in Sydney. It's a bit of a repeat of that, really, where caught up in an incident and It's going to cost him a lot of championship points.
Well, they pretty much replaced the whole either left or right-hand side of that car. I can't remember. I think it was the right-hand side of the car after that contact. And as you said, Matt, that was a brand new race car at the start of the season. All right, we are going to go back to a restart here. So Indian file. So it's not a complete race restart by the looks of it, because they would have been double file by now. What we are waiting for is confirmation of the lap distance here. All right, so just waiting for confirmation of what the lap distance will be, because we've still got this pit window to open at lap 8 and closed by 12. So if they're going to go with that, if they haven't changed that, there still has to be at least 12 laps as part of this race. So as soon as we get that information, we will let you know as we go back green here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend, and Josh Haynes leads them away as Cox goes to the outside. Little lock up with the right front for Cox, who he tried to squeeze, and Haynes just sort of covered. Oh, we got another way around. That's the 54 entry.
That'll be Brent Nile there out of Western Australia, the team there with Clint Harvey. That's an unfortunate spin there, because they've already replaced the nose cone of that car. You can see no stickers on a Hayman, though. He's going to start working his way through the pack. He's out of 11th, and he's going to be busy.
That went by Jason Pride, so yeah, how's that run for Hayman? He's already up inside probably the top 10.
Big moves.
Jordan Cox is all over the back of Josh Haynes. Back on board with Hayman now in behind Hayden Jackson. Hayman's up to 8th. Hayman's up to 8th. He started 22nd.
He's got to be the Hypercore hard charger so far, doesn't he, with the amount of overtakes he's done. Jordan Cox, very experienced racer, along with Todd Hazelwood, so I just don't know how that's going to unfold. If Josh Haynes can probably open up a little bit of gap, get a bit of breathing space, maybe they'll tie each other up in a battle.
Oh, the engineers have absolutely been talking to these guys about just settling down.
So we're just hearing that the pit window is going to be reduced from lap 8 to lap 6, which tells me that we're not going to have 20 laps at this race either. So it's 6 to 11. That's our race leader will finish lap 6, and everyone can come in, and they've got to do it by the time our race leader finishes lap 11. How many laps we're going to maybe be depleted to, we're not quite sure yet. We'll wait and find out. Here we go, Todd Hazel with a big dive down the inside of Cox, who makes a little bit of room, tries to do the crisscross here.
Hazelwood had a lock-up, so he was a little bit compromised in the middle.
Lets him know about it too, doesn't he?
Little bit of side-by-side. Oh, Cox, big four-wheel drift through the last corner, and that's going to allow Hazelwood to run to the inside. He's got overlap with Elliot Barber parked right on the back bumper of the number 4.
Hayman against the wall. He is really
Hayman is on fire.
it.
He was going, I think he was going by Jared Hughes for 7th. Oh, Cox with big oversteer off the exit of 1. No, Hayman didn't manage to get by Jared Hughes. In fact, Hayman had some understeer through off the exit of 1.
Cox wide as well. Has he got an issue with the car? Because he was in the TFH higher sandwich for just a moment there. He'd take a different line possibly, but looked like he might have been losing a position to Zach Bates.
Back on board with Hayman there. He's up to 7th. He's up to 7th. So Hazelwood 2nd, Cox 3rd, Elliot Barber had a cheeky little look up the inside at 6. Back on board with Hayman. So Zach Bates is in the mix as well in the 51. Jared Hughes, Hayman. That's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Hayman in 7th, Hayden Jackson in 8th, Jason Pride up to 9th. Aaron Prosser from near the back in the top 10 on debut this weekend for the X-Pac Kiwi.
Well, we're about to get really busy down there in pit lane because it's actually changed. It's going to be lap 4 to 6 will be the pit window, which tells me we're going to cut down to 9 laps, as you just see that updated on our screens.
That pit area is going to be busy, man.
Busy, super busy. It's going to unfold. We'll wait and see how they go.
Now, they have an allocated area on pit lane that has been measured out, so they're not necessarily going to pit in front of their own pit lane because they're double garages. There's not room. If everyone pits at the same time, who's that to the inside? Hayman, Jared Hughes. So Hayman's cleared Hughes. There wasn't enough room in pit lane to be able to do it. If everyone pitted, say, on a safety car, they just didn't have the room. So they've actually got an allocation of where they are in the lineup, and they'll need to find that. So you've got the engineers on the radios. They'll be lined up in the pits with the leader going by to complete lap 4 to open the pit lane window.
Now, single drivers, they were going to have to do 20 laps, which was a big ask, really. They need to be really fit for that. Now with 9 laps, it's no bigger than the race they've done earlier today.
I think most of
it's just about their pit crew now.
Most of those, with the younger guys anyway, so I don't think 20 laps would be too much of an issue, Matt. But Yeah, look, and it's not a super hot day here as well.
No, it's a comfortable day.
They'll be warmer in the cars than they will outside.
Hayman right on the back of Zach Bates now, charging in the number 30.
6 from 22.
A Hypercoil hard charger.
Well, he got that award at QR and he was on the back foot early on in the weekend with some mechanical issues, but Hayman really on a charge here. We knew he's been he was the Kubota pole winner, so I'm back on board with the number 30, the Princio concreting Ford Mustang.
Look at him all over the back, searching. There's 4 of them in a row though. Jordan Cox, Elliot Barber, Zach Bates.
That's 7, 8, 9 and 10 run. Yeah. That is an epic part of this motor racing circuit.
So it looks like, Jared Hughes, is that a moment there? Was it just some dirt on the track?
That was Hayman shortcutting that. He pretty much ran that through the centre of the apex. The centre of the car was over the curb. So that little
Have we got curb strikes here this weekend?
That was from Hayman more than anyone else. Big flash of flame from the right side of the Zach Bates 51.
What a difference for Hayman. He's jumped out of a GT4 car this season back into a TA2. Now, they're not the same on the road. Totally different to drive.
Haynes with a big lead over Hazelwood, so with that opening sort of lap exchange, so watch for a flood of pit stops not too far away. That was Elliot Barber with a right front lock up there with the TFH 63. He's chasing down Jordan Cox as Hayman goes down the inside of Bates and should go through to 5th.
Oh, what a Hail Mary to send it down the inside. Grabs another position.
No one's pitted. No one's pitted as yet.
Jackson's going
in. Okay, Hayden's the first one. Hayden's the first one to pit.
They're probably all a little bit too close to the leader there to come in.
They've only got 2 laps. They really pretty much have to pit now. So changing that pit window on the run in race control, and the team, I tell you what, the radio chatter is going to be frantic from the engineers. Hayman is using so much racetrack. That had a lot of attitude going about it. Elliot Barber looking really racy here, battling side by side with Jordan Cox.
I think Jordan Cox just has a different attempt at that corner. He likes to go a little bit wider and change the line up a little bit. Look at the drive he's got those go through the next few sections through 7, 8, and 9, these right-handers.
Yeah, he's definitely got momentum on pit lane.
So this is what I'm talking about with a single driver, is they've got to change the front and rear on the left-hand side of the vehicle.
All right, so it's 90 seconds stopped. Once it's stopped, 90 seconds. They have an allocation on pit lane, so everyone's got a fair amount of space. So if everyone does, and I think the majority of these drivers are going to pit pretty much at the same time here, because we're on lap 5, and that pit window closes as the leader goes by to start lap 6.
So Josh Haynes has no choice. He has to go on 5.
Pretty much.
Because he has to complete the lap of 4. And when he can complete it in pit lane. Oh, there's a little bit of contact. Barber.
Got to run down the inside of Cox. And Hayman may go with him.
Oh, look at Hayman taking full advantage here.
Hayman may go with him. He's got overlap. He's got the inside run. Barber got the position through to 3rd. Cox back to 4th. Maybe now 5th. And they're all on pit lane except Hayman. So Hayman's got to pit on the next lap.
How does that go, though? Because if Josh Haynes comes across and completes it, do they understand they've got to be done?
Let's not confuse ourselves. No, Haynes is on pit lane.
But Well, so this might be all right. This might be all right. Very busy down there. Lots going on. There's a very small window now with this compressed 9-lap endurance race. Cars already starting to leave the pit lane as well.
So Danny Reedy had pitted off that cycle. So he was like Hayden Jackson fairly early. Look at pit lane. It is very, very busy. The majority have stopped. Hazelwood and Hayman, Hughes and Cox out of the leaders. I don't believe they did.
Yeah, well, I didn't see Keem in there either, so will they be coming in for a Matty Mack changeover as well on this lap?
That I would expect.
Going to be changing up the order.
Of the guys in the top 5 or 6, Hazelwood, Hayman, Hughes and Haynes. Hughes. Haynes is on pit lane.
Because they're going to get a full lap in. We've said the quickest they're going to get down pit lane with time, transport time, everything's about 2 minutes and 1 or 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So with a 90-second compulsory stop. So with a 2-minute lap, I'm going to say they have not pitted yet. Because we've still got Hazelwood listed as our leader according to our timing system.
Hazelwood, Hayman and Hughes have not pitted. All All right, so the majority are on pit lane. There is Todd Hazelwood in the 169 TFH Mustang. Was that a wider line? Did he struggle to get that stopped and turned, or was that just a Todd line for that part of the circuit? I'm still trying to get my head around some of the lines around this racetrack, because there are some different lines, especially if you're by yourself rather than a racing line.
Jared Hughes out there as well, still staying out on track. So he's opting to do as many laps as he possibly can there before he puts the young gun Tyler Cheney in the seat, who hasn't driven a car like this before. In race especially, was super quick when it came to qualifying.
Hayman in.
They can get him clean air, that'll be
Hazelwood in and Hughes in. All right, so of those critical drivers in the top 6 or 7 before the pit stops, they have now made all of their stops. I would expect those behind them that were a little bit further down the order to now have to do the same, because they have got no more time to make that stop.
Just waiting to see if we get a distance back to Josh Haynes as he goes out in sector number 1, so we can try and figure out whether he's potentially going to come out in front. It's going to be really, really close. Haynes is going to have to be in a blistering lap coming out of there as well. He can't afford it. Todd Hazelwood pushed really hard, and that's what he had to do, try and do the, with Haynes in, there's no undercut, and they knew when Haynes had to come in. He only had a lap to do it as a leader.
Well, Hazelwood, that transition was 30 seconds because he's down the head of pit lane. So Jason Pride, that car going up. So they'll do that tyre change. Likewise, Hayman. We're just waiting to see how this cycles out. We should expect Josh Haynes to be your race leader.
2:09, it's telling us on our timer screen. That's going to be super, super close down there. Let's head down to the pits, though. Plenty of action going on.
Tommy Hayman coming through for his mandatory tyre change. He was hard charging with the best of them, and so far he has been at a stationary. I'm just checking the time. We've just gone 60 seconds in the box.
Yeah, they've got to stay there for 90 seconds, so it's a long time when you're sitting in the car. I mean, it probably gives them a moment changing those tyres over. If they've got that down pat and they've done a bit of practice, they'll do that pretty comfortably in 90 seconds. So as a driver, just trying to take a breath and not get too excited about getting out there, because also you have to have, obviously, your spotter there has to be out of the way and across the yellow line before they leave as well.
All right, here's Hayden Jackson. So I think Hayden's done pretty well out of this. Elliot Barber should be on corrected time, second behind Josh Haynes. The gap up the road to Haynes is just under 8 seconds, looking at the lap scoring at the moment, but I think Barber's got Zach Bates here, so that's for position.
Oh, Hayman's leaving.
On his bumper.
Have a look at Hazelwood. Has he left yet? Well, he's going to pull out just in front. They've closed that gap. Haynes is coming. Oh, I'd love to see that shot as Haynes goes to the rejoin.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close on board now. That'll be Crutcher in the number 4 machine. That was...
Hazelwood's gone off.
Yeah, no, that'll be Josh Thomas in the car. Josh just got in the car, so he's back out behind Hayman. Did Hayman go off?
Well, don't know.
Wow. There is a lot going on here, and we're just trying to figure out exactly... Did Hayman have to sort of... No, maybe not. Well, Hayman just went off. There's a cloud of dust.
So where's Haynes? Because Josh Haynes is still showing further back. Now, let's have a look at the replay here. Now, this is Haynes charging down the main straight, but look at the man of steel. He's going to have to make room.
So that's Thomas coming out. So Thomas actually, effectively there, takes over the race lead.
Yep, Hayman comes out behind him, so he slots in. Tyler Cheney coming out in 4th position.
And then Josh went straight off.
Okay, so he's made it on his own.
He didn't get the car turned. He actually, for a brief moment there, that's why I couldn't figure out where Hayman ended up, because Thomas had actually come out of pit lane first. So it should be Haynes out in front and closely behind him. How's this? Hayman is within 1.3 seconds and he started 22nd. He is now second.
Well, he's in contention for a podium. I don't think you can do much better than that with Haynes out in front. This is going to be a great showdown between these two young drivers who are super fast. Tyler Cheney's got a good advantage there. I'll tell you what, Jared Hughes has put him in a fantastic position. We'll wait and see how he unfolds. But I'm just having a look up here too.
That's Harvey and McAllister. So that's 12th and 13th. So Des Collier 5th, Graham Cheney in 6th. So Zach Bates has handed the car over to Graham. He is inside the top 6. Josh Haynes, your race leader, and he's just gone purple in the 3rd sector and set the fastest lap of the race and a new track record to add with a 56.34. But Hayman is within 1.3 seconds. That is unbelievable. I know we had the restart, But out of all of that, he got away with going to the infield and avoiding all of it. He's gone 22nd to 2nd. 2 laps remaining.
That's climbing the mountain, isn't it? It's just
that's huge.
That's a big climb.
Well, you felt so sorry.
Oh, look at him! He's cutting over the curve.
He's trying hard. He's got nothing to lose.
There's nothing. He's not part of the championship either.
Oh, Haynes locked up ahead of him. Haynes locked up ahead of him. How much time did that cost him? Because he was 1.3. The gap's down to 0.8. Haynes made a little mistake at 6. He just pinched a brake, and Hayman is charging and using a lot more of the racetrack than some of the other drivers around him. So Josh Thomas, he's salvaged 3rd out of initially getting out of that pit lane exchange with the race lead. He actually got a bit of an overlap. Was that an overlap or an undercut? One of the two, I don't know, I can't remember, but he's back in 3rd. Tyler Cheney in 4th, Des Collier 5th, Graham Cheney in 6th, Aaron Prosser from 21st to 7th.
Listening to those tyres protesting as they throw these cars into the corners. It's been shortened down to a 9-lap race for this Saturday afternoon endurance after that opening lap bender where we lost 5 cars.
Josh has got some understeer there. Just in that shot, he had a little bit of turn and understeer, so the balance of the car is not great right now. We've seen him pinch a brake, and Hayman is charging.
Well, he better have nerves of steel. That's what he needs, the man of steel out in front in the Herzog number 37 Mustangers. Look how much they slide the cars coming onto the main straight.
Should be 1 lap to go, all right? It is shortened time constraints. Final lap, Hayman, 0.7 of a second, and he's just set the new track record at a 1:56.10. He's just smashed it by 2/10 on that last lap and took half a second out of Haynes.
He's going to have to use that Deprenzio concreting.
Oh, another little lock-up from Haynes.
To fill a couple of those holes and putting it over those curves.
Another little lock-up from the right front from Haynes. So he's trying really, really hard to try and stay ahead of Hayman, and Hayman's got nothing to lose here. Absolutely nothing.
He is taking the shortest route possible because I don't think you can hang that rubber over anymore. Is he locking up brakes,
Left front that time. That was left front to turn 6, so he's struggling with balance, and the front tyres were locking them up. And Hayman is closing, out down to 0.3 of a second. He is closing on this last lap. Can he get close enough? Hayman is charging. This is one of the best comeback drives just about ever, I reckon, in TA2.
Hayman, though, will he run out of corners, get it done on this final lap of race 3 of the TA2 muscle cars here for the AC Delco Tag Team Enduros race number 1.
Haynes has just settled himself back down a little bit. Had a little bit, it just tripped on the rear brakes.
Run out of tyre?
It had, I don't know.
He's been pushing it.
Just balance. It's not a long run. We're only a 10-lap run here, and whatever they've done with the car, it's just maybe a balance issue because it's locking fronts up. That shot there, it actually had mid-corner oversteer. And
he's still cutting a purple sector and won that lap.
Hayman went purple in the sector. So Hayman, but the gap is static. The gap is static. It's still about that 0.3, 0.4. In fact, Haynes extended it out to 0.6 at the previous sector.
Look how close this is as they come around the final turn.
He's right there with him. He's right there with him, but Haynes is going to hold on. What a finish.
Oh, no, who's that?
That will be the 3 of Wilson.
That's
the
Wilson.
Blue 3 of Wilson parked up.
In that one.
Haynes takes the victory, but what a nail-biter. What a nail-biter.
Half a second.
Tom Hayman, absolutely stunning drive from Tom Hayman, and mate, you got to be proud of yourself with that.
They were qualifying laps, weren't they? Back to back as they went around there. Tom Hayman will pull up alongside Josh Haynes. They are good friends. Did a lot of karting together as well. They were congratulating him yesterday down in the pits to all of Josh Haynes' family. So look, they would have loved every moment.
Hayman will be on the whoop whoop. I reckon Haynes will be going.
I'm lucky we lost a few laps in that one. Let's have a look at the race results here, preliminary race results of the TFA Tyre TA2 Muscle Car Series frame by Hi-Tec Steel Framing race number 3. Josh Haynes to the win. Hayman in second. Then it's Thomas and Hazelwood in 3. Cheney and Hughes. Collier, Barber, Cheney, Bates, Lindstrom, Prosser, Crutcher, Cox and Pride will be in 10th position there. 5 cars, unfortunately, in our first lap incident took them out. That's going to bring us to an end of our day of racing here for the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We'll be back tomorrow, of course, with another endurance race as part of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing, as well as all of our other categories. Join us tomorrow here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at Tailem Bend, South Australia.